human achievements, let's say in the 5th and 4th century before the Common Era. Then you begin to go into a period of decline that is especially marked by the fall of Rome. Here's the 19th century Russian rendition of what that must have looked like. Rome was sacked several times in the 400s. This one is kind of interesting because you see on the center right, there's the menorah represented here, being taken away from the Temple of Jupiter, where it had laid since the conquest of the province of Judea in the year 70. And so the fall of Rome represents the end of that glorious civilization, the Greco-Roman civilization. And then you go into this period called the Dark Ages, which is characterized by, according to this model, lack of literacy, culture, and arts, and things like that. There's still some pretty fascinating things going on, but generally it's not nearly the level of attainments that you have in the Greco-Roman period. Then there's this amazing rebirth, which is called, of course, the Renaissance. That's what the term rebirth means, which occurs in the mid-1300s and onward. The classic architectural demonstration of that is this building, the Duomo in Florence, which is such a remarkable representation of the Renaissance, because when they first built this facility, they wanted to build a dome on the top, which kind of echoed their imagination of what it must have been like in Greece and Rome, but nobody knew how to build it on an engineering level. How do you create a dome across a gap of 140 feet? So they left the building blank as they were constructing it, saying, figuring one day someone will figure this out. This is like a tremendous chutzpah, architectural chutzpah. And of course, someone came along, figured out the technology, and then it was hugely influential. You see this kind of dome echoed in Rome and even in Washington and all kinds of places where you have it. So that's the Renaissance. So we look at this graphically, put these together, and you see that the model of Dark Ages is that it goes from a height in the Greco-Roman period down into the depths of culture in the so-called Dark Ages, and then rises up again in the Renaissance and just theoretically keeps going up and up and up. So that's basically this term, Dark Ages, the period where Europe went dark, but we didn't have nearly as much culture and literacy and things like that. And it's also called the Middle Ages because it's in the middle of these two peaks, right? It's a valley in the middle of these two peaks. So that's basically the model. It is very Christian and Eurocentric, and it basically denies the kind of cultural activities that are happening elsewhere in the world, in particular places like the Middle East and East Asia and so on. So here's our question for today. Was there a Jewish Dark Age? I mean, after all, the Jews are heavily involved in all of these cultures. Did they experience the same drop-off? So first of all, let's just think for a second about the theological approach to time. And there's so much to say about this, but just very briefly, if we put on the same scale the y-axis being culture, civilization, and so on the x-axis we put time. So you begin with Moses right up here. I always love this kind of picture. I saw the Ten Commandments when I was about 8 years old, and it has a huge impact on me. I always it's too bad it poisoned my mind. I can never think of Moses as anyone other than Charlton Heston, but anyways, there you go. And then what happens after this supreme moment of closeness to God, of the revelation at Sinai, when every Jew actually heard the first two commandments uttered by the voice of God, wow, overwhelming. How can we get any closer to development than that? And from that point on, it's just a steady downhill. There's nowhere to go from that peak. And so this is called Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. So at least on the level of spirituality, the world must go into a period of decay, because how can we get any closer to God than that particular moment? But this is not a historical model. This is like a spiritual kind of mental model of theological structure of the universe. How does it work in terms of history? So it depends a lot, obviously, on what you measure. If we go back to our chart again, and we say at the very bottom, politically, you have the fall of the Judean political entity at the hands of the Romans, the destruction of the temple, the fall of Masada, shown here in 74, and Jews go into a period of political wandering where, if everything worked by natural law, you would think that these people would simply disappear. But nevertheless, what they end up doing is they focus deeply on cultural literacy. The Mishnah travels with the Jews outside of the land of Israel in their 2,000-year exile, and that turns out to be a phenomenal catalyst for spiritual, cultural civilization development. You have tremendous figures. I'm just going to pick a few, like Taik and Rabbi. Here's a Spanish language novel about this tremendous Spanish courtier. You have the great Maimonides. I mean, we're talking about tremendous achievements in culture when most of Europe was still living at a very low cultural level. The Jews were actually increasing the level of culture. So it's hard to say that they had anything like a dark age, that in reality, the trajectory was definitely upward. So can we use that same model? So that's really what we're going to study for the next several weeks as we look at this Middle Ages, try to understand when the trajectory of Jewish culture and civilization mirrored that of the decline after Rome, and where, as in many places, we see that culture actually expanding and developing. So to answer the question we began with, I think it's really hard to speak of a Jewish dark age in the sense of a huge lull in Jewish creative cultural activity. It really goes pretty much constantly through many of these periods. There may be a few centuries where Jewish history goes dark in the sense that we simply don't have any data on what was happening with Jews living in this place or in that sphere. I think the Visigoths name comes to mind, for example, that we don't know what was going on in the Jewish community, but the overall trajectory is definitely positive in nature, and that speaks to the stubborn resistance of the Jewish people to simply disappear from the world stage. They continue to develop their culture, their civilization, their literary works, and really, it's a fascinating story. I'm looking forward to sharing it with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of Jewish civilization now at the beginning of the so-called medieval period or dark ages. With a look at the Jews in their history. Now, let's understand the role of geography in the development of the Jewish people. Now, look at this amazing map. This is the 16th century map called the Clover map. These are fascinating kind of individuals. We like to make these kind of ideas that express more philosophical thought about how the world is organized. And this is one of my favorites. It shows that this globally, top right is Europe, top right is Asia, and the bottom is Africa. Those are three continents. And they all join in the line of Israel, which is featured the center of Jerusalem. Now, this is not a Jewish map, obviously. You can see three crosses there. Richard himself was a Protestant minister, not especially successful in his career as a minister, but really successful as a map maker. You can see America, the New World is off to the left there. There's a whole bunch of now, Israel, of course, is right at the center of three continents. And in fact, when you look at Israel from a satellite, you see that's basically true. Africa next to Europe and Asia through the land of Israel. And the note that this is exacerbated by the Jordan River Valley rift, which is very prominent in the satellite photo. Now, basically to the right, to the east of that Jordan River Valley, it's like an impassable desert. So basically, if you want to go anywhere from, let's say, the very rich agricultural area of the Nile Delta, Egypt, which is situated to the left, land of Israel there, up to the region of Mesopotamia, which would be on the extreme right towards the middle area there. The only way to get from A to B is through Israel. That's called the Fertile Crescent by the sort of C shape that's formed from Egypt, Israel, and down into Mesopotamia. And Israel really is at the crossroads. There's no other way by land to get between these two continents. So Taik itself is not so far off. The roads developed this way from ancient times. Here's a map showing the roads from on the bottom left Egypt to the middle right, the Fertile Crescent, and they have to go through the region of Israel. There are two major routes. One is called the Derek Hayam, the Via Maris, or the Way of the Sea, which basically hugs the coastline halfway up around Israel and cuts to the east. And then there was the Derek Hamelech, the King's Highway, later transplanted here to the Holy City of Brooklyn, New York, where it skirted under the Dead Sea and made its way up the eastern part of the Jordan River Valley. It's a turnpike version where there are maybe more tolls, but it's a faster highway, right? Less scenic, of course, but nevertheless a faster highway. Everything goes through Israel. There's no roads really to the east. It's true. A camel caravan, dangerous, expensive, all kinds of robbers and brigands on the way. A much easier ways to travel to Israel. So Israel really was at a crossroads geographically, economically, and that was the case for thousands of years. It's important to note, of course, that not only goods travel up and down this trans-Strait path, but also ideas. All kinds of thought traveling, notions of Mesopotamia, notions of Egypt. Those notions were further afield as they make their way to this region. So, more to say about that later. Now, how would people have seen it in the early Dark Ages? Let's have a look at this fascinating map called the Idaho map, which is located in Aqaba, Jordan. It's also pronounced Mudba in Hebrew, but in Arabic it's Aqaba. Here is the map itself was made originally as a mosaic of a church in the 6th century of the Common Era. It's a Byzantine church, and it was covered over, where the church itself was abandoned when there was an earthquake in the 8th century, and it was eventually resettled and they covered it over with tiles, which were discovered again during an 1880 year of renovation of the region. It was partially damaged and obscured by the pillars and things like that, but we get a much better look at this fragmentary map, this reconstruction. It's absolutely gorgeous and amazing. It's obviously designed for Christian pilgrims coming to the Holy Land. They're coming from points east, and they stop at this church and they get oriented as to what's going on in Israel, what should they look for. Now, like many ancient maps, it is oriented east to the north, right? So you have to imagine as you're looking at this map, the south of the map, or let's say the bottom of the map, like standing is in the Mediterranean Ocean, and looking towards the east, and that really sort of blob in the middle is the Dead Sea. To the left of it, the Jordan River flows into it, and all through the map there are various sites of Christian significance that are mentioned in Christian scriptures and things like that. So visitors will be able to, tour these sites and understand something about where they're located from this map. Here's a beautiful depiction of the holy city of Jerusalem. You can see that this mosaic, which by the way has billions of tiles measured 40 square feet. And it says at the top there in Greek, Mega Polis Jerusalem, the last part's cut off, the holy city of Jerusalem. It is, you clearly see the original design of Jerusalem running through the center. Is the Roman road from Chicago. I actually have personal experience with Chicago because when I was a young undergraduate at the university, I worked at Richie's Cargo Cafe, which is a pizza joint right on the Cargo there. It's got to do with the Damascus too, and it's actually laid out with pretty specific proportions and very accurate to the archaeologists that we've been able to reconstruct. So here you get the idea of Israel still as a complete center focus of pilgrimage for Christians, of course, holy to Jews who are still living in the land of Israel. Of course, we're going to continue that another lecture. But this region eventually was conquered by the Muslims in the 7th century. As Islam sweeps through the region, of course, that will be subject to much discussion as well. Just one last detail. intent to destroy it. Obviously, it's a tremendous work of art, and it's extremely useful, but at the same time, it depicts the human form, which was considered anathema to the Muslims in the 7th century in particular. So what they did was they as it were, vandalized the map. They removed the bodies and faces of the fishermen, and they painstakingly recreated the mosaic with other tiles to disguise their original form. You just see their hands and feet sticking out of those sort of table-like shapes. So you see how the Muslims also went to the region, and the region is, of course, the subject of much discussion. Okay. I hope you found this useful. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages, and let's look at the land of Israel and Babylonia simultaneously. Let's start a little bit with a few of the important political histories. So here in the background is a beautiful image of the Beit Alpha Mosaic. I'm going to return to this in a little while. But what were the major political events between year 200 and year 634, specifically in the land of Israel? We've spoken quite a bit about the middle of the 2nd century, the immediate aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, and how Judea, the southern part, central southern part of the land of Israel especially, is attacked by Hadrian and his successors. Tremendous devastation brought on Jerusalem in particular, and all kinds of terrible things. A lot of the Jewish population moves to the north, where there's a new center developing there. Then at the end of the century, there's a very brief moment of respite, largely as a result of this relationship between one of the Roman emperors, who was known in the Talmud as Antoninus, and Rabbi Yehuda Nasi himself. This mysterious Antoninus is difficult to identify because Antonin was the name of an entire dynasty. There are several emperors that had the name Antonin in their names, so usually the second or third name, and so it's hard to determine which one it is, but most likely the one that's called Caracalla. Because they had similar names, they often had nicknames. So during this period, when, according to the Talmud, actually, the reason for their very close relationship was because at one point their mothers actually switched, and Antoninus was actually nursed by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's mother. And that experience changed him dramatically, although it is important to note that his father was also positively disposed towards Jews. At any rate, what this means for us is there's a moment in time when Rabbi Yehuda Nasi decides that he's going to take advantage of it, and he specifically organized the codification of the Mishnah. The Roman Empire, of course, is going to be divided. You're going to have the western part ruled by Rome, the eastern part ruled by a place called Byzantium, that would later be renamed after Emperor Constantine as Constantinople. Eventually, when the Muslims were conquered in Istanbul, this represents an Eastern and a Western Roman empires, and they're going to be quite different in so many ways. And in general, the Jews begin to experience a steady decline in their status after that brief moment of respite under Antoninus. There is a couple of punctuated moments where it seems to look a little bit better, like Julian the Apostate, very short-lived leader of the Roman Empire in the middle of the 4th century, proposes to the Jews, quite possibly because he wants to get an alliance with the Jews of Babylonia. It didn't really work out, but he proposed even rebuilding a temple, which generated a certain amount of enthusiasm, but not enough to keep him from being killed in the battlefield, and the idea simply disappeared. By the way, the term apostate is something that's applied from a later Christian perspective, obviously, because he was bucking the trend towards Christianity that would be strongly promoted by his predecessor, Constantine. The Persians will end up invading, the Persians will get the upper hand over the Roman Empire, and they will end up invading the land of Israel in the 614. And then the Eastern Roman Empire, now called the Byzantine Empire, will invade back again just a couple of decades later, and then the Muslims will come in just 5 years later in the year 634 and kind of bookend this period that we're talking about. So we're looking at about 400 years now in just a couple of short lectures, but I hope this orients you to the overall picture of what's happening in Israel. Perhaps one of the most important things for the long-term survival of Jewish people is, of course, the development of academies, the yeshivot. And we have two major centers. In the land of Israel, they are centered primarily in the north. This particular map is a little bit, I think, distorted in the sense that all the dots are the same size. You get the sense that there's yeshivas all over Israel, but really the most important ones, the concentration of the most significant figures were to the north. There were definitely significant figures in the south, in Lida, for example, and the Talmud speaks about the Chachmei Ha'arom, sages of the south, but most of the activities happen in the north. The two most significant figures after Rabbi Yehuda Nasi passed away were none other than the great Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish, phenomenal thinkers of the late 3rd century, who were perhaps the most important in bringing together the text for what would ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. They and their successors were involved in this, especially after yet another revolt, this one much more localized, against a local governor named Gallus in the year 351-52. After briefly gaining some momentum against the Romans now having gone through two major wars against the Jews, not to mention a minor war in 115, they put it down almost immediately and in a terrifying manner, completely destroying the Jewish population, Sepphoris, for example. But it was against this backdrop, and perhaps because the Jews saw that moment that they had enjoyed under Rabbi Yehuda Nasi was perhaps going to close forever, that they decided to codify their lengthy discussions of the Mishnah into the first Talmud. Now, it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. This is something of a misnomer. Almost all the activity was happening to the north. In fact, Jews were barely allowed in Jerusalem at all during this time. The other term that's frequently used is the Palestinian Talmud, which is certainly more accurate if you want to refer to the land of Israel as Palestine. But it also carries a somewhat strange distortion as well. So the Jerusalem Talmud is the Yerushalmi is the term that's most frequently studied in Hebrew. The Middle Eastern Palestinian Talmud in Hebrew and English, we will see both of those terms. But the Talmud is basically a lengthy, almost like an edited transcript of the discussion of hundreds of rabbis of the Mishnah as it was recorded by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi at the turn of the 3rd century. Now, over in Babylonia, this is the period when you get the expansion of the great yeshivas there, which would ultimately eclipse the yeshivas in Israel. Pumbedita and Sura are perhaps the most significant of this period, and they end up writing the Babylonian Talmud. Of course, distinct from the Jerusalem. Afterwards, it encapsulates what they said in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they expanded other areas. Of course, they're able to look back and discuss it. And one of the most significant elements in creating this Talmud is the activity of the so-called Nefute. The term Nefute is Aramaic. It means those who go down. It's the same term used in Hebrew today as Yordim for those who leave the land of Israel. Today it carries a slight tinge of derogatory tone sometimes. That's not necessarily used in the context of the Talmud, because there was actually a lot of commerce between the land of Israel and Mesopotamia. Jews were going back and forth all the time. It's quite often the Babylonian will start with a phrase like Kiyasa Rabbi, when Rabbi came from the land of Israel and said, hey, this is what he's saying in Israel, that really cross-fertilized ideas and continued important in creating this much larger Talmud. The Babylonian, which is essentially the study today. This is a period also when there was a major invasion of someone named Odenathus Septimus. He was the king of nearby Palmyra, known in the Talmud as Admor. This is a region that was allied with Rome, and it was actually principality of sorts. And rather than showing Rome's strength, it actually showed Rome's weakness. That Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the Persian Empire, and so they had to rely on this proxy. But why it's important for us is that he ravaged much of the region where the Jews lived, completely destroyed the yeshiva of Hardallah in the year 259, which is right when it was at its peak under Shmuel, and a lot of things changed as a result of that particular event. It really resulted in the expansion of Torah and so on, but that's maybe a little more detailed. But by the time we get to somewhere around the year 450, maybe a little bit later, because the date is not entirely clear, Rav Ashi and several others, Rafina, were involved in the closing of the Talmud, just as it happened in the land of Israel. So it happened also in Babylonia, where they brought together all of the texts that they were discussing. They edited them. It was primarily an oral document that was conveyed to writing, and that's ultimately what we Babylonian Talmud. I should mention that Rav Ashi cannot be the last person who signed off the Talmud, because the Talmud has passages that refer to events after his death and question some of the things that he said, for example, after his illness. So it's more likely that Rav Ashi perhaps formed the essence of it, and then later editors added a few things. But that's a whole other discussion, very active. This Babylonian Talmud has tremendous implications for the rest of Jewish history. Perhaps the most significant modern development is something called Nomi, which means literally a page a day or a folio a day, adopted both sides of one page. And this is essentially the world's largest book club. It's been running since the 1920s, where Jews all over the world will follow a single calendar and will learn the same folio of Talmud on the same day worldwide. So you can study the Talmud, here in Brooklyn, get on a flight out of JFK and go to, Tokyo, and you can pick up the next stuff in Tokyo the next day. And you can travel the world like this. It's a tremendous unifying feature. Tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jews are engaged daily. And I'm very proud, put a little plug here, for participating in something called Al-Daf, which is on the screen here. Al-Daf is taking the whole Dafyomi experience and putting it onto the internet. This is an app that allows you to choose from dozens of different Magidei Shir, people who teach the page of Talmud, in many languages, English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it. And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary materials. The part that I do, and I'm really happy about, is I give a 2 to 5 minute lesson on some historical datum that occurs on that particular page of Talmud. I'm really proud of it. Check it out. It's called Jewish History. At the same time as all this is happening, we also have a tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's not really well known. I think one of the greatest illustrations of this is the discovery a while ago of about 1,500 of these things. They're called incantation bowls or curse bowls, and no one's exactly sure precisely how they were used, but they are clearly produced by Jews, perhaps for a general market, not just other Jews, but also for local Babylonians. They typically involve all kinds of spells, prayers, use different kinds of words to describe the tone of these things, sometimes featuring drawings like this one, sometimes demons. And they were often, they were discovered by archaeologists in place, and apparently they would be like turned upside down as if to, capture people's spirits and keep them in the house contained, or perhaps to affect the spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl. Sometimes they were broken, sometimes they were whole. Were they intentionally broken? Wow, so many questions. But this is just an example of the popular culture that we just don't know a lot about, and hopefully that we'll get more answers as the research continues. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's pick up our discussion now of the history of the Jews in the land of Israel and in Babylonia in the early Middle Ages, the early Dark Ages, if you will. And I'd like to emphasize one thing that is among the many contributions that Jewish civilization has rendered to humanity as a whole. I've explored this in much greater detail in text. If God willing, you have a chance to look at the book or the draft version of it in my course on biblical Jewish history. One of the, we talked about several of these contributions that Jews made, Jewish civilization made to humanity. The Sabbath is a massive thing, right? The idea of having one day off each Sabbath, a day of rest, a day that's dedicated to religious growth, family connections, something that's way more important today than it ever has been, since we live in such a connected world where, having your hands, the electronic connections to everything in the world, the Sabbath is a mandatory, calm down, focus on the people you live with, focus on your community, focus on your direct relationships with other people while you walk along them. Of course, prior to that, but connected to it, is the idea of monotheism, very, very significant contribution to world culture, especially Western civilization. A smaller but very significant one that we should talk about today is the synagogue, which is essentially a gathering place, a local gathering place for public communal worship of God, which was a new institution. Typically in the ancient world, you have temples which were manned by specialists like priests, who would be the only ones allowed into the center. The ancient temple in Jerusalem is similar in that the actual work of the temple was only performed by Kohanim and Rabbi. There are lots of other people who can kind of be on the outside, but there's the real stuff that happens there with the specialists. The synagogue is a public place. The synagogue is where everyone can go and can express their spiritual yearnings and be reinforced by community engagement, the same kind of spiritual activity. Very, very important. It later, of course, morphs into the church and the mosque. These are the direct descendants of the synagogue. The very idea of the synagogue is something that we find in the ancient Jewish world. Let's have a look at some of the archaeological record. There's a lot of mystery about synagogues, about exactly when they started. There's some theories that say it goes all the way back, let's say, for example, to the Babylonian diaspora. The Talmud speaks about a very ancient synagogue there, established in the 6th century before the Common Era. And it stands to reason that you want to have synagogues when you are forcibly exiled from the temple, but not really definitive sources. We haven't found any remains of synagogues that date back that far. There's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees, when there was a big surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole, and we see a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of across the land of Israel, ritual baths, and the use of chalk vessels, which are important for the laws of purity and so on. And perhaps it's associated with that period. But the earliest actual archaeological evidence we have for synagogues is this document, the Theodotos inscription, which basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plaques, right? Which I'm smiling because if you walk through a synagogue today, you would see they are filled with plaques. Shlomo dedicated to Aaron, and Rivka dedicated the Kisei Shel Eliyahu to her father. And, this is something that Jews do in exchange for financial support for the community and the synagogue specifically. You put up a plaque that memorializes the donor. This is the Theodotos inscription, which was discovered just outside Jerusalem. And it dates, it's difficult to exactly place it because it was not in its original place. It was thrown into an empty cistern with a lot of construction debris, so it's hard to exactly date it, but it's probably from the 1st century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the 1st century of the Common Era, but it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotos, son of Etenus, priest and head of the synagogue. The term here is used quite frequently in these dedications, archisynagogos, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being the head of the synagogue, son of the head of the synagogue, and grandson of a head of the synagogue, which sounds like a joke about the Kohanim, which indicates that, if this dates from, let's say, even a late date, let's say the year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so we can certainly place it, in the first century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Meaning that they would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have, not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue. It appears to be reading of the Torah, for example, and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings as an inn for those that meet from abroad. So here's this synagogue, anyway, had a more expansive purpose. It seems a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue, which his fathers founded with the elders and Simonides. We have some examples of archaeological remains in ancient synagogues. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating. It's a little bit later, and it dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Tiberia, the hot springs of Tiberias, which is in the north, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this is an aerial view. There's some kind of like wall that was constructed that bisects, unfortunately, this gorgeous floor mosaic, and on top of it is this interesting kind of panel or register. Let's bring this up here, and it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple.
It's a university.
It has all of these symbols harkening back to the temple.
Yeah,
It has a dimension of the Ark of the Covenant. It has incense shovels, which would be unfamiliar to the Jews before century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple's destruction. It has, of course, a shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah and the menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. So they're still thinking of the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, as a small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it even to this day. Looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, this is just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic, high example of 4th century Byzantine art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside. You've got all of the 12 signs of the zodiac, the labor in Hebrew, a certain amount of nudity, which is somehow shocking, but we also see it in the Dura Europa synagogue. I'll show you that later. Not necessarily nudity, but the Dura Europa synagogue. But what's going on in the center there? You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god, which is a typical representation of non-Jewish zodiacs, where you have the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship? Especially because for much of this period, Jews tended to be very aniconic. When they portrayed art, or typically decorative in nature using geometrical.
What's good, girl? Can you hear me? Just a moment, it's my fault. Just 1 moment. Just 1 moment. was a very kind of I don't know how my computer service works. And when it restarted, how are you? Can you hear? That's okay. One of my devices is really slow, and it might need to be restarted because it's just like the one that I know that how much I want to talk with you. So just give me a second. I'm not going to restart it. I'm just going to see if it fixes itself. Yeah, it's because people will send you invitation. They'll be like, hey, why didn't you come? And they'll be like, which account? What account did you send? And they'll be like, oh, this one. And I'll go, yeah. Okay. I don't know what happened with this device. Let's see. It's so slow. It's so slow. I guess we do this stuff. Apologies. Okay. You should be able to hear me. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Yo. I can hear. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me? Okay. All right. I still probably think that you just had that about. Just a moment. Restart this device. It'll take 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right. Thank, oh, very well. Thank you so much for your patience. I don't know what happened on the computer. It just was not working. All right, well, we'll get you there in a moment. How's your scratch? You put, do you have a band-aid on it? Oh, okay. Oh, girl, look at you. Hey, what up, Sue? How you living, Tim? Sue, what'd you do? Oh, dog. Do you have any other information that's super exciting like that? Are you going to stand in line at your local coconuts for that? Yeah. Are you a super big Justin Bieber fan? Are you really? Thank you, Mr. Aquarius. Are you really? Do you like Justin Bieber that much? What's your favorite Justin Bieber song? Okay, Love Yourself's a great song. Peaches is another great song. Okay, what are your thoughts on, um, yes, ma'am. It's, is it called I'm Sorry? Yeah, that song rocks. Very cool. What are your, yes, he does. Oh, that's terrible. Another bad one, like really bad. I don't know Dude, what's the name of his album? Spy? Spell it. Nice there. Oh, sweat. Get it. Woo! Miss Aquarius. Amazing. Dude, are you gonna buy Justin Bieber's album? Good man. So everybody does. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Good job. You got you, you had strikes, you had spares, you had a little bit of everything. Dude, do you like Haley Bieber? Well, her name's Haley Bieber now. Oh, get it. Oh, man. Oh, man. Did you go to the gym today? Oh, good job, man. Keep on. Spare. Get it. He's got an album coming out called Sweat. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl. That's all right. That's all right. I said that's all right. That's all right. I said that's all right. That's all right. Oh man, what a great spare. You're welcome. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Great spare. Great spare. Great spare. Great spare. All right. There we go. Get it. I'll take it. You and I were in this first. Thank you so much for your patience. I hope your foot feels better. Oh yeah, you fall apart. Oh, look at you, just recovering. Do you have physical therapy tomorrow? All right, well, good. Best wishes to that, and God will put on it. Okay. Excellent. Take care. Oh, I will. Take care. Talk to you later.
Those symbols and patterns rather than depictions of the human form. So theories are still being developed as to what's going on here, but perhaps one of the most significant or more convincing theories is that Jews didn't look at this like it was the god Helios. They looked at it as if it was a representation of the sun. That's just the convention when you want to display the sun. You display like a guy sitting there with his face shining. And it's not like they took it seriously as, oh, there's Helios, the sun god. They would say, oh, isn't this a beautiful, you've got the sun and all these other things around it. You can be convinced or not, but if you have a better idea, put it in the comment box. Here is another example of a zodiac, not nearly as beautiful, I think, from the Beit Alpha synagogue. Dates a little bit later. You can see that the artwork is, I think, a little bit more primitive in nature, but very similar kind of decorative elements. And you see, of course, Helios with his four horses, and so we have multiple examples of this kind of convention. This is also a mosaic from Beit Alpha, which has a very, very stark kind of representation of the Akedah, the binding of Isaac. You see that on the far right there is patriarch Abraham. He's holding a slaughtering knife, and he's about to place his son Isaac, labeled in Hebrew, on the flames, and he's after slaughtering him. But there is in the center, towards the top, there is a hand that reaches out from heaven, which is also fascinating because if Jews are traditionally aniconic, and they don't like representing animals or humans as a result of the Ten Commandments, then they certainly don't represent God. But nevertheless, here it is. There's some question about who was the artist who produced this. Is it possible you have Christian artists who are doing this work? But if that's the case, I mean, the Jews are paying for this art for their synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing it? Lots of fascinating questions. At any rate, under the hand, it says in Hebrew, Al Tishlach, do not send out your hand against the boy, and so on. And you can see all kinds of things happening in Io. Here's the ram that's tied to the bush, and so on. Fascinating stuff. I want to share with you one more synagogue, this time not in the land of Israel. This is the amazing synagogue of ROTHSCHILD. This is a synagogue that was discovered in the 20th century in a city on the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia. And the Romans, correctly fearing a Persian attack, decided to reinforce the city. They assumed, again correctly, that the Persians would not attack from the riverside, but they would go and swoop around the city and attack from the southwestern side. And so what they did was, if you look on the map here, they bury all of the city in sand, which was designed to be like a protection, bulwark against the attacks of the Persians. And of course, that means that when they lose the battle and the rest of the city is destroyed, it ends up being abandoned. But the synagogue that's in that sort of pinkish area that you can see, it ends up being protected from the elements, and especially from light. And so when it was discovered in the 20th century and excavated in 1932, they discovered these amazing, gorgeous wall paintings. Here's the interior of the synagogue. You can see on the center left is the Aron, where the Torah would have been kept. And all around it are several registers high of various wall paintings. Now, these paintings are absolutely gorgeous. Their color, the density, their artwork. Here's a depiction of the prophet Samuel anointing David with all of his brothers there. So three of them at least are saying, "Hey, how you doing?" It's just so evocative and such a great example of Byzantine art. Here's an example. It looks like you've got, once again, a depiction of the temple below, but above it you have Moses, and here's the same figure, Moses left and right, portrayed twice, which is a convention you sometimes see in ancient art. On the right, he's like drowning the Egyptians with his staff stretched out over the sea. They're victorious, and on the left, he's leading the Jews off to the land of Israel. It appears like the hands of God. Once again, strange for iconic Jews, but the hands of God are reaching down. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say when this all happened. The Dura Europa synagogue, we know that it was destroyed in the middle of the 3rd century. So all of this art dates from somewhere in the 250s, perhaps. Here is a really dramatic representation of the incident of the golden calf, right? Very, very vivid colors and lots of action, and of course the flames bursting out with the calf in the middle there. Here's one of my favorites, and quite timely because I'm recording this the last days of the month of Shvat. And next month is going to be the month of Adar when we celebrate Purim. Here's a beautiful representation of the events of the book of Esther. On the right, you can see Esther there seated on a throne next to King Ahasuerus, who was receiving a letter, a very typical kind of thing for that particular book. And on the left, you see a great scene of Haman leading Mordecai in honor on a white horse. And this was one of the major turning points in the remarkable book of Esther. Haman is going to be incensed because he feels this honor is something he should receive, and instead he has to, facilitate it for Mordecai. And what's worse, someone stole his pants, so look, he has to walk around in this half tunic all day. I'm just making that part up, but I think it looks pretty fun. At any rate, gorgeous representation. We're so fortunate to have this preserved in the historical record. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. fellow students of Jewish history, let's get into a discussion of the early Dark Ages, the development of the diaspora in the first century in particular. So there are Jews living all over what would be today Turkey, and of course in Byzantium. You can see that little spot where the Black Sea meets the Aegean. That's the Byzantium, later Constantinople. And then if you move through the third century, you've got Jews not only, of course, living in Mesopotamia, which is an old Jewish community, but you've got them, occupying sites across the coast of North Africa, into the Iberian Peninsula, all the way up into Europe as far as London even. And of course, Rome, the Italian Peninsula, has a lot of Jews in it, as does the Greek Peninsula. Now, it's a little bit misleading because all of these squares indicating Jewish communities are the same size, so you get the sense that, wow, like, look, there's all these Jews in Saragossa and Bordeaux and things like that. But these could be really tiny settlements. I mean, it might be 3 families, 10 families. It's really hard to say what the size of it is. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of the great scope of Jewish settlement. There are also, with these really bold starbursts, there are a few communities that also have a strong Christian community as well. Jewish and Christian communities are frequently overlapping for the first couple centuries. In fact, when St. Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus, would make his great tours of the Mediterranean, he would frequently go to Jewish sites, because that's where he would most likely find likely converts to Christianity, either born Jews or the so-called God-fearing communities of non-Jews who were attracted to the synagogue, but perhaps were a little repulsed by the extreme requirements of conversion, such as circumcision and things like that. So that's where he would find much of his audience when he's traveling around. So that gives you a sense of the huge spread of Jews during this time, and the activity we described earlier of the creation of the Mishnah, later the Jerusalem and the Babylonian times, was so important to maintaining connection with these disparate communities. It was kind of like a standardized constitution, a text that all Jews could look to beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many other groups in Greek translation, for example. The Talmud became the authorized Jewish interpretive tradition that would inform the behavior of Jews all over the Mediterranean basin, and was so crucial for keeping them together as a community. Now, things begin to change significantly in 313 with the so-called Edict of Milan. This was essentially a decree by the Roman emperor, now much more enthusiastic about Christianity, to say that, maybe we should stop persecuting Christians. The Jews had an interesting carve-out in Roman law, because although they were punished for their rebellion several times and cruelly treated, shipped off into slavery after those wars and so on, nevertheless, Jews were essentially eligible to reach citizenship, and more significantly, Judaism was considered a legitimate religion, religio lecita, which meant that the Jews were allowed, for example, to be exempted from official emperor worship. They didn't have to offer sacrifices to the emperor's statue. They didn't have to bow down to the emperor's statue, all kinds of things like that, because people said, what are you going to do? Those crazy Jews, they have this really old religion that, I don't know, it just says they can't do these basic civic duties. And so they had an exemption. Christians, however, were not recognized as Jews, especially as you move into the 2nd century. And so they were like, hey, what's wrong with you? You're not Jewish, and yet you're not worshiping the emperor, not kosher. And so there's always, maybe they didn't say not kosher, but it was the kind of thing where they were exposed to tremendous persecution as a result. With the Edict of Milan, they were also recognized, creating a parity between Jews and Christians, which would ultimately result in, of course, Christianity having far more power as being aligned with the state as the official state religion later on, and that will put Jews at a distinct disadvantage. That especially happens when Emperor Constantine declares Christianity to be the official religion. And we've talked about this period in several lectures and the theological implications of it and the political and social implications of the decision. But I'd like to look at one little interesting footnote. This is not indicative of a widespread social reaction to the Edict of Milan and the adoption of Christianity as a state religion. But there was one work that was composed at this time that gives us at least some sense of how some Jews would have reacted to this. And I'm talking about a manuscript that was anonymously written and really did not come to light in scholarly research, doesn't really show up until several centuries later, but it was probably first composed sometime around this period. It's a work called Toldos Yesho, the story of Jesus. And this is not the Christian version of the story of Jesus. As we discussed in previous lectures, during the first century when Jesus was active, he really doesn't leave any impression in any of the Jewish works that we have of the time, excepting, of course, the Christian scriptures, which were largely written by Jews as well, but for that particular subgroup. There's no reference to Jesus, for example, even in the Mishnah, written over a century and a half after the period in which he lived. You do see maybe a dozen references to Jesus, typically not very complimentary in the Talmud, but they're scattered and incidental and certainly subsumed within the much larger scope of the Talmud as a whole. The Talmud is definitely not Jesus-focused or even Christian-focused, even though it does touch on some of the implications of Jews living under Christian rule. But this work is rather interesting because it is a polemic work. It is something that attacks the Christian story of Jesus' birth and describes a far more prosaic and even scandalous origin, and discusses, the miracles that were circulating among Christians as various types of acts of sorcery or something that gullible people would believe in, and so on. This is kind of like an interesting literary artifact of Jews pushing back against the Christian narrative. When it eventually comes to the attention of Christians in a translation by Raymond Monti, of course, it would be horribly scandalous, and it would have definitely negative impact on the Jewish community because some Christians would read this and say, well, this is representative of what Jews think and the nasty things they say about the founder of our religion. So it's a complex topic. We'll get to it as we discover in our series, God willing, the evolution or devolution of medieval anti-Semitism. But this is likely a phenomenon that emerges from perhaps the 4th, maybe 5th century, when these shifts in the authority and legitimacy of Christianity and Judaism are being shaped. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of the Jewish History Lab by looking at a very important document at the turning point of Jews in the early diaspora, the creation of the Jerusalem Talmud is what we're going to talk about specifically today. Let us recall, as we discussed in previous episodes, the destruction of the temple happened in the year 70 in the context of the Great Revolt, the First Roman-Jewish War, and a tremendous amount of persecution directed at the Jews, particularly in Judea, around the region of Jerusalem. Right afterwards, this is followed by a smaller revolt called the Kitos Rebellion that actually is widespread throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, and a much larger revolt in the year 132 under Bar Kokhba. All of these revolts are unsuccessful, and the Roman Empire just rolls right over them, although with tremendous amount of difficulty, particularly in the case of the 3-year Bar Kokhba revolt. Jerusalem is declared off limits to Jews. Judea itself, the region in the hill country, is largely denuded of Jews, as many of them flee to the north, in particular, and to the coast. Jerusalem itself is renamed Abel Capitolina, and Jews will only later be allowed to visit their capital city on rare occasions, like the night above the date in which the temple was destroyed in the year 70. Very, very strong backlash against the Jews in the 2nd century. However, there's a lightening of the load in the 3rd century that's temporary. once again tensions between the Jewish population in the north this time and the Roman authorities. There is an uprising against them in the year 352, which the Romans crushed mercilessly. Ultimately, they would even destroy the last remnant of political authority of the Jews, the office of the Nasi or the Patriarch, that would end in the 420s. But during this period, amazingly, there is this foresight that is applied to the notion of creating something that would allow the Jews to exist in diaspora, and that major creation is what we call the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's what we're really going to focus on today, is try to understand what exactly is this Jerusalem Talmud. It's amazing to think about the circumstances in which it is written, but let's focus primarily on the document itself. What is this literal name, Jerusalem Talmud? If you were paying attention the last couple of minutes, you know that the Jews were actually barred from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to visit Jerusalem a little bit more. Why would we call this the Jerusalem Talmud? The reality is it was not written in Jerusalem. The text is almost completely composed in the city of Tiberias in the north. And a lot of scholars presume that sections of it were also composed on the coast in the city of Caesarea or Caesarea, and also in Sicily as a Sicily position. And so it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's kind of a misnomer, probably because it's a more familiar term than the term that was used for it in the Babylonian Talmud. Its younger sister. The Babylonian Talmud referred to the Jerusalem Talmud as the Talmud de Maharava, the Talmud of the West, of course, the west of the region of Babylonia, or Talmud de Eretz Israel, the Talmud of the land of Israel. For a long period of time in Western historiography, it's referred to as the Palestinian Talmud. Of course, right up until the really 1960s, this was very, very common, but once the nationality known as the Palestinians became much more defined and the consciousness of a people who call themselves Palestinians became much more known, then it became sort of awkward to refer to the Talmud as the Palestinian Talmud. But you will see in other scholarship refer to that as well. So at any rate, all of these names have some challenges to them, but it was not written in Jewish, even though it's found here. It's called the Jerusalem or the Jerusalem Talmud. What exactly is the Jerusalem Talmud? So, first of all, we should understand what is the Talmud. There are two of them, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmud. They are basically extended discussions by hundreds, even thousands of rabbis, and occasionally non-rabbis, non-Jews, women, but primarily rabbis, talking about what the Mishnah means. We've discussed the Mishnah in previous classes. I don't want to go into great detail here, but that's basically a massive 6-volume statement of Jewish law that expands upon and clarifies passages in the Bible that require additional elucidation in order to actualize them. For a quick example, for example, on the holiday of Sukkot, the Bible says that Jews are supposed to celebrate with a palm frond and a goodly feast, pre-Eitz Hadar. And so the first question is, what is a goodly fruit? What is a beautiful fruit? I personally like those really big navel oranges. But if I walk to school, there's one of those big navel oranges on Sukkot, people would look sideways at me. The real fruit is a hedgerow, kind of a lemon-like plant called a citron. And the Mishnah is where we get this oral Torah that explains a lot of these ambiguities. If you want more to say about the Mishnah, please go back and watch the video if you want. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advance in clarifying how Jews are actually supposed to live their lives in all aspects of their experience in the world, both in terms of their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, and all kinds of things like that. This is dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires much more discussion. It is an open-ended world document. And so the Talmud, also known as the Gemara, or the finish, is basically the transcript of these massive, long conversations about the Mishnah. And they can go on in many tangents, very far from the original text of the Mishnah as well. But that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it is a huge conversation about the human condition that begins with a discussion of the Mishnah. The principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud is without doubt the incredible Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very fascinating Hebrews or study partner, Reish Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in their opinions about what they mean. It was eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. The text also includes lots of documents called Maraitot, or Maraisos. These literally translate as outside texts. These are texts that are much older, the same age as the Mishnah, but they didn't make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands the clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant and so on. There are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered independent or not essentially an observation of the Mishnah. I remain unconvinced. It seems to me it's still very, very big in the Mishnah, but anyway, God willing, we can all explore the Jerusalem Talmud of their own and discover more things like that today. Anyway, that's basically what this text is. When was it written? So as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis are called Amoraim, which means the speakers or the sayers. And they are distinct from the generations associated with the Mishnah, who are called the Tanaim, which means the teachers. And it involves like 6 generations of them, including at least 3 generations of scholars from Babylonia, who also get involved in the conversation. And the conversations extend basically from the closing of the Mishnah, which was the early 3rd century, right up to about a year 400. That's when the text is more or less closed, and we have the Talmud Yerushalmi in this current form. So how does the Jerusalem Talmud compare with the Babylonian Talmud? How about this map here? You can see in the circle on the left, that's where the Jerusalem Talmud was largely composed, and the circle on the right is the region of Mesopotamia, where most of the Talmudic academies were originally Babylonia, and that's where that was composed. So there was a significant amount of communication between the land of Israel and the land of Babylonia. It's kind of like a long trek around the Euphrates River, but you would have people making that trek backwards and forwards, and they would be sharing ideas and discussions from their respective academies. Jerusalem Talmud, however, is the older system. It started probably a little bit earlier, but it certainly finished earlier than the Babylonian Talmud. Jerusalem Talmud is generally smaller. It tends to have much more material proportionally dealing with halakha or Jewish law than it does with the Gadata or philosophy, legends, things like that. The Babylonian Talmud tends to have a proportion that gives a little more weight to the Gadata. There are a few chapters in the Jerusalem Talmud which are completely lost. Part of the reason for this is because the Babylonian Talmud received a lot more attention from most of the Middle Ages, and unfortunately, some manuscripts seem to have just simply disappeared. There was a fascinating footnote in the early 20th century, and scholar King Foreman claimed to have discovered them. In reality, however, after generated terms on the site, we did discover that we actually wrote them forgeries. A lot of things about that, but not for a discussion today. But the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud have a tremendous amount of overlap. They're basically one shared tradition, one shared purpose of trying to understand the Mishnah, but they're expressed in 2 distinct literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's frequent references to, for example, the phrase Ki Asa Avdini, when Avdini came back from Israel and shared with us what you learned there. So Talmud Bavli is always interesting. They say this over there in Israel, and we discuss that for a while. And it happens as well to a lesser degree in the Jewish society. Ultimately, however, Talmud Bavli lasts about 100 years longer before it becomes codified, somewhere around the year 500. That's one of the main reasons why the Talmud Bavli is much more well studied than the Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represents almost a later update, more recent software, if you will, to the Bible. Both of them are written in Aramaic, although there is a significant dialectical difference between the Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and the Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylonia. They're largely understandable to each other, although the orthography, the spelling of some words looks really bizarre if you used to Babylonian Aramaic and you switch over to the Yerushalmi, but they're largely understandable to the speakers of Greek and Arabic. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of the Yerushalmi is what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, which means the reception history. How was this appreciated? How was it adopted? How was it sometimes ignored and so on? There's no question that the Babylonian Talmud, as I mentioned a moment ago, received precedence and much more pride of central place in the minds of most Jews through the Middle Ages, right up until the modern era. This was actually stated explicitly by the Gebunim, the great rabbis in Baghdad, for example, Rabbi, who died in 1038. He said we should pay much more attention to the Babylonian Talmud when it contradicts the Jerusalem Talmud, because the Babylonian Talmud, being a bit later, as it were, had more evidence at disposal, more time to think about things. And so the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one. Why would you study the text, which is not the authoritative one? That's one of the reasons why the Babylonian Talmud really took much more precedence in those areas where Jews lived, where they were heavily influenced by Baghdad in particular. That would include Spain, Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazi lands of France and Germany. So that really gave the Babylonian Talmud a huge edge. But there are some areas which tend to have a much closer attachment to the life of Israel, intellectually, in terms of its literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy and North Africa. And it was there that the study of the Jerusalem Talmud was largely pursued. By the time you get to the period of the Rishonim, around the turn of the millennium, you have great figures like Rabbi known as the Rif, who began to kind of resuscitate the study of the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand difficult passages in the Babylonian Talmud. And of course, this became much more prominent. Tosfot would also do the same kind of thing as well. So they say, you really want to understand the Bavli, and here's a difficult part. What is it? You shall look back there to see how that improves the Bavli. It is kind of like Jerusalem Talmud become a value add to the Babylonian, but it was not independently studied. So unfortunately, what this meant was that no manuscripts, except for one important one called the Leiden manuscript, actually survived the Middle. Almost everything else is fragmentary little pieces of the Jerusalem Talmud survived here and there, but only one full manuscript, which was probably in 1289, and the scribe actually said that this is filled with mistakes, but he's doing the best he can. This is the manuscript that forms the basis of the Jerusalem Talmud that was later reprinted in the early 16th century. The Editio Princeps, which was based primarily on the Leiden manuscript and a couple other versions as well. There is some significant promise that extensive study of the fragments in the Cairo and Giza may restore lost passages here and there, but it remains very challenging Talmud to study, primarily because the text is not nearly as well worked over and as reliable as cross-checked as the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is kind of like the forgotten sister for much of its history. Very, very few commentaries were written on it. Nothing like what was written on the Babylonian Talmud. However, in the post-war period, with the expansion of popular programs like Yogi that really elevated the study of the Babylonian Talmud, there's a lot more scholars are turning their attention to the Jerusalem useful time as well through the older system. And there is many more renewed students. They've recently completed a massive 51 volume English translation of the Jerusalem Talmud by the ROTHSCHILD Foundation. Absolutely remarkable work of scholarship. And so the Jerusalem Talmud may be getting much more attention now that we've entered into a new technological age. I hope you found this very useful. And those of you who follow the series know that the reason I call this the Jewish History Lab is because I'm preparing those videos alongside the writing of a three-volume book of Jewish history, a survey that goes from the earliest times right up to the modern period for foreign publishers in Jerusalem. And so if you are interested in following along, and I really appreciate your attention, please like and subscribe. And if you have something to offer in the comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I just want to say thank you very much for listening. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comes up in the comments on my videos has to do with the word Jew. A lot of people seem to be rather jealous of this word. They want to say it applies to us and not them. They want to say that you people who call yourselves Jews are not actually the real Jews. A lot of strange things like that. I'm not going to get into that kind of stuff today. But I would like to get into the etymology of the word Jew. Where does it come from? Especially because you should know it's not actually of Jewish origin, not actually of Hebrew origin, to be precise. The sound that the J makes in English does not even exist in the Hebrew language. In order to make that sound, modern Israelis use the letter G, and they add a kind of like little symbol, a little chip next to it to indicate to be pronounced as J instead of J. So if that's the case, where exactly does this word come from? So it's also really important to note that the word is not used precisely any time in Jewish history. It is used in a very, very kind of foggy way, and the question of who is a Jew is even more complicated than where does this word come from. Furthermore, depending on which language we're working with, the variations of the word Jew can sometimes be distinctly derogatory. For example, some languages, Slavic languages in particular, have like a polite term for the word Jew and a derogatory term for the word Jew. Usually, derivatives of the word Jew are derogatory when they have those kind of dual systems. And in fact, if we go to the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the go-to source for understanding how the English language works and has developed, you see there's over 60 different spellings and presumably slight differences in pronunciation of the word Jew just in the English language alone. Oh my gosh. So let's try and figure out what exactly does this term mean. You have to bear in mind that tone is always very important, but the word Jew can be, as it is in modern American English, a neutral term like, Spanish or Italian, but it can also be stated with a distinctly negative connotation depending on the context. And people generally speaking know what that's at. This distinction between the neutral use of the term Jew and the distinctly derogatory use of that term was actually challenged by a British man named Marcus Schweigerowitz in the late 1960s, and actually sued the publishers of the Oxford English Dictionary about their definition of the Jew, which included the derogatory connotation. So that's what this suit turned out to not work out at the three report. The case was ultimately decided in favor of the dictionary because, what is exactly a dictionary supposed to do? Is a dictionary supposed to measure how people actually use words, or is it supposed to suggest prospectively how people should use words? If we say the former, which obviously is what the judge decided, they're describing the reality of the English language. So what we have at the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, it's done something by labeling everything by the way this is intended as a name. What we have at the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, say, by the way, this is intended as a name. But here's the full definition. So it says here, 1a, a member of a people whose traditional religion is Judaism. Right? So we want to say Jew in some beliefs in Judaism. Okay? And who trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew people of Israel to Abraham. Note two other words there, the Hebrew people and Israel, a follower or adherent of Judaism. Now, let's look at the paragraph underneath, which reads, the term usually refers to Jewish people from the period of the Babylonian exile and diaspora of the 6th century. That's really interesting because the 6th century before the Common Era, that's already, over 1,000 years into what we would call Jewish history. So what do they call themselves before the Babylonian diaspora? We're going to unpack that video here. Although it may occasionally refer to those ancient Hebrew or Israelite peoples, those two words again, Hebrew and Israelite, whose scriptures and traditions form the basis of Jewish religion, culture, etc. Now, note below there is definition 1b, which is offensive. And here the Oxford English Dictionary is thinking about that lawsuit from the late 1960s and early 70s, suggesting that we better label this as a warning. It's a hostile or contemptuous term for a Jewish person. Okay. So let's break down a little bit about how we got to this word Jew. Let's start with the earliest text we have, which of course are the biblical texts. If you look at the book of Genesis, you see that there's a pretty long list of genealogies, right? That's really what most of the book of Genesis is about. And it starts out, of course, with Adam and Eve, and then a few generations from Adam and Eve, you have the figure Noah, famed, of course, for the ark that preserves him and his family, including his children, from destruction by the waters of the flood. He has 3 sons who survived the flood: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the latter two, Ham and Japheth, are considered the children of Noah in Hebrew sources. In the rabbinic tradition, Ham and Japheth go on to populate the rest of the world, and so their offspring are called the children of Noah, or Noahites in modern English. And this is basically a Hebrew term, the name Noah, for the name Noah, as the Jews pronounce it. That refers to all humanity. And there are Jews, and there are B'nai Noach, the children of Noah. Jews are, of course, a subset of B'nai Noach. The Jews trace their lineage through the brother named Shem. That's, by the way, the origin of the word Semite. That term Semite was coined really in the 19th century, in particular, when linguistics was being developed, and they wanted to find a word for the peoples of that region, and they named them after Shem. Now, Shem has a descendant whose name is Abraham. I'm going to put him here in a different color to indicate Abraham is when Jews start considering their lineage Jewish. Even though Abraham is hundreds of years before anyone could be called a Jew, nevertheless, Abraham is considered like the father of the Jewish people. His term, however, when he is described, is as the Ivri, as the Hebrew. And the word Ivri relates to crossing, transiting. Why? Because he came from the region of Samaria, the city of Ur, and he made his way along the traditional migrational path, following the Euphrates River, and then crossing it and coming down into the land of Canaan, which would later be called the land of Israel. So, because he came from crossing the Euphrates River, that's why he got the term Hebrew, which is rendered as Hebrew. Okay, so that means that all the descendants of Abraham can also be called Hebrews because of that first designation. Still doesn't bring us, however, to the term Jew. So Abraham has a son, Isaac. Isaac has another son, Abraham's grandson, Jacob, in Hebrew, Yaakov. And there's a fascinating discussion in the book of Genesis where Jacob has has this kind of supernatural struggle with some kind of angelic being. And as a result of that all-night struggle by the river Yabok, the angel gives him a new name, Israel, which in Hebrew is Yisrael, and it means one who struggles with God. Fascinating. Also, one of those major things that we're going to set aside because we're really focused on one thing here. We're being disciplined. We're going to focus on the word Jew. So that's where the Jewish people associate themselves either with the children of Jacob. You'll see, for example, a lot of synagogues and a big school system called Beit Yaakov, or Beth Jacob, the house of Jacob. But they're also known, especially in the Bible, as the Bnei Israel, children of Israel. Now, it's not to exclude being the children of Abraham or even the children of Noah, but the thing is, this is where the name Israel really comes from. Now, what about finally the word Jew? So Jacob has, of course, 12 sons who form the 12 tribes, and number 4 of those sons is named Yehuda, or in English is rendered as Yehuda, and that's where the word Jew comes from. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, why child number 4? I mean, why would Jews call themselves Reubenites, for example, after the first of these sons, Reuben? We're going to explain it. It has to do a little bit more with history that happens later. So what happens is, if you're familiar with the biblical account, the Jews are in Egypt, they're enslaved for a while, then they return, and they come to the land, which is later called Israel, and in their 12 tribal units, they occupy the land, as you can see here, in this rough rendition of where those individual tribes were settled. You'll note that Judah, the 4th son, or really descendants of the 4th son in particular, are primarily living in the region just south of Jerusalem. Jerusalem is kind of an interesting border territory, down into the upper Negev region. That would be the region of Judah. Shimon has kind of like a place to occupy in the middle of Yehuda. That's basically where the Judahites, or those who come from Judah, live. For a while, these 12 tribes are separated, but then they come together under a single monarchy, which is kind of like a golden age between Saul and David and Solomon. But then after Solomon, there is a civil war, and now we're talking about the 9th century before the Common Era, and the land is divided into 2 kingdoms. The kingdom which is still under Yehuda, or Judah. King David is from the tribe of Yehuda, and so his lineage is primarily active there. And in the north, you have the kingdom which takes the name Israel. Even though Israel is supposed to encompass all 12 tribes, and the kingdom of Yehuda, of course, is outside it, nevertheless, you have these dual monarchies, one in the north and one in the south. That lasts for about a century and a half. And then in the late 8th century, the Assyrians come down and they take over the northern half and famously exile a significant portion of the population, moving them off into the region of Mesopotamia. This is the period when we talk about the 10 lost tribes. It's not exactly a precise terminology, but nevertheless it refers to the end of the northern kingdom of Israel and the displacement of its population to Mesopotamia. So that's basically it for the political reality entity called the Kingdom of Israel in the north. Of course, that name would be resurrected in the 20th century for the modern state of Israel, but that's basically what happens is the northern Kingdom of Israel is gone. A lot of that population, however, moves, especially as refugees, to the south, and so you have a lot of the population of the northern region of Israel actually now living in the region of Judah, or in the Kingdom of Judah. The Kingdom of Judah, however, does not last that long itself. About a century and a half after that, they are invaded by the Babylonians under King Nebuchadnezzar, and there's another exile. Again, these are not necessarily total exiles. It's not like the region was rendered blind, to use modern terminology, but significant sections of the population are removed, especially the nobility and so on. And so you've got another major population moving to Babylonia, this remarkable piece of art by Edward Benjamin that I often think about, representing the Jews by the rivers of Babylon. Right? Remember when Abraham crossed the Euphrates, here they are back at the Euphrates, and in the distance there's the collapse of Babylon and so on. So you've got about a century where the Jews are now ensconced in Babylonia, where a large proportion of them are in Babylonia. I said the Jews, but I should say the Judahites, right? People from the kingdom of Judah. And then, amazingly, under Cyrus, they're released, allowed to return to the land of Judah, where they re-establish themselves as a political entity. The region is part of the Babylonian Empire, and it's called Yahud, which is obviously a Persian form of the word Yehuda, the word Judah. And one of the things that's especially fascinating about this period is that around this time, we have the phenomenon of many of the children of Jacob, even though they may come from other tribes, identifying themselves as Yehudi, as people from Judah. The best example is the book of Esther, which is set in Persia, in the city of Shushan, and Mordecai, who's shown here in this 17th century painting, Mordecai, who is identified clearly as a member of the tribe of Benjamin, nevertheless calls himself Ish Yehudi. He is referred to as a Jewish man. So it's around this time that we begin to see that the children of Jacob, the children of Israel, begin to refer to themselves as Jews, as Yehudim, even though they are not necessarily from that specific tribe. And in fact, almost all of the tribal designations were lost in the sands of time, and most Jews today have no idea what tribe they possibly could come from. The exception, of course, would be the priestly caste Levites, but most Jews simply don't know what tribe they come from. They're all sort of like a generic Jew. Now, where does the word Jew with the J in particular come from? It appears that while Jews are calling themselves Yehudim, this is a term that's picked up by other languages, most significantly by the Greeks. This is the earliest inscription we have that refers to Jews in Greek. This is called the ROTHSCHILD inscription, and it was found in Greece in the 3rd century before the Common Era. You can see what I highlighted in yellow. You have the word Judeos, which is clearly a Greek rendering of the word Judea. Right? The U sound in Greek becomes a J sound in a lot of other later languages. So it's especially fascinating inscription because it refers to someone who comes from the land of Judea, who it clearly has sort of a dedication to the pantheon of Greek gods. So, like, it doesn't appear like he's a particularly religious Jew by rabbinic standards, but nevertheless he's referred to as an inhabitant of Judea, of Yehuda. So that's where we have this first term, Judeos, and then it's especially repeated over and over again in Greek sources. In the Greek New Testament, of course, is an extremely important word because it is the group from which Jesus himself derives, and most of Jesus' interactions are with fellow Jews. But it's also worth noting that one particular Jew stands out in a very negative way that will have implications for the negative connotation of the word Jew. And that is, of course, one of his followers, Judas, one of the apostles, who betrays Jesus famously. You can see it in this 15th century representation. He betrays him by identifying him with a kiss to the Roman authorities. And you can see here that Judas, portrayed with stereotypical red hair, in medieval art, red hair is often used in a caricature manner and often associated with Jews. In fact, there is some interesting DNA evidence from bodies recovered in a well in Woolwich, England, that Jews often have red hair. They major feature and somewhat distinctive. But here you can see also with the distinctive, the ugly physiognomy and so on. Judas, which is, of course, the Latin way to pronounce the Hebrew word Yehuda or Judah, has an unfortunate connotation because it's often confused with the word Jew, but it has otherwise no special relationship. Yehuda was an extremely common name, and we have lots and lots of Yehudas in history. So the term Jew in particular is also used as kind of an outsider term for Jews, like what other people refer to those people which we would call Jews. But it's also important to note that internally, Jews often retained a lot of the earlier terms. For example, the term Israel was especially popular among Jews, especially when referring to land. This, for example, is a tetragrammaton from the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 of the Common Era, when the Jewish rebels, would seize the coinage of the Romans, heat them up, and then restamp them with Jewish language, Jewish symbols, and things like that. You see some trumpets from the temple and a lyre on the right here. And in Paleo Hebrew, it's written regarding the freedom of Israel, not the freedom of Judea, but the freedom of Israel. It's interesting that they harken back to that old that was destroyed by Herod in the 8th century, and that was, of course, repeated in the 20th century with the establishment of the state of Israel. But when all is said and done, the term Jew is used by contemporary Jews to refer to, as we saw in the Oxford English Dictionary, all descendants of Abraham, even though the term Jew had not been invented in this time. The Hebrews then, it's used to refer to the Jews in the time of, let's say, before the kingdom of Israel is formed, even referring to those people who lived in the north. The term Yehuda was not very prominent, but around the time of the Babylonian captivity, the term Jew circulates as a way to describe this unusual people very long history. Wow, that was really complicated, wasn't it? I hope you found it useful nevertheless. And if this is the first video you're watching, I'd love to come back to my channel. And I've got tons of videos, a lot of Jewish history related, and it's so completely fascinating to talk about. And I think there are a lot of people who enjoy listening and interacting in the comment section as well. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our Jewish history lab series by looking at the Babylonian Talmud. If you're curious, go back to the first season of these videos where I have a little bit more generic information and actually a little bit more of a direction and interpretation of the significance of the Talmud there. But today I'd like to take a little bit more of a geopolitical approach and then focusing a little bit on the basic information that's really the Babylonian Talmud is so crucial, so important to Jewish history that we should understand the foundations of it as well. So first of all, let's just place this within. Here's a map that gives us an overview of the entire Mediterranean basin in the first and third centuries. You can see it's got some really useful information on the expansion of Christianity in particular, which, as you can see from those kind of starbursts, where a lot of the influence was emanated to the region. Of course, this is a period of tremendous growth for the early Christian movement. They really achieved a huge milestone in the early 4th century when the Edict of Milan would be published, and this would essentially give the Christians pretty much equal status with Jews as a religious group. Until then, they were considered really a legitimate religious group, not a real recognized religion, and that exposed them to a lot of legal disabilities and sometimes outright persecution. But at the beginning of the 4th century, when Christianity was recognized, and then of course not long afterwards, become the official state religion of the empire, based in Byzantium, later Constantinople, named after the Emperor Constantine, around these events. That would have a distinct impact on the status of Judaism, primarily because as Christianity rose, the portions of Judaism largely declined. Something that will find us until the modern era in Europe in particular. But what I'm going to focus on in particular is what's happening just to the right of the map. You can see there that a purple jagged line represents the edge of the Roman Empire, completely split into its western and eastern sections. What's happening on the eastern side of that jagged line? And that's essentially the region of Mesopotamia or Babylonia, where there's a very significant Jewish population, and that's where the Babylonian Talmud would be written. Here's another map that shows the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire. which dominated Persia and the entire region at this time. It existed right up until the 3rd century, and Rome and the Parthian Empire are at loggerheads, and their successors, the Sassanids, would also follow in that conflict with Rome. The so-called Roman-Persian Wars involved both the wars between Rome and the Parthian Empire and its successor, the Sasanian Empire, which you can see here in this map. So what's going to be relevant for us today is that we're discussing the history of communities primarily in the Parthian and Sasanian Empire on the eastern edge of the Roman Empire. They developed very, very differently in many ways. Let's have a look at the academies as we understand. So we've already talked quite a bit about the academies in Western regions, but in fact the Talmud calls them the yeshivas of the West. This map here shows you the two major population centers of Jews in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Of course, obviously the land of Israel, which has a lot of Jews living there. Some of the highlight was in Tel Aviv, city back then, of course, but placed there for some sense of geography. And that's where most of the Jews, of course, were living in the 1st century. But there's a significant population way out to the right-hand side of the map, where the Euphrates and the Taik rivers come together. This is the locale of ancient Babylonia, where the Jews were first exiled to in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now, it's interesting because in many ways this was the original home of the Israelites, because Abraham actually comes from this region. He's called the Ivri, the one who crosses over because he crossed the Euphrates River on his way to the land of Israel, as described in the book of Genesis. But this becomes a major center of Jewish population, really only in the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar exiles a large population of the Jews from the southern region of Judah into Babylonia. And they establish quite a community there. There's some significant and really fascinating archaeological evidence that emerges from this period and shows the Jews thriving as a people in this region. They would eventually be allowed to return under Cyrus later in the 6th century, and they would reestablish their community in the land of Israel, as we discussed in the video. But they would remain as well in Babylonia and continue to flourish. One of the oldest Jewish communities in the world is located here because of that 6th century exile. And that's where the Talmud began. But before that, let's just quickly go back and remember the Jerusalem Talmud, which preceded the Babylonian Talmud. As we discussed in a couple of videos ago, it's primarily the work of Yochanan and Shalakish, the most prominent rabbis in this massive discussion of things biblical and things Mishnaic. While, but there's a lot of political difficulty in the 4th century in particular. Although there was a period when the Roman Empire was run by the Antonine and the Severan dynasties, where Jews had a little bit of a relaxation of the persecution that followed the two disastrous Roman-Jewish wars, that begins to turn in the 4th century, in large part because of the Edict of Milan and all of that signifies there would be a revolt in the middle of the 4th century against Roman government in Gallus, and that was being put down quite harshly by the Romans. But it is at this time, immediately after the revolt against Gallus, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that went together to make up the body of learning that would ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's all happening in the 4th century. There are some scholars who suspect that the Jerusalem Talmud has a different character because the editing process was rather rushed in comparison to Babylonia, where the Jews had actually quite a bit more, a longer duration of peace that allowed them to refine the text. But at any rate, that's when the Jerusalem Talmud emerges. We move over to the Mesopotamian region. We see that there are a few key events. One of them that's really crucial is the arrival in the region of an individual who is known by the name, it's actually the title, a teacher. He came from Israel in the year 219 at the Common Era. He was actually a native of Macedonia who had studied in Israel and brought back some of the teachings that was quickly going on in the land of Israel. And he was perhaps the first of a whole class of charismatic rabbis who moved between Babylonia and Israel, sharing the results of the deliberations in their account. These were the so-called Nechutei, which means those who go down. They refer specifically to those who leave from the land of Israel, which is metaphorically considered higher in elevation. So they went down to the land of Babylonia and shared what they learned there. But there was also proselytization going back to Jerusalem for basically 200 years. There is much more of a relaxed environment for the Jews living in Babylonia. There were a few moments of persecution, sometimes associated with the rise of the Zoroastrians, as sometimes reflected in the texts of the Talmud. And there is, every now and then it's punctuated by violent conflict as a result of that Roman-Persian war that's going on for centuries. One of the most important moments of disruption that specifically targets the city of Ardal, one of the great centers of the researcher, was when a figure of Illuminati septimists who came from the region of Palmyra up to the northwest, and he came down into this region and he destroyed Ardal in 259 and caused a lot of the scholars there to be displaced to some of the other great yeshivas. Perhaps the two most significant that are shown here on this map, Tokmadita and Sura. They had a rivalry that went on for literally centuries for which yeshiva, which center of art would be the most significant. All of this is really describing sort of the centrality of the Talmud and it's the discussions of the Talmud to the Jews living in this region. But you can't forget there's a tremendous amount of popular history that is not only embedded in the Talmud as a source itself, but also in the archaeological record that these fascinating Aramaic curse words, some 1,500 of which have been discovered in the region. They're written in Aramaic, which is the language used by all people in the region, not just Jews. It's not exclusively a Jewish language, although these curse bowls seem to have been written by Jews, perhaps for non-Jewish customers. It's really not clear how they were employed, other than basically these would be like spells that would be written. There's some distinctly Jewish themes in the spells. Sometimes they would have a system of spells that might be a depiction of a demon at the base of the wall. This would have to look like a rather friendly demon, so not so friendly. And then the walls would be, ritually broken up and damaged and degraded one way or another, kind of like we saw in the execration figurines from Egypt that go back almost 2,000 years earlier than this. And so there's this theory of how do Jews actually live here outside of Talmudic culture, but not for our discussion today, because we don't know a lot about it, but fascinating sources. So I'll give you a little bit about the origins of Babylonian Jews, then we have to do a little bit of the relationship of the thinkers, the rabbis who created the Talmud to their predecessors in Israel. And we talked, of course, about the Jerusalem Talmud. So let us now turn to the Babylonian Talmud itself. What exactly is it? It's a massive document. In the current standard printed edition, it takes up 2,711 folios, and there's two sides of that page, so about 5,500 pages. The reason why I happen to know that number offhand, 2,711, is because, of course, there is this really popular study group, sometimes called the world's largest book club, called Daf, which is usually a folio way. It started in the 1920s, and basically all around the world, Jews who are interested in the Talmud, and students who are Jews as well, study one page a day of this massive literature, and they conclude it every 7.5 years. It's a rather amazing event, and you can travel all around the world and pick up the page that you were missing from the day prior. It's fascinating. So it's this huge document. It's written, as I mentioned, largely in Aramaic, although it quotes heavily from Hebrew sources, mostly second. And it also has influence of, you'll see Greek words in there, Latin words in there, Persian words in there, all showing how this is a multi-generational doctrine that was literally composed by about 2,000 different authors. These are primarily rabbis, religious experts, who are debating this core text called the Mishnah, which we have discussed in a previous video. I encourage you to go back there and have a look if you're curious. But basically, the Mishnah is sort of a companion to the Torah, the first five Mishnahs. In traditional Jewish thought, both the written Torah that exists in the biblical format that we revere today was given alongside oral body teachings. This is the written Torah and the oral Torah. And those oral teachings were eventually codified into text. And one of those major texts is the Mishnah, which was codified around the year 200 and basically deals with aspects of Jewish law and Judaism. It's a kind of a bizarre text by modern standards. It's not a law code. It's not a list of rules. It's sort of like icebreaker conversations to talk about, how does one actually live according to the Torah. And the discussions often do not come to a clear conclusion. And so it sort of requires further involvement in text. This further involvement of living students literally talking and speaking about what this means, debating with each other, was eventually codified into a series of conversations which we call the Talmud. That's basically this. There's also, by the way, the Talmud, which means the learning, is identical with something called the Gemara, which means the fiction. But it's basically a super discussion of the discussion of the Mishnah, which is itself connected to the Torah. Not a precise analogy, but if the Mishnah is sort of like a commentary, it's not exactly a commentary because a lot of things discuss the Mishnah which are not very explicitly but there's kind of like parallel texts. So if the Mishnah is sort of a commentary on the Torah, the Talmud can be understood as sort of a commentary on the Mishnah. That's basically what it does. That's its function. The bottom line of the Talmud is it gives an opportunity for students of the Torah to engage in a wide-ranging discussion of what it means to follow a particular commandment. What are the parameters of it? Who is obligated to follow it? Are there exceptions? All kinds of things are discussed in the Talmud. Now, you might wonder, if it's an open-ended discussion, why is it codified in the first place? Why not just keep going on and on? Well, on one level, it does go on, because the commentaries like Rashi and Tosfot and others continue the discussion much further, right up until the 21st century. But at another level, it's kind of like these are the guardrails for a productive discussion of the Torah. Kind of like, this is maybe not the right analogy, but sometimes I wonder, I see kids, they like to sometimes watch recordings of other people playing video games. And they say, like, why do you do that? Why would you want to play a video game on your own? But apparently, it's deeply satisfying to see how someone else succeeds or fails in these video games. So, not the greatest analogies, but I think the idea is that Talmud allows you to follow the discussion of a group of really incredible minds, refined over time by later minds who codify their language into a very compact form. But it's all about, how do we observe these things. So, one example, the Torah says several times that we're supposed to observe the Sabbath and keep it holy. How exactly do you do that? So there's a juxtaposition in the Torah of the construction of the tabernacle, the desert mission, with the observance of the Sabbath. And the rabbis understand that juxtaposition means that the kinds of activities that were going on in the construction of the tabernacle are the things that you should avoid the Sabbath. In other words, if I say to an employee, okay, make sure all the filing is done, send out all the emails, answer all the messages, and then Friday is your day off. You assume that Friday means, oh, no more filing, no more emails, no more phone. And that's the way that the logic works. But then, now we got to go back and say, okay, construct the tabernacle. What's involved in constructing the tabernacle? So that goes into a massive discussion of all the activities involved, including the walls and dyeing the fabrics, slaughtering the animals for the sacrifice, and all those things. And then eventually, all boils down through the Mishnah into this massive tractate, Shabbat, which deals with those laws, which is one section of this massive 2,711 folio document. What is its significance? It's massive. It becomes, after it is codified around the year 500, it becomes the central go-to text for Jews who really want to understand why do we do the things we do? Should we be doing them exactly the way we're doing them? And any authoritative thinker in Judaism must go through the arguments of the Talmud in order to understand why these particular practices are adopted and why others are not adopted and so on. And since the Talmud is such a crucial document, primarily with Jewish laws, lots of other really useful information, which appears only lightly connected to the material sometimes, so tangential to the material, is included in it. So, for example, the whole philosophy of the afterlife, and good and evil, and reward and punishment, those other things are piled into the Talmud as well. It is, by a Western sensibility, reading Greek texts and Western canon, it seems like a chaotic kind of document. It's really not, but it's definitely not the way Western documents. Follow these discussions with many different areas of thought. It's every page is like completely refreshed, completely new. I'm really quite a fascinating document. You understand why it doesn't know such a popular book. Now, let me mention in closing that there are many misconceptions about the Talmud. In the Talmud, they began to think of it as a document, which is basically what is keeping Jews from converting to Christianity. If it's keeping Jews from converting to Christianity, it must have all kinds of negative information in there, and it has to be banned or restricted and so on. And this is kind of a trope of anti-Talmudism that extends from the 13th century, really in some places up to the current day, especially after a very nasty work was published in the year 1700 called Judaism Revealed, which was basically every single nasty possible statement you could pull out of this massive document, authored by 2,000 different rabbis and several other people who are not rabbis, over a course of several hundred years of discussion. Now, it's true that there are some passages in there which are not complementary to pretty much everybody. Think of, I think, Christians, women, slaves, non-Jews. You will find the occasional nasty passage in there which does not feel comfortable for modern readers. But I would challenge any serious student of history to find me any text, particularly of this size, from the 3rd, 4th, 5th century, that doesn't have far more egregious language than it is a tiny little minority of the number of words that are used in the Talmud. They are almost always taken way out of context and used to portray the most heinous, false lies against contemporary Jews. And it's really an unfair way to try and look at this text from a scholarly perspective, let alone a religious perspective. And if you want, if you're skeptical about this, please go have a look at one of the men just put. Well, actually, I'd be nervous to just put Talmud in search engine because there are lots of crazy people out there. Just go to an authoritative website, like, for example, Sepharia.org, which has massive amounts of rabbinic literature, including the Talmud in translation. And you can go through it yourself. If you want, you can cherry pick and go zero in on some of the nasty passages and present some of the points of that. But, the document is so overwhelmingly complicated, useful, it's hard not to see those type of messages within the scope of the life document, and especially when you consider within the context of which they're written, as really, besides the fact of how valuable the time is as a guide for Jewish life as a whole. It's really a wonderful inspirational document. I've spent many, many years myself studying it, writing about it, and speaking about it on other podcasts. So I can go on and on, but I think what I need to do for now is stop, because I think it's sort of like a sense of where the Babylonian Talmud was written, when it was written, why it was written, what it does, and then we're going to move on to the series. As those of you who are regulars know, this series is written in conjunction with a forthcoming book from Corner Press from Jerusalem, and that's why I call it Jewish History Lab, because I'm sort of like writing the chapters as I'm writing these videos, and I'm looking forward to your commentary and your feedback so that we can make the book as excellent as possible. Meanwhile, thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you are binge watching the Jewish History Lab, I'm amazed that so many of you have gotten this far in the series. I have to apologize. It's been a whole year gap since the last time we recorded one of these. That's for a variety of reasons, and I'll take a minute to explain right now. I came up with this Jewish History Lab idea essentially because I was working on a book for Koren publishers in Jerusalem, and that book project is going on very well. The first of 3 projected volumes. This is the history of the Jewish people from the earliest times to the present day. First volume is with the editors in Jerusalem, so it's peer review and working out primarily on the maps and things like that. So it is making its way through the publication process, and I am heavily involved on volume 2. So that's going okay, but the last year has been a huge hiatus. There's a lot of changes in my personal life, events, thank God. And of course, the amazing and awful distraction that October 7th is inclusion of the headline was its next institution. And that's really requires me to spend a lot more of my energy looking to do on videos of different topics. But let's hope that the situation in Israel is resolved as possible in an acceptable way for all parties, such that we will return to peace and prosperity in the region for every population there, especially a return of the hostages. But let us go back at this point to the Jewish History Lab, and I'd like to pick up, it's not in sequence, but I'm going to pick up from the 2nd and 3rd century, and especially I want to look at the 4th century because it represents a period of tremendous resurgence during the era of the Byzantine domination of the land of Israel. That's what I'd like to spend some time talking to you about right now. So let's go to that period here. Have a look at this map here. You can see the nature of the Jewish dispersion as we approach the 4th century. The sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of the Roman Empire. It's massive and encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin. And then there are scattered pockets of Jewish population throughout the empire. There is, of course, a very strong population still in the land of Israel. There were massive deportations after the Great Revolt ended in the year 70. Masada and the conquest a couple years later, but was really, by the time the temple burned in the year 70, there was definitely a huge change in the land of Israel. So you have the dispersion of the Jews spreading throughout the entire region, that's in addition to the large pockets of Jews that lived in Babylonia, in Alexandria, Egypt, and in growing populations in Rome itself. The starbursts in this map are especially important because they show very important centers of Christian activity, because of course Christianity was growing during the first few centuries after the Great Revolt, and Christian communities tend to expand around Jewish communities. St. Paul, when he traveled throughout the region, proselytizing before the new faith, you would typically go quite frequently to Jewish communities where there would be perhaps an audience of Jews open to the message of Christianity, but as well many sort of fellow travelers who were drawn perhaps originally to the Jews and their very different and very competitive ideology for the era, but the sort of the high bar of entry into Judaism, which included, for example, circumcision and dietary regulations, Sabbath observance, and that was too much for many of these fellow travelers. But the message that St. Paul brought was quite a bit more palatable because it did not have those demands, but it did have the great benefits of life after death, personal God, things like that. So you tend to see a lot of strong Christian communities developing around the nucleus of Jewish communities for that reason. Looking more closely at the one in this room, you can see that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion failed in the fourth decade of the second century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Judea as Syria Palestina. That's the entire region from what we can call today Israel into the region of Lebanon and Syria and Jordan. The region associated specifically with the land of Israel is divided into three parts: Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, Palestina Tertia, the first, the second, the third Palestine. This is when the term Palestine really comes into widespread usage. Hadrian, after he put down the revolt in probably year 136, possibly 137, he insisted on renaming Judea to try and wipe out and bring out Jews living there and reach back to the population that we call the Philistines in the Bible. They're referred to in the Greek text as Palestinae. So we took that name and applied it to this Roman territory. And there were still Jews living throughout the region, especially in the northern section, Palestina Secunda, where a lot of Jews had fled in the context of the. So that's basically the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times against Roman rule. We have the Great Rebellion 66 to 70, and then a couple of battles that lasted up to 74. You have the Kitos Rebellion in 117. The Bar Kokhba Rebellion, just mentioned. And then in 351, you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallus Revolt, which is not as well known, but each one of those was a disaster for the Jewish rebels, and Rome consistently reasserted its authority over the region and often followed up with some significant persecution as well. There was a brief respite for Jews, actually a couple of respites for different reasons. The most significant political respite was a result of the rise of the Emperor Julian, who is known in much of the historiography as Julian the Apostate, as he tried to turn the clock back from Christianity and revive paganism. And as part of his overall plan, he wanted to actually rebuild the temple. He wanted to give the Jews back their temple, not so much because he was such a friend of the Jews or a friend of Judaism or a friend of monotheism, but he felt that with the rise of Christianity, that all faiths were put down, and this was certainly true for the Jewish experience. But by rising all faiths, that was a way of kind of diminishing Christianity. His rule ended very abruptly in the year 263, just 2 years in power, so it really didn't come to anything. Because the temple basically lived the overall pattern of an ascendant church, and the synagogue or Judaism declined in political and social and economic values. Perhaps the most significant element of that decline is in the erosion of Jewish self-government at this time. There was the institution of the patriarchate, in Hebrew the Nesi'ut, where you had some figures who were the chief religious and political authorities of the Jewish community after the destruction of the temple. There is significant debate among scholars as to what was the actual extent of their power, but we know they existed right up to the early 5th century. However, the emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, which is called by the way the Byzantine Empire, Rome in the West, the empire is going into decline. Rome, the city itself, will be sacked several times in the the 5th century, and the city of Byzantium, at this time known as Constantinople, would be the main center of the Roman Empire. But it was during the period of distant empires where you have more and more closeness to Christianity, which caused itself, and at the same time, a suppression of the rights, politically, socially, and otherwise, of the Jewish population. Perhaps the most significant example of this is Justinian I, who reigned from 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The banning of construction of new synagogues, sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, perhaps more often ignored than actually observed, but nevertheless, moments of punctuated persecution, and a really invasive approach to what happens inside the synagogue. Justinian I, for example, banned the reading of the Torah in Hebrew. It could be read, but only in particular authorized translations into other languages. As it were, I don't know, maybe he wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews by forcing them to engage with the Greek language, and who knows, but it definitely was not well received by the Jews. Also, a ban on Mishnah, the study of the oral Torah, which was, for Jews incredibly onerous because the Jews always understand the Torah historically as being part of two doctrines. The Torah itself, the written Torah, which we call the five books of Moses, and at the same time, the oral Torah, which includes, among other books, the most significant is, in terms of law, the Mishnah. The Mishnah is essentially what explains how to apply the Torah in actual practice. And if you ban the Mishnah, that's essentially like banning Christian Judaism. So how did the Jews deal with that? These were challenges that really began to be gathering steam in the 4th century. I'm going to outline 4 basic responses that really illustrate the incredible resilience of the Jewish people in the 4th century and the ways in which they adapted strategies to affect their survival in this extremely hostile environment. The same kind of pattern of history that has been evidenced time and time again over the millennium of history of the Jewish people. The first is the institution of a fixed calendar of years, the 59. The calendar is incredibly important, especially if you have a diaspora population. You're spread out, far apart, slow, poor communications, and how do you know what day the holidays fall on? Traditionally, the Jewish calendar was based on the physical sighting of the moon and then the testimony of those witnesses in Jerusalem that they in fact saw the new moon appear, and therefore the calendar could be calculated. Recall, of course, that if you work on a lunar calendar, it doesn't divide itself into like the exact same number of days every month. Here in the West, because we use the Gregorian calendar, we tend to not even have any sense of when the days of the moon are, but the Jewish calendar has a strong lunar element to it, such that the first of the month is always when you have full moon, and the 15th is when you have a full moon, and so on. And since the days are not exactly 30 or 31, it has to be recalculated every month. Moreover, if you count the number of lunar days in 4 seasons, it comes up short. We only have 354, if I remember. It's around 350 something days. I should really look it up. It's about 350 odd days in a lunar calendar, which means that every year of a solar calendar, which is roughly 365 days, you are losing some days. Now, the Muslims, by the way, observe a strictly lunar calendar, and that's why their holidays keep moving. In a few years, they're shortened by a few days. They come earlier. You have Ramadan in October, you have Ramadan in April. That's just the way the lunar calendar works. The Jewish calendar is actually both lunar and solar because the Bible requires the observance of the holiday of Passover in the springtime. So therefore, the calendar has to be adjusted every so often to make sure that Passover will fall in the springtime. That's why in the Jewish calendar, the month of Adar is doubled several times over a 19-year cycle, so that even though the lunar calendar is always losing that extra month, that leap month, actually places Passover back into its proper time. That's why, if you here we are speaking in English, so in Anglo cultures, people will say something like, oh, Rosh Hashanah is very late this year because it occurs in late September or early October as opposed to late August or September. And the truth is, Rosh Hashanah is always on time. It's September that's out of joint. But at any rate, with the situation in the 4th century, with Jews scattered all over and with an inability to rely on reliable communications from Jerusalem, that in fact the new month had been declared. Don't forget that Jews were actually banned from entering Jerusalem after the Bar Kokhba revolt for quite some time. So a lot of these things were impossible anymore. So therefore, in the year 359, the Jews responded to this uncertainty by creating a fixed calendar that is still in use today, a remarkably important survival strategy that helped them weather the challenges of the end. The second major innovation was the codification of the Talmud. Now, I'd like to get back to the Talmud in a larger discussion later. It's too big a topic to squeeze in here. But for our purposes, let us just recall that after the writing of the Mishnah, which was brought together around the year 220, there's a tremendous amount of discussion that surrounds it by scholars after that time that really sheds light on what's quite cryptic in the Mishnah itself. What's hidden in the text of the Mishnah, and how to interpret the Mishnah. Just as the Mishnah interprets the Torah, it's not a precise definition, but fairly close. The Jerusalem Talmud will also interpret the Mishnah. And this was a remarkable achievement because by putting it into text and actually writing it down as a manuscript as opposed to a body of oral teachings, it suddenly made this massive amount of wisdom many times larger than the size of the Mishnah itself, and many, many times larger than the size of the Torah, made it accessible to Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin, far out into Babylonia, where ultimately it would play a role in the creation of the much larger and more influential Babylonian version of the Talmud. We should clarify, by the way, that we call it the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's a bit of a misnomer. Most of the writing of the Talmud happened in the north, around the city of Tiberias. You also have a significant amount of activity happening on the coast, in Zari, but it wasn't written in Jerusalem. Another term that's frequently used in the scholarly literature is the Palestinian Talmud, which up until recently was a perfectly neutral term. Palestinian meant a region of geography sowed later by the Romans, and everybody understood what they were talking about. But now it just sounds so jarring because a group of people have used that to describe their nationality, and they certainly don't have a Talmud. So the term Jerusalem Talmud is used because the Palestinian Talmud is perhaps even more misleading. So the codification of an intellectual text that is at the core of Jewish learning, making it portable, making it accessible to Jews all over the world, phenomenal strategy that was developed to survive the vicissitudes of the era. Third or fourth, development of peace. I've never really thought about this so much before, but I'm reading some things which are just quite fascinating. Peace is related to the English word poetry through Greek origins. It's basically a kind of liturgical poetry that has its origins in the Byzantine period, and they have a lot to do with what I mentioned earlier about Justinian I and his ban on the study of the Mishnah. Some of the great Titanian or authors of Yosef, including Yossi Benossi, Yanai, and the great Kalir, they write these ornate, complex, flowery liturgical compositions that are meant to be inserted into the prayer book, and in fact, they were enthusiastically adopted by congregations all over the region. They are published in prayer books to this very day. And we should understand the function that they play. If Jews were prohibited from public discussion, public teaching of their texts, that the Mishnah was banned, and that the original Hebrew text of the Torah was also banned, then the authorship of these new poems with their arcane embedded references, which would be missed by the authorities but would be readily available to the educated, would be another opportunity to gain access to the institutions of Judaism. Really fascinating, again, literary response to the persecution, which actually was very, very useful survival strategy. And then finally, this is the fourth of four strategies, the development of synagogues. The institution of the synagogue and its later representation in other faiths, with churches and with mosques, for example, is one of the great contributions of the Jewish people to world civilization. In the ancient world, religion tends to be very cultic and based on a specific location. That goes for Judaism as well, with the establishment of the central temple in Jerusalem. And all religious activity was, not all, but the vast majority of religious activity was focused on those structures and the professional staff that managed them. And that's what religion was. However, even before the temple was destroyed, we have an example of Jews creating these smaller houses of worship to not take the term temple for themselves. That would happen, by the way, in the 19th century when there was the Reform movement in particular wanted to try and make a distinction between synagogues, which are like temporary prayer houses that are like secondary to the great temple in Jerusalem. So by renaming the local house of worship a temple, it's a way of saying, no, this is it. We are here. You don't necessarily have to be looking back to the temple of Jerusalem. Orthodox synagogues generally do not call their houses of worship temples. They call them much more humble name. The word synagogue just means place of gathering. The Hebrew term Beit Knesset means the same, as so does Eglis and many other words like this. Ecclesiasta, church, they all come from the word gathering place, much more simple than temple, which is much grander. Jews began to create these even while the temple was still standing, perhaps out of like a spontaneous desire to have a place to gather and discuss and to communally praise God. That's something that seems to have been very much embedded deeply in the Jewish tradition and begins to show itself in the first century Common Era, perhaps the first century before the Common Era. Here's one of the earliest pieces of archaeological evidence we have for synagogues. This is the so-called Theodotus inscription, which comes from Jerusalem, a large ashlar block which has this Greek text, which, if you have been in synagogues, you will recognize it. It is Hebrew, right? This is something which is like, it is kind of ironic. It's the very first, earliest example we have of a synagogue has a plaque thanking a donor for making a Greek contribution to the synagogue. Theodotus is this man, a Jewish man, writing in Greek, which was like the high literary language for the educated classes, of how he paid for the building, paid for the plumbing system, and all kinds of things like that. Just fascinating. We're not exactly sure how they dated, but roughly dated to the first century before the Common Era to the first century of the Common Era. It was found at the bottom of the well, so it's really not at the place where it was originally built. Possibly the synagogue was destroyed in the context of the Roman-Jewish War, and then this was thrown into a well like that. But at any rate, we have these plaques. And we have some evidence of synagogues in this early period, but we have a massive portion of synagogues on the Byzantine period. Just to look at a few of them here. Here's some gorgeous artwork from the Hamat Tiberia synagogue that portrays the zodiac. There's often a lot of contemporary artwork that is incorporated into the synagogue, even when it's sometimes challenging to religious sensibilities of time. There's frequently dedications in Greek because, as I mentioned, that's one of the dominant languages of the educated classes. Sometimes the artwork, which you see in this remarkable mosaic at page Alpha, it portrays the sacrifice of Isaac. You can see on the sacrificial altar, and Abraham is the large figure on the right, holding a knife in the right hand, and Isaac in his left hand. And you see just to the left of Abraham, rather unusual symbol of a hand as he was the angel, reaching out to stay Abraham's slaughtering of his son in Genesis 22. The ram is there, and the other two figures, I believe, are Eliezer and Ishmael, but I'm not positive. But still, beautiful, illustrative art of the period. And we also see in Great Alpha, once again, a zodiac, which is very, very common in Jewish artwork from the Byzantine period to the present day. So to recap, four really big survival strategies that demonstrated Jewish resilience and creativity in the face of the persecution of the era that not only gave the Jewish population the ability to survive the vicissitudes of the Byzantine era, but also carried forward as creative demonstrations of Jewish spirituality that was appreciated to the present day. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video, and thanks for coming back to the Jewish History Lab, and I'm looking forward to making lots of videos. Thank you.
Someone told me that there are 50 foreign Jews that live in this neighborhood. And although it's not my area of specialization, I thought I might have gone for the piece of broad survey of the history of the Jews of the Torah. This is not intended to be anything in depth. This is primarily a quick overview of the broad sweep of the Torah Jewish history. If you have any hard questions, please save them for after the lecture. I'm going to take a quick break and let my car and go home and ask the hard questions about. Okay, so let's speak for about 60 minutes. So just on everything I know about the Torah is not. So first of all, I think a very important question: where exactly is the Torah? Well, in many ways, the Torah in the Jewish mind is more of a cultural concept than specific location. There is, in fact, a city called Bukhara in Central Asia, but it's a little bit like the idea of living in India, where it's much more than what we do in the country today. The geographic and political boundaries that we recognize today do not correspond precisely on a one-to-one basis with what Bukhara is considered or that Ukrainian Jews consider India as we shall see. Here is in Uzbekistan today. If you think about the region of Bukhara, it really refers specifically to an Emirates that I showed you about Europe. There are about 5 distinct cities in the region of the city of Bukhara. Bukhara Jews do not have to come from specifically the city of Bukhara to qualify for that market. How many are there? So we have a relatively good census coming from 1959 that lists about 26,000 Jews who are native speakers of Taik. That's most likely one corresponding to foreign Jews in the region itself. We were estimating another 3,000 foreign Jews who listed in the Soviet census Russian as their first language because they are hopelessly assimilated to Russian language. Russian speakers. You add another 3,000 out of those. There are also many Jews of Bukhara who are not Bukhara Jews, specifically in interloper Ashkenazi Jews. Many of them came at the beginning of the 20th century, as we should discuss shortly. So I will discuss the Ashkenazi refugees in Bukhara, but only briefly and focus primarily on the indigenous. We take it to the late 20th century, Michael Zahn, his demographic studies, he estimates about 80,000 Jews around the world. That includes 45,000 still in the USSR, this is before Operation Exodus, and soon maybe 2,000 left. And then the 32,000 in Israel, which had a very old community that expanded significantly in the studies, and about 3,000 elsewhere. And it's know that Uzbekistan today is almost there are about 1,000 Jews in Taik, almost all of them members of the Ashkenazi migrants and their connection. So Bukhara Jews in Bukhara are basically non-extant right now, but there are, of course, many Jews around the world, particularly in Israel, and in certain worlds of Israel as well. Usually you can find these on the streets and look for Roman railings in the front, and you'll probably find your local Bukhara community. Also, there has to be a preponderance of barber shops, lots and lots of barber shops. Okay. So this is actually, so we attribute the growth of the Bukhara community to very, very ancient origins associated really with the first Roman Jewish war. The coin that I'm showing you behind me is one of about 2 dozen coins that were minted by the Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus to try to mark the destruction of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. They're almost the same on the left. They have either Vespasian, the Roman Emperor, who destroyed Jewish sovereignty, his son in the Forum Square Temple. And on the right, you have this phrase, Judea Capta, and it always portrays like this Roman soldier, frequently disproportionate size. And on the right is a despondent woman, typically with her head in her hands and had a tapenrum, declined posture. Sometimes she's portrayed terrifying with her hands behind her back, indicating just how far Judea, the Jewish province of the Roman Empire in the land of Israel, has been subjugated to Rome. There's a balsam palm in the middle, which is one of Israel's most important exports. So this is a coin that commemorates what the Romans meant to say as the complete and utter and complete disappearance of the Jews of Judea. That there would be no more Jewish presence in Israel or, in fact, in the rest of the world, because the Romans had effectively eliminated their state. Now, there were 3 major revolts. The first one, of course, was the destruction of the temple. Another was in the year 150. And we got Copto in the year 135. That this is the last major revolt. It was smaller revolt in the 4th century, but this was basically the end of Jewish sovereignty until the 20th century. That was, of course, not the first exile of the Jews. The first exile goes back all the way to the 8th century before the Common Era, when King Sanherib and several other Assyrian kings evacuated forcibly much of the northern section of Israel and executed a population transfer to regions in contemporary Iran and Iraq. We also have another major exile under the Babylonians in the 6th century. This is the destruction of the first temple that also took Jews to this region, also to the region where the trade with the Tigris and Euphrates come together just before you go. That would end up being a lasting community, lasting until the 20th century, really, of Babylonian Jews and then the Talmudic Jews and so on. But how did Jews get all the way up to Bukhara in Central Asia? We definitely have some movement of Jewish distribution. The earliest known reference to Jews there is in the 4th century, when Rabbi Shmuel Bar Bizna visited a place called Mur, which discussed in the Gemara. Apparently, he commented on the quality of the beer in Mur, and he had very low opinion of that particular beer, but nevertheless, that's our first connection of any kind of Jewish community, obviously not a beer drinking community in Bukhara. There is also some interesting archaeological evidence showing the use of Hebrew characters in a proto-Taik language, so Jews were definitely there from the 4th century. And although we haven't found much more concrete evidence of Jewish nation, there has been some sending and puzzling finds that suggest that maybe there was in fact a larger Jewish community there than we have calculated. But this is a visual joke. Who's always laughing at this point? I see something you Dr. Singer is appreciating. Okay, thank you. This won't go very well, by the way, with Ashkenaz. They see this joke and they just laugh. Okay, so anyways, let's go to where we have limited evidence of Jews in the region from 4th century. We definitely have much stronger evidence of Jews from the 8th century and onward, primarily because Bukhara is located on the Silk Road. This yellow line here, which traverses all of Central Asia, is the major route for goods traveling from the eastern Mediterranean and of course all points of Europe and North Africa to the Far East, to China, to India as well, carrying spices, silks, and all kinds of luxury goods backwards and forth. Bukhara, as you can see with the red arrow, is an extremely important site there, and Jews were most likely located in Bukhara along with the mysterious Aragonite traders who came from probably southern France in the 8th century. There's some really interesting evidence. For example, this 8th century business letter, which is written in Judeo-Persian, meaning written in Persian by using Hebrew letters, just like Yiddish is basically German, medieval German, written in Hebrew letters, or Judeo-Arabic, Arabic or Hebrew letters. Some people say that Yiddish is actually German with phlegm, but that's an audio version. This is an 8th century Judeo-Persian business letter found on the Silk Road, clearly indicating that Jews were traded in the region. The reason, by the way, all of these Judeo languages developed is primarily because these were primarily Canadian illiterate populations in the medieval world. And even the people among whom they lived, even though they adopted their vernaculars, the people who they lived typically did not need to write their own language. That's why, for example, Rashi has a tremendous vocabulary of Old French, which is used by contemporary French scholars to try to understand how medieval French people spoke to each other. They actually have to learn Hebrew in order to learn Rashi, in order to learn French, because of the disparate nature of literacy rates among Jews and non-Jews. So that's why the Jews would be trained in the language that they're most familiar with in terms of speech, but they were recorded in Hebrew letters. We also have a little further along the Silk Road in this remarkable cave of the Thousand Windows. I really like the name of it. It sounds like, Indiana Jones kind of thing. In the cave of the Thousand Windows, they found this amazing slicha, a prayer from the 8th century written in literate Hebrew and carried lovingly by a traveler along the Silk Road, unfortunately abandoned, but still found in the late 19th century. So we definitely know that Jews are traveling along this major route. Bukhara is one of the main stops on this route, so we think that there was definitely medieval community there. Then we start to know a lot more about the Jews that Bukhara was primarily under Muslim rule. So Islam was born in the 7th century, and it sweeps across the Arabian Israel into North Africa, all the way out to Spain, crosses into Spanish territory in the year 711, which has been celebrated ever since by the establishment of a network of convenience stores around the United States. These folks were great with Ashkenazim. I don't know about you guys, but Ashkenazim are good with that. And then, of course, Islam expands to the east as well. Islam goes incredible speed across Central Asia, penetrates North India, establishing what we need to become the regions of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and of course, Bukhara is swept out into this region. How this affects the, by now, centuries-old community of Bukhara Jews is fairly well known. It's primarily regulated by a key doctrine called the Pact of Umar. This pact, which is attributed to the second Caliph, meaning after Muhammad, the first Caliph after Muhammad, but most likely from a later Umar, and we only have actual earliest written documents from the 9th century. But this pact was essentially the agreement, or the proposed agreement that regulated how Jews would be allowed to live in Muslim territories. It's an extremely important agreement. It was not always adhered to.
That's good, my friend.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, cool. Is this your first time you've ever been here? Alright, your friend has been here before? Very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic, to the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the King, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. As you know, every aspect of Truman Burbank, the protagonist of that film, is on video, and that's essentially the same with me. I am someone who does this because they don't have more anymore. The, the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person in world history, which may make me a very influential person someday. If that happens, I want to help you. I want to help our friend Laura. I want to help your friends, your family, become.
It's good more. It's more.
Okay, I want to make you financially independent. If you're not already, I want to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Well, essentially at this point, it's just a matter of time. I grow every single day. More and more people find out about what I do, and eventually, this could become the biggest event in global history. The reason why I say that is content is king, and I have more content than any person in global history. So when I go viral, I'm perhaps going to be one of the most famous people, if not the most famous person ever, because I have no issue having my entire life online. I talk about some things that I want to do when I become perhaps more influential, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. Go ahead, Big Dog.
Yeah. I can feel like all the Jews. The people like me.
That's how you get kicked out of my server.
Even so, don't give me, don't give me. Like, there's no pity. There's no, you mentioned.
Okay, then
You can't even hit me up, bro. Let me hit you up. Just hit me up, bro.
I don't know. YouTube is everybody.
Too strictly. Quite often, it's restrictions of Jewish behavior could be circumvented by an appropriate guide here and there. Sometimes the safeties that Jews enjoyed were reported by Muslim authorities, but for the most part, this path of Umar was kind of like a steady force that allowed Jews to deal with some irregularity in Muslim times. And it's one of these sort of general rules of Jewish history that historically speaking, the Jews tend to do best as a community when they live in environments that are very, very slightly anti-Semitic. I'm not suggesting that we should invoke that principle here in America, but a certain amount of hostility from outside the community helps the Jews sort of focus on themselves and sort of, develop an inner status, be more self-reliant on each other. When that anti-Semitism drops below a certain level, there's, and I'm not talking about violent anti-Semitism, I'm talking about, you can't join the training process country code, for example, or something like that. They won't let you. So, small social anti-Semitism, a certain amount of discrimination in the workplace, places like that. So that is something that's actually good for the social growth and strength. When that disappears, then you run into assimilation. That's primarily the challenge of America, much of, especially the 20th century. You don't want to say that Jews have simply disappeared into that may, of course, be reversing itself since October 7th, as we see by what did this act of Qumran say? It basically defined and regulated the status of protected peoples, meaning Islam or non-Muslims, primarily Christians and Jews. They had a certain second-class status, and these were their rights and their privileges, and these were their civilities. So this is three basic areas of function. So first is in terms of public religious activity. Jews do not engage in large outward displays of their religiosity. We are not allowed to build new religious structures, so theoretically, you could repair an old synagogue, you could not build a new synagogue. The idea of the Hakimah was to keep Jews and Jews should not grow. Of course, when you take a rule like this and you extend it over 1,300 years, it's going to be ignored. Jews will find a way to build a new synagogue, they'll find the right zoning officer, they'll pay the bribe, something like that, and the synagogue will be built. All of the synagogues in Central Asia date back to the 10th century. But the idea is, the theory is, that it's supposed to be contained. They cannot, have like tour parties and things like that. That would not be allowed. The idea was more of a symbol. I think this is like a minor religious ideas, especially when they're around. Symbolic discrimination and social distinction. This was a little bit more intrusive. Jews were supposed to never adopt certain outward displays of class or status. So, for example, Jews were theoretically not allowed to ride horses. They could only ride donkeys or mules. Jews were not allowed to bear arms. They could not carry a sword or anything like that. There were distinctive clothing and distinctive colors that were mandated for Jews. This was all meant to have kind of like a social ostracism applied to them. Again, quite often obviating or circumventing through liberal application of the bribe, and there was a general principle that the second class alternative be seen as second class. And finally, preferential support of Muslims, all kinds of things, sometimes having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish called jizya, also applied, of course, to Christians and non-Muslims. In the case of Bukhara, and we have in several other Muslim communities, the quarterly payment of the jizya was sometimes accompanied by a ritual slap on the face from the Muslim tax official collecting money. So it was definitely meant to be a humiliating thing. But it can be very, from time to time, from officer to officer, related this kind of symbolic slap on the face. Imagine, however, if the president of the Jewish community had to go and deliver the communal taxes 4 times a year and receive a slap on the face, it will definitely some very clear message that Jews are not relative in society. They have a place, they're supposed to be protected there, but not necessarily to feel comfortable and home. Mandatory support for Muslim travelers came through military soldiers, things like that. Jews were forbidden to sell alcohol, which was, of course, forbidden to Muslims. They would not build their houses larger than the Muslim homes, especially they do not build their houses taller than mosques. I'm not sure about this, but I wonder if the design of the minaret was designed to sort of obviate the challenge of not having anyone having a bigger house. If you build a tall minaret, it's very hard to get your house higher than that. But that I don't know. But this is kind of like the elements of the package model, which, again, they're not nice. No one would tolerate them in the 20th century, the 21st century, but they nevertheless did allow space for Jews to live because Jews tend to prefer to live in environments which are generally ROTHSCHILD. ROTHSCHILD means a society that is governed by law. In other words, to carry further, I may understand that I would start finding certain discrimination and maybe issues of power and values, so I can't follow things like that. But I know that if something took a lot, even why you know, I would be able to call up the go look for the culprit and that person will suffer a fine because you're not allowed to take those direct steps. It's not even that wrong. So that's why I look at this called the actions that in the 20th century, South Africa, the things called strong countries, who trusted that kind of background and something just enough to allow them to flourish without allowing them to disappear. Okay, so that's basically what's happening for much of the Muslim period, which is from the 8th century right up until the Russian period in the 9th century. The implications, by the way, are very similar to what we have happening in Christian Europe. Christian Europe developed a totally different idea for different theological reasons. They call it the doctrine of witness. I don't want to go too deep into it today because it's outside of our frame of reference, but nevertheless, it's interesting to compare. The doctrine of witness, basically the church fathers doctrine from the 4th century, when St. Augustine basically opined that Jews should not be killed, was actually an innovative concept, slave that would not be said. Because they have to be around to validate the second coming. And if you kill them alone, no one's going to be able to confirm that, in fact, this is it, this is the guy. So there is a reason to keep the Jews, albeit in second-class status in Christian Europe as well. And the persecution cannot be extreme. Of course, with James 20th century. Now, what's I think fascinating about the current Jews is that up until the 18th century, we don't know a lot about that. We don't have a tremendous amount of documentation about their activity and communities and so on. We definitely know they were there, but they basically their sort of background knowledge of history. We get to know a lot more about them after Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef Maimon. But then it's interesting. Shalia is essentially an emissary collecting charity for religious institutions in the town of the spot in northern Israel. He comes to the bar and he falls in love with it. Falls in love with the people, the community, and so on. He himself is not of Central Asian background. However, what he claims to be the Baha'i community is a very strong connection specifically to the writings of Rabbi Yosef Halevi. So his father, of course, he's a Spanish refugee. He was born in Spain and then he was expelled as a child, wandered throughout much of North Africa, ended up in Constantinople for a long time, and his most lasting contribution to Jewish history, of course, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. And one of the things that is so crucial about this period of time is that although the Bukharian Jews, like all Jews at the time, were observing halacha, we were observing it primarily through methods. I saw what my father did, I saw what my grandfather did, and basically imitated that. Basically, doing things that I doing the damage in the soil. But logically distributing information in a consistent, widespread, and expansive fashion, all of a sudden, there's a whole new possibility of standardization. Because let's say, for example, your father, grandfather, or great-grandfather had a particular taste shop that you really liked because it was something your father for. But you know what? It probably was a little less than the less than maybe a lack of size or number of factors. How about that size that it doesn't have any left of stuff? So if you just begin printing in generation factors, taste shops could be the size of a pinball. That's what they use. That's what helps they use. And that may not be what was considered normative above that. In other communities, and once the Shulchan came along, especially when you had the accompanying commentary of the nationality of the Rosh this suddenly became a manual that had the aura of authenticity because it was literally being done. In many areas of halacha, it's not my area of truth, but in many areas of halacha, there are many areas of what is precisely the correct. You may see one particular path, but there may be other areas which are still acceptable, but nevertheless, a single path has been chosen by the Shulchan Aruch and confirmed by the Rama, the commentary on it, and that means that anyone who wants to challenge it has to do so from a position of great authority and learning. Most people do not have high levels of learning authority to be able to challenge something that is in them. As my grandmother, Alana Shaw, used to say, I probably should repeat this, but I remember those memory. She used to say in Yiddish, "Glazen am Ashkel Zorgen der Torah, das sehr steht geschrieben, das sehr verschluckt Torah." So never forget that translated on a glass of whiskey, you should say Torah, right? Blessing. Because it says so in the Shulchan Aruch. So if it says so in the Shulchan Aruch, even though there may be other acceptable halachic practices, having it in print, again, at a time when print is still fairly new, that really edges out all kinds of other traditions. We see this especially in regions where they had multi prayer traditions. You have this Torah of exactly what was in Shema Esrei, the order of prayers, and things like that. Any region that did not write a prayer book real quickly essentially lost their Torah. There used to be a distinct Provençal ritual, like we saw in France, there used to be a distinct Normandy style that's almost totally disappeared, like product version. So many different versions that actually did not in the prayer book. And that's exactly what happened in Bukhara, is by being such a devotee of this great halachic and mystic from its father, who didn't stop in his old age, but was Bukhara, was able to show the Bukharans, look at this great book I have, with all these halachas laid out for you. You don't have to memorize all the things that you should do from day to day, and every now and then you might find some difference. Bukharan Jews adopted tremendous enthusiasm. So that's how Bukharan Jews, like many Jews in the region, you're not alone, Iraqi Jews, Baghdadi Jews, Iranian Jews, adopted the Sephardic Spanish rite, not because they were ethnically Spanish, but because they were the path of the Shulchan Aruch, which is a fact not only owing to his great brilliance, but also the fact that he was the first to actually put it in place. It could have been if the Bukharans had produced a Yosef Karo and printed their own Shulchan Aruch earlier, we would all be Bukharans. And we would all be like, things like that. Well, if they could, right? Actually, I really did. I went to, what did I eat there? Yes, I did. Stop, right? Super red. Oh my gosh, is that right? Yeah, super great. I would share it with Barnes. That's really fantastic. Okay, so he is one individual, not the minority, who essentially revolutionized the Sephardic attachment to the Roman Jews, which has perpetrated itself to this day. It's interesting to know this is someone you might even recognize her. She's a local recent having a great library downstairs that talks about the Quran's teams in particular, so the schools that she attended, that she kind of understands exposure. And she points out that there's this long historic rapid myth of the Bukhari's being kind of like the lost Jews of Central Asia. And nobody knew about them. They were only discovered in the 18th century by Rabbi Yosef Rabbi. But in reality, she says it's a myth. We have lots of evidence of these Bukharian Jews in the 19th century having phenomenal manuscripts, like tremendous numbers of scholarly works, their people and so on. It just happens that the influence of Rabbi and the Shulchan Aruch was so crucial. These were not lost Jews who were waiting to be found. They were perfectly within their mimetic culture, their mimetic tradition. That's how the Shulchan Aruch was actually shown. Okay, so that's basically taking us up to the 18th century in our whirlwind tour of the Qur'an history. Let me take you to the Russian period. And you might wonder, how do the Qur'ans start speaking Russian after all? This is basically a Tajik-speaking region, and a little bit of Uzbek as well. And things change when the Russian Empire expands into the region, primarily in the 19th century. And here you have a fascinating moment where all of a sudden, the Bukharian Jews had a moment of being in a privileged status. The Russians, of course, all Orthodox Christians, come into this region which is overwhelmingly Muslim and do not want to grant Muslims the right to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. There are a whole bunch of fairly oppressive measures in trying to control this and rescue region. It's not too far from Afghanistan, which is essentially the Soviet Vietnam. So they imposed all kinds of restrictions on the Muslims to try and keep them in place. However, we recognize that there were Jews in Congress, and the Jews had extensive trading knowledge and abilities that they had been using really since the medieval period, so trade. And so, ironically, the Russians decided to give Bukharian sales, Bukharian companies, Bukharian tradesmen, very talented individuals, the privileges of traveling anywhere in the Western world. At a time when it was still forbidden for Ashkenazi Jews to travel anywhere in the Western world. Let us recall that in 1479, there was a remarkable moment when there was a scandal in the family of the Tsar, when a member of the royal family, a young woman, decided to convert to Judaism. This was like unheard of, unbelievable. And so the Tsar declared, and it's reinforced by many Tsars and Tsarinas after him, that Jews would not be allowed to live in Mother Russia. It's considered the third Rome, it's supposed to be a member of Christianity, and so Jews were officially out of Russia in 1479. This was a statement of 1772, and Catherine the Great, who herself was not a Russian origin, she was from Russia, but she turned out to be Russian, who was really important leader, conquered Poland and inherited the largest single concentration of Jews in the world. And she had to face the decision, what am I going to do with this ban on Jews in Russia? I just expanded the border into Poland, how do I control all these Jews? And she decided to evoke a kind of a compromise, which is known in English as the Vale of Settlement. It was a region that extended from about halfway through Latvia, all the way down to eventually the Black Sea, including Poland and much of Ukraine, that Jews were allowed to live in this fairly large territory. And later on, it became quite oppressive and a massive ghetto, really, with huge overcrowding, but at the time, it was actually pretty good for Jews in the 18th century, but Jews could not cross these large cities like St. Petersburg, Moscow, and with certain cities in the Fair, like Kyiv or Kiev, were actually illegal for Jews to live in. 60,000 people there in February in 1917, but it was technically closed to Jews until the 20th century. So Jews from Ashkenazi lands were not allowed to move into major trading areas like Moscow and St. Petersburg, but Bukharian Jews were allowed. The Bukharian Jews really took advantage of this, and they made a tremendous amount of money. A certain number of families, really became very rich as a result of their strategic connections, able to exploit the new territories the Russians opened up. And with that money, they also, following Maghrebi's original teachings, decided to open up Zionist, proto-Zionist organizations, really ahead of the famed organizations like Guru and Zion in Ukraine, who had the current reception Jerusalem in the middle and late 19th century, which we see in the So up until the Soviets came to power in 1918, the Jews in Bukhara are doing fantastically well under Russian rule. When they eventually lose under the Russian Tsar falls in 1917, and then you'll have the second revolution in November of that year, October, of course, by the Soviet calendar, the old calendar, not Soviet, the old Russian calendar, and the Communist Revolution, then there was a dramatic change where the Ashkenazim are going to exert actually quite negative influence on the Jewish world. In particular, this individual, a deep rock Kabbalah rabbi named Simon Edelstein, who was later made the head of the Yev Sektia. Yev Sektia was the Reisky Sektia of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was an organization, an organ of the Soviet Union, which was designed specifically to try to make Jews communists. It was to take advantage of internal Jewish tools like the Yiddish language and to some degree Jewish culture, to try and convince Jews to abandon their traditional ways, specifically their religious ways and their Zionist leanings, and to bring them into the communist fold. A lot of crazy experiments during the time of the Sextia was a place such as, for example, the creation of red Haggadahs, which were Haggadahs rewritten that Stalin was like Moses, and Pharaoh was the Tsar, and capitalism for the Egyptian taskmasters, and all kinds of crazy things like that, designed to try and convince Jews that really now with the new Soviet paradise, there would be no more need for any kind of, aspirations towards God, which is why we view it as a military task and so on. Edelstein, however, before his posting as the head of the section, was the head of education in Bukhara.
What's good, bro? What's good in your neck of the woods? Amazing. What's up your agenda for tonight? Lisa Clary's September cards. Yeah, she's got a scratch on it. She's a good for that field. And her ear is healing. She had, I don't know, she was sick or has allergies. So she is, and she's got physical therapy tomorrow. But aside from that, she was doing well. She's always, as always, she's in good spirit, very kind, and nice, and never gets things about her. So I will pass it on. Your advantage. Excellent. Well, feel free to get comfortable and enjoy. I'm just watching Jewish history lectures and I am laughing at people who tweet about me blue sky their excellent degrees and just enjoying life. Because people probably not too long and then I'll make fun of him for like 6 hours straight and then it'll be the morning and you know how it is. The whole fucking day. All right, girl. I am a creature of the night. There's a song. It's called I Love the Night. I love the boogie and the disco dance. It's by Alicia Bridges in 1978. You like disco music? No, it's amazing. Yeah, I like disco music a lot. I feel it's very underrated. It was like this period of American history that came on very strong and left, and then everybody hated it. They had shirts that said like "Disco's dead," "Disco sucks," "We killed disco night," and that kind of stuff. But they produced some amazing tracks, and I feel like disco. I always find it interesting. If you ever speak with anybody from like Latin American country, when they talk about a club, they call it a discotheque, and that's just hilarious to me because it's like that's a long word for just club, and the fact that they're still called. Pardon me? Yeah, it's like discotheque. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Discotheque, which makes it even longer. Discotheque. Discotheque. Uh, so I guess it's an Italian word. Welcome. How are you? Good. Good. Question mark? Like maybe they're right. Who knows? I like how they come in here and they're muted and deafened so that they have no idea what they're saying. They just there you go. That's great. That was a wonderful interaction with humans. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, so there's another word from discoteca, which is disco tech, like DISCAPHEQUE, discoteca. But I don't know, it's just hilarious. I guess it's an Italian word that was adopted by people in Latin America, but like we just call it a club, and they call it discoteca, which is just like a long word for a dance. Anyway, that is Rabbi Rothschild's minute of linguistics. Stay tuned for more Jewish history lessons and random individuals who come in here next week. Not you, that person who had a question like that. Yeah, so I've been getting some random people in here because I changed my strategy a little bit and it's been working. So I normally have three computers that are pretty powerful that span on Blue Sky, but I changed it up and have one of them spamming on Kick, and Kick is like Twitch, and I've been getting a lot of people who come in from my game on Twitch. So what my spin on Twitch does is it makes clips of. Do you have the Kick app? It's okay if you don't. Just go to kick.com. Go to kick.com. You'll be able to see it. So let me know when you're at kick.com. No, just kick.com. Okay, do you see at the very top? There's like a little TV with a play button. Okay, press that. And then do you see it says live streams, categories, and clips? Go to clips. And then just scroll down. And you will see this one. Hold on. Oh, you want to filter by most recent, and then scroll down, and it's like the fourth one down. You'll see a heart, and it says you. Oh yeah. So what you want to do is sort by recent, and then scroll down and look for a red heart, and you'll see it says YouTube, Rabbi, ROTHSCHILD, and then my Discord. Do you see it? Okay, so you go to kick, press the TV with the play button, and then go to clips, and then sort by recent. Yeah, most recent. Most recent. Okay, and then scroll down and look for a red heart that will say YouTube, Rabbi, ROTHSCHILD, Discord.gg, and get, yeah. And I keep scrolling down. Like every minute or two, like there's another one, like in 15 seconds now. Yeah. And then you scroll down. So basically every 30 seconds, I got this bot that creates a clip, and that makes random people come in here. They're like, hey, you clicked my stream, what's going on? And then it allows me to speak with them. I get a lot of people from Turkey in here, from that robot. And so I speak with them in Turkish sometimes. And are they really lucky? Yeah. I mean, actually, Kik has a big Turkish user base. So, I guess they are. I get random people from Poland in here, Turkey, like a lot of Eastern European people. Why? I truthfully think it's because on Kik, nobody clips their clips because they're like, it's mostly an English news site. So when someone does clip them, they're like, hey, somebody clipped my stuff. What is this? And they'll either go to my YouTube and see I'm streaming on a bunch of different channels, or they'll just click on the Discord link and come in here and join. And I gotta say, the people who join from Kik are very nice people. The people who join me from Discord are usually, not usually, but a lot of them are. And it's weird that like each social media platform has different personalities, so to speak. I don't know how to describe it, but um, so I got this click box that just goes. Now, previously I did this for 8 months straight, but instead of doing a clip bot, it would spam people, and that got me really well known on the platform. But it got me so well known on the platform that they banned me for life. They told me. They kept saying it was indefinitely, and then I finally got them to say, yeah, we banned you for life. To the point where I even said to them, okay, it's 2025. You're telling me if I live another 50 years in the year 2075 and Kick is still going in 2075, that you'll still keep me banned? And they said yes, which is hilarious to me. So then when they said that, it was like, okay, well, fuck you guys. And I told them that then that means peace is not an option. So now I'm going to create bots and I will could do shit. So that's how I got this bot. But that's cool. I know when I go viral, I know I say that, but like, um, like Kick will be probably the one that I do the most, just because I know, like the people in Kick are really nice. The way this went down was somebody from Kick. I have a friend of mine on there who is a pretty big streamer, and they're like, hey, they came in here the other day, and they're like, hey, Rabbi, you didn't do anything that bad on Kick, and you haven't spammed in like 6 months. Why don't you come back and try to stream it? And they're like, and I'm like, okay, and I do, and again my account. So I was like, all right, guys, no more Mr. Nice Guy. Now, if I just spam, oh yeah, totally. If I just spam, uh, so what I do is I'll follow people, I'll spam them, and I'll create a clip. If I do that, then it's very easy for them or anybody on that platform to flag my account as spam, and then it gets deleted immediately. And when you're doing as much spamming as I'm doing, like you lose a lot of valuable time when you are having to create the new account. It takes a long time because you have to do like email verification and all kinds of bullshit like that. But with this system that I'm using, it's very stealth. So I use like accounts that like don't have their name in them, but they do use this system that clips people's accounts. And what's hilarious is that people go and look at that person's profile. My shit is all over their clips. It's just like YouTube Reverend Shop Discord, YouTube Reverend Shop Discord. And it's just like a free advertisement. It's like free advertisement. Okay, so I got that. Now with the other two devices that I have, they are still spamming Blue Sky, and I gotta say, like, I know that one of these ways is gonna work. I don't know which one. I literally could go viral from either Kick or from Blue Sky, and I don't know which one it's gonna be, but it's gonna be something. And it's not gonna take that much longer. I think now I said that 3 years ago, but I can tell because what people are saying about me. Like in the last couple hours on Kick, or I should say Blue Sky, like somebody posted, like, when is a journalist going to find out who is the journalist that cracks the case about what the fuck the other ref shot is? Like I'm getting really well known on there. I had some other people think I was really funny, so they said, Rabbi, please, this is not the time to make me burst out laughing because so like the way I made them laugh and I make a lot of people laugh is before I would just say join Rabbi's Discord in the Discord. Well, I can't put that anymore because Blue Sky is on to me. I'm like the number one spammer in their world. And so if I put the words Rabbi in Discord as a username or like in my profile, the account automatically gets banned. So I did it. They just don't tell you that. They don't say that this is what happens. You have to learn through um, trial by error, basically. So then then I started just like not even putting a name, and I tried that for a week. Like I do all these things to just like see what works and what doesn't. Well, finally, I did this thing that makes people laugh a lot, which is I use just incredibly sexual names, and it gets people to take screenshots of what I write and to post it, which is free advertising for me, which is what I want. So the first one that I did was, let me see if I can find it. Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind and milk-loving rabbi. Now, why did I choose that? Because that's the most ridiculous thing that I could think of at the time. Like, okay, who goes out there and says that they're the sluttiest whore in the history of humankind and they're a milk-loving rabbi? Like, who does that? That's ridiculous. These are words that aren't normally together. But people take that's what I'm going to do. So people take screenshots of it, and they'll be like, "Good for you, milk-loving rabbi. Good for you." So I'll do that for like a few days until people like like want something else. I'll get people who say these screen names make me laugh so hard. So the next one I did was pussy eating until my tummy's raw and mouth gets lockjaw rabbi. Like the term lockjaw is so funny. It's just like it's yeah. You put 64 characters. So I I use every single one of them, and I'm very strategic of what I do. I have a little tongue at the beginning. So when people hear like pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw, rabbi, it's such a ridiculous thing. And I also utilize words that I know in the human psyche. They just they stick out like raw is one of them. Oh, pussy. Normally I don't refer to. I'm not super like pussy, pussy, pussy. But I know that word sticks out like it's the first word that I use because a lot of times if you get a notification, it won't put the whole name. So I have to like front weigh what how ridiculous it is. So when it's pussy, it's like what the fuck is this? So then they take screenshots of that. The one that I've done more recently and is getting a lot of draw is Pussy Eating University, colon, Dean of Milk, Chief Rabbi, and Pimp. Now, why do I do that? Because firstly, it weighs like the first word that they're going to get. And this is hilarious because a lot of these people get these notifications on their phone. They get these notifications on their phone, and they're at work, and they just see, they just see Pussy Eating University. Like, and it's hilarious to me. Like, it's just so preposterous that there's a college out there that named itself Pussy Eating University. It's hilarious to me. And then that my title would be Dean of Milks. That's a hilarious thing because it's like usually you're like Dean of Students, but no, I'm Dean of Milks. I'm Chief Rabbi. It's like, wait, this fucking college has a Chief Rabbi? Yeah, and Pimp. And the reason why I put Pimp at the end is just like, so they have a pimp at this fucking college? What the fuck kind of school is this? And so all these people are just saying like, and I just started doing this now, but like 26 minutes ago, somebody said, "Thank you for enjoying my little video of Robert Shaw Leonard interview. Checks notes. Pussy Eating University Dean of Mills Chief Rabbi and Pimp." Like people know when they take a screenshot of what I do that they'll get people laughing about it. These other people said this was within the last hour. It really made me feel good. Um, it was let's see here. Like people are like, that's my leader, that's my rabbi. Like people are like, that's the rabbi I follow. I was Pussy Eating University, Dean of Milks, Chief Rabbi of Pitt. This one. This one is really sweet. They say, Rabbi, please, this is not the time to make me burst out laughing. Then this next person said, have these bots considered a career in comedy? And then the next person said, They probably should, because I laughed out loud. I laughed out loud when I saw one place a like on one of my replies to a post. Who does this rabbi, whoever he is, get all these crazy ass names? And that's what I want people to do, is talk about it. So it's very fun for me to come up with really crazy names for these, and like I'll let them go until I can tell I can get like I don't know, 2 or 3, 4 days. Then I come up with something new, and then there are people who get excited for like the new random name that I'm using. Why do I do this? To just get attention. Yeah. I mean, deep down, like I like to make people mad. There's no doubt about that. But I'm very serious. I want world peace, and I want to end world hunger. I want to end world thirst, and I want people to focus on the future and futurology. And in order for me to get an audience, I have to make them laugh. But when I make them laugh, they'll come here and they will hear what I have to say, and they'll be like, well, this is a big project that you have on doing. You're absolutely right. We talked about quantum computing and artificial general intelligence and artificial superintelligence. And there are going to be people who say, well, I want to talk about the Gemara, or like the Talmud. I want to talk about Torah or Gematria, or I want to talk about Chumash, or like any, I want to talk about kosher or and that's absolutely fine. I haven't been a rabbi for that long. It's been about 5 years, but I haven't had the tradition of going to route. And it was a weird time when I did it because it was during the pandemic. And so a lot of classes were on Zoom and such, but um, I am excited to have all of those very serious religious conversations with people. And I know in my heart, I'm the greatest rabbi in the history of mankind. That's not because I want to suck my own dick because I'm so great. It's the fact that I have AI. And no other rabbi has that too. Meaning, you can ask me any question that you want. Like, if you ask, if, if, if you ask a rabbi, hey rabbi, how many times is the word sugar used in Torah? Well, like barely any rabbis know the answer. I know it because the answer is zero. I think that's fascinating. The word sugar is not used in Torah. But I could just be like, how many times is the word honey used? These are answers that no single rabbi knows. They would have to research. But because I have AI, I can find out the answer to anybody's question. So I can literally say, ask Rabbi anything, I have a section for it, give me your questions, and we'll be able to come up with any religious answers that you need. And then I'm going to get people in here who are like, look, I'm not a religious individual, I'm very secular, and I'll be like, that's absolutely fine. What do you want to talk about? And they're going to say, I'm going to talk about the future. I'm going to talk about space travel or space tourism, or I'm going to talk about alien species, or I'm going to talk about alien abductions, or I'm going to talk about anti-gravity or antimatter, the fashion of travel, or I'm going to talk about life extension, or mind uploading, or I'm going to talk about Santa Claus machines, or I'm going to talk about invisibility cloaks, like all of the other things that I really like to talk about. Like I'll talk about the Bible, and I'll talk about the Talmud, and I'll talk about kosher living, and I'll talk about familial purity, and all those other things that people are going to want from around. But what my passion really is in neutrality and making people better individuals. So I feel I have a lot to offer the world, and one of the ways that I'm going to get people in here is through comedy, is through making them laugh. And I can just tell how many people a day make screenshots of what I do. When I was just doing this, just like, please join Rabbi's Discord for world peace, I'd get 3 or 4 people a day who'd be like, who the fuck is this another person? Well, now when I say pussy eating university, dean of mills, chief rabbi, and pimp, I get 5 or 6 an hour. And that's really phenomenal. So it's just a matter of time. I just have to keep it going. And then on top of that, with that being great on Blue Sky, I've got these bots on Kick that also get people in here. So long story short, it's just going to be a matter of time to go viral. How's that sound? I can't hear you. every single person who's connected to the internet knows who I am. Yeah, this is going to be bigger than the internet. It's going to be bigger than the Bible. And why do I say that? Because one of the reasons why the Bible was so big, in addition for it being like a religious book and such, it's the earliest work that we really have that's in writing. And basically, what writing did for the Bible, video is going to do for me. And in the future, people are going to be able to watch this and watch that it's not just a story of my life, but it's a time capsule for human society. I mean, I always have the news going on in the background, and people will be able to follow literally every moment of every single day. And on top of that, as I always say, the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource. And I have more human data archived in the internet than any person ever. So what does that mean? Yeah, AI will be able to use me as a model and all those other things. But people in the future will be able to study my biology, my breaths per minute, my blinks per minute, my circadian rhythms when I sleep, how I toss, how I turn, the words that I use, why I use them, words that I've learned, like all the things that basically are archived on this. And there's a question that might be raised like, well, okay, well, why you? Why your data? There are other people out there who perhaps on like a closed circuit television or something like that, closed circuit camera. It's not available for the world. All of my data is available for the world. You can find it right now on my 100 YouTube accounts, on my 200 Instagram accounts, on my 500 Twitch accounts, on my 1,000 TikTok accounts, on my 2,000 Twitter accounts, on my 5,000 Instagram accounts, on my 10,000 Kick accounts. Literally, I have more data than any person. In the future, there'll be something probably like a digital archaeologist. That's not currently a position, but we will have like digital archaeologists, people who study the early periods of the internet, and this is it's currently what we're in. I mean, it may not seem that way because the internet's been around for 35 years or so, but imagine 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 years from now, these will be seen as the very early days of the internet. And what I feel, will be seen as very forward thinking. And I'm not the first person to do this. Centuries ago, we had people who were journalists or diarists, people who would write in journals or diaries, and we study what they wrote to be able to understand what life was like. And last century, there were people like Buckminster Fuller who did everything that they could to create a compendium of all of the events in a given day. But frankly, it just takes too long to write. But with video captures it all. And I know that this will be very exciting to people in the future. So it's just a matter of time. And it's exciting to me because I don't know what platform on which I'll make it now. But if I had to guess, again, every single person who has connection to the internet knows who I am. That's okay, that's an excellent question. It's an excellent question. And it's going to be a phenomenon unlike any other in the world. The reason why I say that is no person has more social media than I do. We're in the age of social media. And also, we're in this really interesting time. I don't know if you've ever heard the theory, the dead internet theory, that most of the internet was created by robots. And I like the merging of those two worlds where my entire life is on camera, which is organic, raw content. But then again, you see me create robots as I do it. It's going to be a very exciting time for people. And I do a lot of other things. But I want to that. did my ashes. That's not a traditional type of Jewish burial. So if it were anything, it would just be my body. But um, would I video that? Yeah, I would if I do die. But I really don't think I will. Reason why I say that, they're already transferring the memories of mice in laboratories, and I think that if they're already at that level, I can make it another 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years perhaps, end up doing that with humans. They are already transferring mice memories. And the way that they're able to do it, I don't know. I mean, we've already seen de-extinction technology come to fruition with the dire wolf. I mean, actually before that, the Crimean ibex in 2003, where there was a completely extinct animal that they brought back, like Jurassic Park. And the first big one will be the woolly mammoth, and then the Tasmanian tiger, and then the dodo, and then perhaps the saber-toothed tiger, the saber-toothed lion, perhaps then getting into other opportunities with prehistoric animals. Now, I understand that that isn't necessarily, that's not life extension, that's not my material. But I also recognize the importance of artificial intelligence. And then when we get into artificial superintelligence, literally by definition, artificial superintelligence is incomprehensible to the human mind. Because if it were comprehensible to the human mind, then it would just still be artificial general intelligence. But we're looking at artificial superintelligence where machines will be able to create new types of genomes and perhaps be able to replace memories that we've lost. And we're going to be able for artificial superintelligence to be able to heal and perhaps rework our DNA. We've got. I just heard about this recently. They've got. So I'm a really big advocate and I'm fascinated by BCI, which is known as brain computer interfaces. Basically, neuro. The first Neuralink patient, I followed his story since he had the surgery. His name is Nolan Aspera, and he's a quadriplegic man who can play video games better than you or I can not. And he has a basic an implant in his brain that allows him to be able to move a mouse with just his mind. Now, I didn't want to be someone who had anything implanted in me, but just recently they did this brain computer interface with like a few other people, like half a dozen, and now they've created a helmet, which I would do, which is where a helmet is just put on your head and it allows you to move a mouse cursor with your mind. That's very exciting. Where I don't need wires connected to my body. That's not cool to me because I know that stuff can overheat and it can't get wet and it can't get damaged. I'm not cool with that because I just don't have that much confidence in that type of technology. But a helmet, I can wear a helmet to be able to use a computer, and that's just the start. So it's just a very exciting time. And to your previous question where you asked, is this something that you want to do for the rest of your life? Absolutely. I think it's a fascinating undertaking, and I feel very privileged to be the leader in this. I'm someone who studies people who are explorers, and so everyone from Ferdinand Magellan and Christopher Columbus and Ernest Shackleton and all of their journeys that they did, and I feel that I'm doing the exact same thing, but in a digital way. And I just think that's a really exciting opportunity for the world to be able to know.
It's so beautiful.
Thank you so much for your time.
And there's Trump desperately trying to convince the foreign Jews to drop any aspect of their traditional religiosity. They heavily bombarded them with all kinds of anti-religious propaganda. There was actually an organization called the League of Militant Atheists. To me, it sounds funny, but this was actually an organization sponsored by the Sector. They published magazines like this one called Anti-Chorus, in The Heretic, there's Bolshevik, there's the Russian version, Godless, and these were like tremendous amount of energy devoted to trying to get the foreign Jews to return to their non-religious, non-Zionist, authentic culture. This was a strange policy called colonization, which meant that it was okay to express your culture in terms of like things that didn't involve religion or any kind of economic aspect, but it was okay for Ukrainians to have embroidered skirts, but not Easter eggs. Right? The Easter eggs would be religious, can't do that. And you see all kinds of crazy things. Bukhari, for example, which is basically Judeo-Tajik, the Tajik language written in Hebrew characters, they said it's okay for you to have your language, but first of all, we have to make it proletarian. It has to be able to be led by regular people. It has to, therefore, be. First, they decided to put in Latin characters. So for a brief period of time, Bukhari was using Roman letters like we have in the English language. And then they said, like, this can switch. We use the Cyrillic language, so they switched to the Cyrillic alphabet afterwards. That lasted up until the 1930s. One thing that's kind of interesting to note here, the Russians and the Jewish communists who were among the first, because there's nothing like a Jewish Afghan who is a true believer who would go to the end of the world to try and excite the whole speed companies. And they did insane things in the Hebrew language. They said, okay, Yiddish is okay under colonization, that's the authentic old language. But we have to make it proletarian, we have to make it accessible to the masses. So one of the things that they made illegal in the 1930s were the final letters. Right? In the Hebrew alphabet, there were 22 letters. 5 of them, not 5, are written differently if they occur at the end of a word. Right? And there's text. You can put the copy. Put them in a word, they're different. So that's illegal. And anyone who tried to print or publish anything that had those letters would be sent to the Gulag just for printing those letters. The Ukrainians also had a problem because Ukrainian is very close to Russian, but there's certain letters that exist in Ukrainian don't exist in Russian. For example, the letter G, as distinct from the letter H, exists in Ukrainian. The letter G became illegal. You printed the Ukrainian book with the letter G in it off the side of it. Crazy things. I consider it kind of ironic that there's a comment, right? Things go around. This is of course, the Chabad Siddur, published in Russian, and you know that in Russian there is no letter H. That's why when I go there, people will call me either Henry or Henry, but they have difficulty saying Henry. So, but the word Tilat Hashem, Hashem itself, that's spelled with H. How do you say that? So therefore, to indicate it, Rabbi added a special letter here. That's the Russian letter G, with a little accent on the top to indicate it should be pronounced as an H. So they tried to take away our letters. We actually keep in return an NOU to us Hashem. Okay, another weird kind of experiment, not so much related to Bukhara, except for the fact that it was proximate to Bukhara, which is more than an Ashkenaz group, which is an unusual experiment imposed by President Taik, thinking that one of the ways to try and water down Jewish support for Zionism was if they had a Soviet homeland. It's a great idea. Let's put it way out there in the far east, right? Quite a ways. Bukhara is about halfway between Moscow and Yerevan. And this was actually not a terrible idea. It came just in time for the Nazi invasion. Unfortunately, Stalin, who did not like it, banned child religion. So when it could have been Jews, he failed to do so. Nevertheless, as there was an autonomous Jewish oblast for these for a few decades. The only thing we can say about it is that proximity to the great Asian food. One thing that we got to say here, now next week we are going to be speaking more. Next week's topic is Jews in Russia, which overlaps with this period here. So I don't want to say too much about it right now. But one of the things that is incredibly important for the Tsar Jewry, Russian Jewry as a whole at this time, is the incredible support of Chabad. Chabad, its commitment to the Jews of Russia was just over the top. What the Rabbi used to say, or leave it. It was always over the top. It was way more than any other organization was really able to convince the Jews. Hundreds of underground rabbis, a pipeline of smuggling and securing and stealing and things like that. Chabad is deeply, deeply invested in preserving the Jews of the Torah and the entire Russian Empire. First from the few different rabbis in the center there, and then continued by his son-in-law and successor, Nachman Shmuel, phenomenal community that really kept the flame of Judaism alive through the power and the Empire. We'll return to this gradually next week. It's an important place for us right now. Okay. Much of the modern Jewish community came to a shocking end under Stalin in the 1930s, under the purges. The establishment of these 5-year plans, which was this incredibly overly optimistic thought that by deeply investing in major public works, like the building of dams and things like that, by collectivizing agriculture in a very big way, would suddenly leapfrog what was essentially a feudal peasant society to a modern industrial society. It turned out to be an incredible failure, and the nature of the Soviet Empire at that time was such a point that they could not accept the idea of finding for so many Jews about this Russian culture right now. Trace on movement, so we shut the windows and pretend that we shut the curtains for 10 days later. That's exactly what happened in the 5-year plans in the early 1930s. However, it doesn't have a funny ending in real life because once the plans were proven not to be successful, they had to find people to blame for it. So a whole church-like environment, very reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition, was instituted where people would be denouncing each other, would be inflating their results in order to try and say, well, we've been producing, and when they were investigating, they said, oh, look what's happening. These numbers are not corresponding to what we received in the number of weeks and things like that. Must be we have saboteurs or debtors inside a society. These people would be rounded up, tortured, forced to give the names of other saboteurs, sent off to gulag, executed, a horrible period. According to some estimates, which may be on the high side, but may be affected as many as 16 million people who were purged, who were sent off to exile, and were murdered. That's the number of deaths, especially if you include the artificial famine in Ukraine and the Donbass region that was also part of this period. In Bukhara, anyone who stood out, specifically if they appeared to be Jewish, if they were public Jewish, they were among the first targets of purpose, and they suffered tremendously. And then, of course, this brings us to perhaps the darkest period, especially for Ashkenazic Jewry. On June 22nd, 1941, now we're in the middle of World War II. World War II could only really begin because Stalin and Hitler had signed the Non-Aggression Act. Hitler, of course, had tremendous territorial ambitions, especially in the East, in the Soviet Union, but he could not fight a two-front war. He couldn't fight France and the Soviet Union at the same time, so therefore he made a peace deal with Stalin, which Stalin actually believed was for real. And so that left Hitler the ability to conquer the West, and France fell, and Belgium fell, and so on. And once he had pacified the West, then Hitler turned to his real territorial ambition, where he wanted to establish Lenin's ground. That was the East. And on June 22nd, he launched Operation Barbarossa, which was the surprise attack on the Soviet Union, which was incredibly successful. Within a few months, it was at the outskirts of Leningrad, placed it under a brutal siege. It was very close to Moscow. All of Poland was overrun. A major part of Ukraine was under Nazi rule and so on. So very clearly at the darkest part of the Holocaust, but not yet when the gas chambers started operating. Why this is especially relevant to us is because it said four squads of mobile killing units called ROTHSCHILD that followed the Wehrmacht, followed the regular army, and these were made up primarily of Germans who were not fit for frontline battle, with the former, with the weight, things like that, and they were assigned to go to each the tiny little Stadtblock that dotted the region, filled with thousands of Jews, to round them up, bring them out to ravines, or in some places, have to force them to dig their own graves, and then to execute them with machine gun fire. This period of the Holocaust, which is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, took the lives of somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in Eastern Europe, and it's actually, you can see that in many, many locations where this happened. Taik is perhaps the most infamous, probably now is God in Russian means ravine, the ravine of the God that some 32,000 Jews were killed in this region of the ravine. Kind of amount of killing that happened in this region. And it also happens to be, this is where my own ancestors, where the killing field in Lithuania, so remarkable monument to that very city of Israel, a small shepherd of aviation. So this happened beginning in June of 1941, and it was not an immediate process. It took actually several months. By the spring of 1942, the Nazis had decided to wind up the Einsatzgruppen, and they switched to the deportation system that took people to these newly constructed death camps, 6 of them primarily in Eastern European territories such as Poland, Auschwitz being the most notorious settlement. It was kind of like, if you will, an evolution of the Holocaust. They tried the use of machine guns, and they found that this was somewhat inefficient, and they switched to rat poison. Cyclone is finding a much more efficient way to get Jews. But what that meant was there was a massive flood of refugees, like 600,000 Jews who fled the advance of the Nazi army to the east. And he ended up in Uzbekistan. He ended up in Bukhara. He had many people still right out in Siberia, but really he ended up in the region of Bukhara. The population, the Jewish population increased by 86% in Bukhara, largely made up of this huge swath of Ashkenazi Jews. And what's fascinating, I think, about this period is that even though the Bukharans had really been treated badly by their experience with Ashkenazim, especially after the Ossetia, by all accounts, the Bukharans welcomed the Ashkenazi Jews with open arms, considered them not strangers but brethren, gave them tremendous amount of hospitality. But my own father, Albert Shalom, and his family, he took in, an orphan from the war into their own home. And that's why the Bukharan Jews didn't Ashkenazi, even though they could easily have said, we've had it with the Ashkenazis. What you did to us under Stalin, your parties, and so on. And you could take their language and things like that. They did not. They ended up treating the Ashkenazis with tremendous kindness, and that allowed so many Jews to survive the Holocaust. You hear about people here in Queens who survived the Holocaust by being in this region. It's largely due to the kindness of the Jews who were extant there at the time. The diaspora of Bukharan Jews was especially prominent in Jerusalem. Here you can see there's a region called the region of Bukharan, where they actually established really wealthy homes going back in time to the 1880s and 1890s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than the Poles, for example, Polish Jews, the Bukharans were early adopters. Many of them came after the war when there was such a pressure by Jews who were fleeing the displaced camps. But the largest influx Bukhara Jews to Israel, which largely left the power of its original habits, came with Operation Exodus in the 1990s. Massive number of Jews making their way to Israel with the relaxation of the crazy Soviet rules, not allowing Jews to exit the Soviet Union, the establishment of homes not only in Israel but also in Queens, places like this. And I think what we can say by way of the Bukhara legacy, we began our discussion about this coin, the Judea Capta coin, which in many ways was intended by its creator, Vespasian, as a propaganda device to say, that's it for the Jewish people. We'll totally destroy them. We will never be bothered by the Jewish people again. Look at what we've done to them, completely humiliated them. Judaism is gone and done for. So I want to show you an interesting coin, a medallion that was created in Israel in 1958 to celebrate the 10th year of the establishment of the state of Israel. A medallion was commissioned. And on one side, it has this familiar kind of elements that we see. There's the phrase Judea Capta, there's the Roman soldier, there is the despondent woman, and so on. And this is kind of like emphasizing this original message from exile. But on the obverse, you have this symbol, which in a very good artistic manner echoes the same kind of composition. And in place of the Roman soldier, you have a Jewish woman playing with an infant child, an affirmation of life. And on the right, instead of the despondent woman, you have a Jewish planting a tree as a clear demonstration of hope for the future. And I think this is fundamentally what we see with Bukharan Jews, that like this medallion, Bukharans are people that value life. They are life-affirming people. Yes, they like haircuts, for sure. But they also are, like all Jews, deeply involved in the affirmation of the core values of Jewish identity. And it is their joie de vivre, their simchas ha'chaim, which allows them to survive so many centuries through so many impressive environments, and allows them to flourish and protect their communities today. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention this past hour. I listed out a couple of questions, but no hard questions, please. If you are around next week, I invite you to come back to us, speak about something that actually know something about it. Pick up those units, watch that. So, really, thank you very much for your time. Today is the third in our series looking at the history of Ashkenazim and Sephardim and the shaping of the Jewish mind. We spent quite a bit of time in the first lecture looking at Ashkenazim, and then in the second class we looked at the Sephardim. And in both of those classes, we spent time thinking about the kind of seminal moments, if there are any, that shape a culture. Massive geological level changes that really force the Ashkenazim to sort of think in a certain way and force the Sephardim to think in a slightly different way. And it may be somewhat crude to paint with such a broad brush stroke, but nevertheless, we argued in the first lecture that the Crusades were a scar on the Ashkenazim mind. There was such a brutal and sudden and unexpected attack, not unlike, God forbid, what we experienced last October. And it's too soon to say how that will shape the Israeli mind. But nevertheless, for the Ashkenazim, that created a kind of centripetal force where the culture began to look inwards and to regard the outside world as dangerous, toxic, and so on. The Sephardim, on the other hand, they had a much slower lead up to the same kind of crisis. They had essentially the forced conversion of 1391 gave the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula 100 years to prepare for living with a dual identity, to living as Christians
any consequence whatsoever for returning back to the Jewish practices at home. But after the Inquisition was brought to the peninsula in the late 15th century, then it became extremely dangerous to do so. And ultimately, the Jews who had not been baptized were forcibly evicted from Spain in 1492, and then, under slightly different circumstances, forced to go underground or disappear in 1497 from Portugal. And that created a kind of a different mindset and tropism of thought for the Sephardim, because they had developed for a century the ability to exist as Christians outwardly and as Jews inwardly. And that, did not lend itself to the idea that the outside world was toxic and dangerous and so on. In fact, the opposite. It allowed a lot of Jews to interact with outside society in very meaningful ways, sometimes very positive ways, which they then either brought back into the Jewish fold, or they simply assimilated out into the non-Jewish existence. Both phenomena, of course, were marked in regards to parties. So tonight's topic is going to look at the 500 years after that great crisis when Sephardic Jewry was expelled from the peninsula. And this created a huge mixing of Ashkenazim and Sephardim and other peoples, in particular the Abraham and Israel, the Eastern communities, who have not figured very much in our story so far, but they will become extremely important as we get to the end of time. So that's the goal for today, is to try to understand, once they were kind of loosed from their regions, how did Ashkenazim and Sephardim affect each other? Of course, they had been in contact, largely literary contact. It was something you see primarily among learned scholars and so on. But what happened when Ashkenazim and Sephardim started living side by side in places like, for example, Amsterdam, where the Portuguese was so significantly large, much larger and more important than the Ashkenazis most of its time. So that's what we're going to do first. Now, I want to show you some maps, and these are a little bit complicated, but I'll walk through them. So here's a map of the Mediterranean, and I try to indicate these yellow circles. I'm not drawn to scale. It's complicated for me to do that with my computer skills. But where were Jews living at the turn of the millennium, around the year 1000? So if you look down towards the central right, you see there's still Jews living in Israel. In fact, Jews who were very much involved in attempting to defend Jerusalem from the Crusaders, fighting side by side with the Muslims at that time, unsuccessfully. But you still have Jews living in the land of Israel, although it's a very small minority by this point, especially after the 7th century invasion of Muslims. To the right, in the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers as they empty into the Persian Gulf, you have the very significant Mesopotamian Jewish Babylon, which would later become Islamicized, and the main center of gravity of that ancient Jewish community dates back to the 6th century before the Roman era. Meaning by the time we get up to the year 1000, they have been living there for 1600 years. The center of gravity shifted to the north to Baghdad. That's where the great yeshivas of Surah and Haditha eventually migrated. And this is basically the high point of their activity. They will begin to go into decline after the year 1000. They'll get smaller and smaller and less significant as the Spanish Jews way on the other side of that Mediterranean left now. That becomes the dominant region. And there are small Jewish communities that dominate the North African coast, but it is Spain that really takes off after Baghdad begins to go into slavery. One of the great examples of this sort of shift of cultural and central gravity is when poets like Ignacio de Barbarat leaves Baghdad and he makes his way all the way over to Cordoba in Spain, where he brings his large with him, challenging the local Spanish poets and ultimately getting hold of one of my favorite periods in Jewish history is the fact that when Nash came to Spain, he was kind of like the Elvis of medieval poetry. His take on how to rhyme things and how to create Hebrew was so radically different from the traditional Hebrew values using the line that Jews literally had riots in the streets, fist fights over which element of poetry was Hebrew. Nash's specific innovation was to take the shema vowel, which is familiar with Hebrew. It's the vowel that has like sort of looks like a colon that's placed through a letter, but of course it has two different sounds, the shema or shema. Very small different sound linguistics of like the letter P printed upside down. You see it sometimes in dictionaries. And he suggested that you should take that schwa vowel and use it as an acrostic either, just like the Arabs do with Arabic. And this just opened up people to a whole new realm of poetry, which of course is celebrated today with songs around the shops. Take a week's favorite story around for example. So that's an example of like you have the cultural link from Baghdad all the way over to Spain. Moving to the northern part of the Mediterranean, we've got lots of Jews living in what we Turkey today. In the Greek Peninsula, very large number of Rome, and in that sort of sideways movement, that's in Provence, that's a Canadian community in the south of France. And way up at the top, there's a fairly small population of Jews, much, much smaller in the year 1000 than Spain or even Baghdad. Those are the Ashkenazim living kind of way up there in the smaller communities, a little further south. Rashi was around this time in Troy, but it's really quite insignificant. So this is basically a picture of where Jews are living around the year 1000. Smaller communities that you can note here, the nations in Central Asia, the Khazars, and the spoke about in the West. Now, if we look at the next 500 years, we see a few different things. First of all, most important, the population of Ashkenaz just explodes. The Ashkenazi population explodes at a remarkable rate from 1,000 to about the year 1500. So a lot of questions about how that came to be. Certainly there's a significant amount of migration from the south, and this is part of a much larger general population explosion from Northern Europe at the time. Many historians feel that the reason for the population explosion after year 1000 is related to climactic factors, that the ground becomes much more arable as a result of temperature shifts. And there's no theories about why that might have happened, but nevertheless, for our purposes, we have a really big population of Jews explored in Ashkenaz, which, as the great medieval scholar Robert Chasen points out, sort of cuts against the grain of the left-of-most school of Jewish historiography that says that, suffering in Western Europe at this time, Black Christendom, was so brutal and it was so hard to make a living. In reality, we see that Jews, at least demographically, expand significantly over these centuries. But it is offset by frequent expulsions. That's what I tried to point out with these green lines here. You have expulsions beginning in 1182 from Paris, from France. France at that time was actually only a very small territory, but it expanded much larger expulsions in the year 1306, and smaller ones right through the 14th century. The Jews of Provence to the south of France who were not part of the French kingdom at the time. They also endure expulsions. They find their way to the Italian peninsula in particular, and also from the east. The Jews of England are expelled in 1290, and there are much smaller expulsions from smaller principalities throughout Germany and South. Overwhelmingly, the Jews move east. And the reason for that movement is twofold. On the one hand, there are the expulsions, which are motivated by several factors. There's a certain degree of anti-Semitism involved. This is the era when Black libel first appears in the year 1144, this time, and it's a dangerous profession. If they extend homes unwisely to the larger population, they risk multiple uprisings, which happened in the 17th century particularly. And if they loan money to some more powerful noblemen, the nobleman might feel that at a certain point it's easier to simply wipe out their debt by expelling the Jews than to try and repay what they have borrowed from various international campaigns. There's a lot of economic and social pressures driving Jews out of Western Europe, and at the same time, Central and Eastern Europe is experiencing a vacuum of economic talent. They don't have, for example, anybody who knows how to handle precious metals and turn them into coins. A lot of the economy in Poland in the 12th, 13th century is still happening with barter, and the rest of Europe is way ahead of that, developing Arabic credit systems and working with lots of currency and so on. So the Jews are quite literally invited to Poland, which is much larger than it is in this map at the time. It was part of a large dynastic commonwealth formed in Lithuania that extended from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. So the Jews are being invited into Eastern Europe, and so the Jews make their way there in communities, in waves, all the way up to the 17th century. This is what will result in a massive population of Ashkenazi Jews, although originating from the Rhineland, really populating Eastern Europe, Russia, Poland, now we get to this wave of expulsion from Spain. And I know the map is getting crowded. It's going to get even more crowded on the next slide, but hopefully we can stay with it. Now we're looking at the red lines. And this is the colossal experience that Jews had during the expulsion from Spain. Recall, Spain was a towering citadel of Jewish culture. It had long eclipsed Baghdad as really the religious and literary center of the Jewish world. And to expel the Jews from Spain was like absolutely mind-boggling. It would be akin to expelling the Jews from New York and New Jersey and Connecticut. It's unthinkable. Such a massive amount of people, so central to the economy and culture and so on. Nevertheless, it happened. As you can see inside that red circle, the first wave of Jews who went to Portugal was that the most convenient land crossing. Many of them went to the northern region through the river, the living on the slope in February for that visit before their cruise there in May. And also many made the short distance across the Mediterranean into North Africa or over the Pyrenees Mountains into Bordeaux, France. And some of them made a much larger trek all the way out to the New World, which was discovered at precisely this time, hoping to reestablish themselves in places like Brazil. But a lot of them made their way to the north to more accommodating climes, particularly in the context of the religious wars, where the Protestant Reformation had allowed for more liberal environments where they believed in the Catholic Church in particular. The Netherlands and Amsterdam was an especially welcoming place because this is a culture that depends heavily on a population that cooperates with each other. The Netherlands, of course, will reclaim land. The winter Netherlands is incredibly flat, and that's because they developed these dikes and windmills and to pull water out of the soil that's soaked from the ocean, and dry it out enough that they can actually plant on it. And inch by inch, you actually expand the territory. And what that society needs is everybody has to do their part. You can't ignore the dike on your property and pick your neighbors up and be ticked off about it because they eventually flood theirs as well. This interesting kind of cooperative culture is exceptionally welcome to the Jews because as long as they did their part, they were perfectly well accepted. It was not a society that had the luxury of discriminating weakness. And then you've got Jews spanning out throughout the Mediterranean. Some of them making their way into the Italian peninsula. But for our purposes, at the end of this class, is that many of them made their way completely out of Christian Europe, out of Catholic Europe, and out of Protestant Europe, and made their way to the Ottoman Empire, which is under the Muslims, thinking that, they actually got fairly rare, comparatively speaking, under the Muslims compared to the Catholics in particular. And so they went to places like Constantinople, which is now, of course, the modern day Istanbul, and to Asia Minor, and to Sfax, which is in Jerusalem, and in Israel in particular, which I'd like to talk about in more detail. Okay, so I hope everybody is following this map. I'm going to give you one more complicated map, and then we'll be done with the discussion of the migration. So this one, I know it's so confusing that I've left everything overlaid. If you look at the light blue lines, this essentially gives you a sense of what happened to Jews in the last century. The largest population of Jews by far is now in Eastern Europe. There's Ashkenazi Jews, like by a few Sephardic, so it's not the bulk of European Jewry. And of course, European Jewry is still dominant as the majority population of the world. But after 1882, when in the Russian Empire there was a massive series of pogroms that lasted 3 years, and it was evident that the Russian Empire was either unable or even unwilling to try and control this popular violence directed against Jews. The Jews as a whole opted to migrate in huge numbers. About 2 million Jews made their way to the United States. About 100,000 made their way to Canada, a similar number made their way to South America, and about 250,000 made their way into Western Europe, which by now, we're already in the 19th century, all of those areas which had previously banned the Jews now made their territories available to Jews, especially France, which had emancipated all the Jews in 1791. So Jews are moving very large numbers to the New World. Smaller numbers, about 50,000, made their way down to South Africa. The same number made their way to Israel because Zionism was becoming a thing at this time as well. And a very small number, less than 10,000, made their way to Australia. So it's basically a huge 20-minute overview of major Jewish population limits. I just want to point out one thing which should be obvious from the aesthetics of this map, is that Ashkenazim and Sephardim are definitely coming into contact with each other in a very big way. Especially after the 1492 expulsion of Sephardim penetrating deep into traditional Ashkenazi cultures in large numbers, either as Jews not being converted, the so-called Sephardim proper, the Spanish Jews, or as Jews who had the privileges of Christians because they were descended from those converts. Those are the so-called Portuguese Jews. Once they were free, were generally adopting their Jewish identity. And this gives you an overview of how Jews began to interact with each other. What happened when you had Jews discover each other with those very different reasons? I haven't pointed out a few different information. Let's look now at the impact of Sephardim. And I'm going to do a little bit of a case study in the Jews of Sfat in particular. So, as you will recall, the Sephardim had this working thesis that we have been walking along with, is this notion that Sephardim had developed the ability to interact with secular society, Christian society. We also have to add the fact that the Sephardim were technologically far more advanced than Ashkenazim at this time as well. This is a picture, it's a commemorative stamp of the great scholar Rabbi, or Gersonides, who was a 13th century Jew from the region of Provence, and among his many inventions was this thing that the figure in the stamp is holding, which is called a Jacob's staff. And it was a genius device that they used physics to determine the distance of everything from heavenly bodies, like the sun shown here, or navigation, like how far away is that boat. And this kind of device is extremely useful for people who are going to make their way across the Atlantic Ocean. We have so many Jews who are deeply involved in the science of Spain in the first half of the second millennium. They're importing all kinds of Arabic sciences because they are the culture brokers between Arabic North Africa and Europe. A lot of the translation efforts from Arabic classics, which are themselves quite often translated from Greek, to make it into Latin, they frequently had to go through Hebrew, or at least go through a Jew who could render the Arabic into a local vernacular, which we can be rendered into Latin. So Jews are playing a really important role in Sephardi in particular in the cultural brokers in this world. Also very important for the cultural brokers of Jews. They bring, for example, great Arabic classics like the Taik and the duties of the heart, and these things make them available in Hebrew for Ashkenazi Jews as well. This will become extremely important. Just put a little timing in this or and in this related, the printing press, which may have actually developed in a Jewish shop in Provence, but exactly before Gutenberg invented his. It's not impossible. There's suggestions to prove this for a discussion today, but the printing press was certainly something that the Jews invented. They fell in love with it. And that had a great impact in spreading Sephardic culture because it represented the height of literary culture of the day that tended to crowd out a lot of the other countries. So let's just put a pin in that for now because we're going to come back to it shortly. One other thing that the Sephardim really brought with them was an openness to the outside world, which could prove to be quite corrosive to traditional Judaism as well. Because in Amsterdam, where the Baruch Spinoza really has no problem engaging in non-Jewish ideas and ultimately bearing the brunt of an excommunication effort by the Jews of Russia in trying to control the spread of his philosophy, which was, of course, deeply successful. But if we go to, for example, the city of Tzfat, we see a very different phenomenon than the Spartan brought with them as they went to the south. So here's a map of the Ottoman Empire, right at its peak, really. Ultimately, this would be an extremely important map when you consider the formation of Israel, because it's basically what the Ottoman Empire looked like and what Israel looked like at the peak of the First World War, actually before the British took it over. And this was all Muslim territory. It was quite a bit freer territory for Jews, especially the Inquisition in Spain. Jews proceeded at their own risk to live in other parts of Europe under Catholic domination. For example, in Italy, there was a horrific example of persecution in the middle of the 16th century when a group of crypto Jews, that is, Jews who had been converted to Catholicism and then made their way as a community to a place called Ancona on the Adriatic coast of Italy. And once they were there, because conditions seemed to be acceptable and the Pope at the time seemed to mind, they essentially went back and started Judaism. They had, it was just a coincidence, there was a group of Jews living in Ancona who were actually arguably Christian, but some of these were Jews, just groups literally very much each other. So, unfortunately, as we see in other Exodus as well, Luke Pope arose and moved on the Jews, and he was infuriated that there should be these backsliding Judaizers right there on the Italian Peninsula, and so he arrested a large number of them and ultimately burned 25 Jews at the stake. 1555. This is an example of how it can still be dangerous to live as a Jew anywhere in Central Europe active right up until the 19th century, so they were really not sick. But moving to the Ottoman Empire, to the Muslim Empire, that's a wholly different thing because the Islamic religion has a sort of a model for the existence of Jews in Islamic territories called the Pact of Mar, which is something like Christian doctrine like this, which essentially says that Jews are allowed to live as religions protected in Muslim lands as long as they submit to largely symbolic and some financial disagreements. It's definitely a second-class status kind of thing where they're not allowed to carry weapons or ride horses. They have to wear a particular color, yellow, to distinguish themselves from others. And a lot of these things were ignored in many places. They couldn't build their synagogues new. They had to just renovate the old ones. This is why some of the synagogues were actually built with several sub-basements because they couldn't make them taller, but they could make them deeper in the ground. So many Jews said, forget about living in Christian Europe. It's a mosque. And they went in particular to Istanbul or Constantinople, as it was, and created a tremendous amount of culture there. The Sultan of Istanbul was actually quite delighted with the Jewish subjects because they brought with them a tremendous amount of economic activity. He was very happy to expand those possibilities for the Jews. He considered Spain's loss his gain. And that's what connects us specifically to the town of Spain, which you can see labeled here on this map in the blue letters. It's kind of in north of Jerusalem, and it's not a very well-known place. It doesn't appear in Tanakh at all. The word Spain probably comes from the word Sofia, which means to look out because it is about 5,000 feet above sea level. You can see it here. The Sea of Galilee, the area in the background, very beautiful and picturesque area. It was a backward town, very little to say for it, but the Ottoman Empire extended tax rates to textile merchants. You make good spots, and textiles are a field that Jews have still been very involved in. My name's Father, Michelle, Shanta Gruber, and so all of a sudden, these center of commerce rivaled even Jerusalem in many ways. And that was joined with the fascinating phenomenon of spiritual tourism. A certain number of very important Jews made their way from the Spanish exile to Spain. By the time he got about 70 years out, which is kind of similar to the way we are related to the Holocaust now, times, there was this amazing effervescence of Jewish spiritual activity in Spain. A remarkable number of figures of colossal proportions, really, all living in this tiny little village and this radio efforts in Judaism, particularly the Messianic Kabbalah type of mysticism, which you can see here. It's very common to use this particular shades and blues as a way of warding off the evil eye, especially to different groups. The kinds of people who lived in Spain in the 16th century include some of these grave signs. On the bottom left is the Holy Rabbi, the Moshe Cordovero, who's one of the greatest systematizers of Kabbalah. He took a series of really bizarre, very difficult to read, complex, cryptic books, and he condensed them and he made them accessible in a book called Pardes Book, the Orchard of Pomegranates, which became an instant classic in his lifetime. By the way, let's remember that this is during the heyday of printing. All of a sudden, books are in circulation with printing. The price of a manuscript dropped dramatically, lowering radically the threshold for people to actually access some of these great ideas. And so it was like the internet was invented in the 16th century, and everyone was on it. They were not had a father-in-law or his brother-in-law. That's on the right. His name was Shlomo Alkabetz. He was also a great Kabbalist and the composer of the Yechad poem that we recite Friday nights, which is my experience. And then sort of in the center, you see the student of the Ramah, which was actually from Egypt. His name was the Holy Ari, Isaac William, so also Ashkenazi, the Ashkenazi, although he was born and raised in Egypt. And he came to Tzfat in order to learn with the Ramat. He lived here for less than a year, and the Ramat died. The Ari died a few years later, but these men created an absolutely phenomenal revolution in Kabbalah, which had tremendous ramifications for the rest of Jewish culture. I'm sure in your stories, you're not going to be virtually universal, and inspired so many Jewish leaders. And this largely is the result of the, forgive the comparison, post-Holocaust experience of Sephardic and Portuguese Jews. All of these figures, with the exception of the Ari, were from Spain and Portugal, and they were uprooted, they were refugees. The greatest among them was the Yosef Karo, who was himself a childhood refugee, we would say a survivor of the who made his way through Constantinople in his old age, made his way to Spain as well. And they came with a dream and a vision. They completely changed the world in which there was a dramatic moment that allowed for the reign of the Messiah. And so their Kabbalistic studies were fused with an urgency, drama that really compelled Judaism for the next 500 years, especially through the History. And this is largely from the Sephardic Portuguese Jews who created Kabbalah that later spun on into the Ashkenazi as well. Have a look at this map here, which gives you just a sense of the demographic spread of the Ashkenazi. This is in the first half of the 19th century. You can see how Western Europe just has a few tiny dots of Jews. France, which once had a large, is now very small, and few cities have any Jews at all. And Germany a little bit more, but then when you get to Eastern Europe, Poland, Ukraine, Hungary, Russia, those regions have deeply rooted Jews. There are three main flavors of Jews that emerge from this period of time. And I've sort of put in a Venn diagram as more or less they overlap. You have towards the east and south, as a both of the Hasidic movement, heavily influenced by the Kabbalah of the Rabbi, which was in turn heavily influenced by the Sephardic Portuguese refugees. You have his Nagdim, which are the so-called components, largely to the north, to Lithuania and Russia, who are the traditionalists who oppose the invasion of the Hasidim. Both groups ended up perpetuating themselves to the modern era, so it was, as they say, the controversies with the Save Amendment as a result. Third group, a little bit more to the west, particularly in German lands, or the followers of the Hasidim. Let's have a very brief look at Australia's to understand how it was largely their culture, the Sephardim, that affected Egypt. In the case of the Hasidim, we have the research of my senior colleague, Rabbi who pointed out that, for much of the modern period, or even doubts, did the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Hasidism, even exist? Because all we had about his life was a collection of stories called Shifei Nefs, which praise of the Baal Shem Tov, and a lot of them are really quite amazing, careful stories, and people didn't know what to make of them historically. But with the fall of the Soviet Union, the opening of the archives behind their person, Dr. Russell was able to go and actually find the tax records of the Baal Shem. You see here, it's large, where you actually see where it's made, how much you paid taxes, and so on. He was able to write a book that talked about the founders of Israel. The name of the Baal Shem Tov was Israel Ben Eliezer, and he was deeply affected by the Kabbalah that was brought up from the but the kind of movement that spread under the third generation singular, region, of course, spread to the Americas as well, and to work in various part of the world, literally in New York. But they were deeply opposed by the traditionalists led by this man, Rabbi, who felt that there was too much ecstatic and fundamentalist religion with too much lack of discipline by religious standards. There's actually quite significant points that went on until they realized by the middle of the 19th century that they had a much more serious need in the Haskalah. At least some type of questions. The Haskalah was also the impact of the encounter between the Ashkenazim and Sephardim, because the Ashkenazim were kind of like a wound up spot. Tremendous amount of energy wound up in a very tightly coiled spring with very little access to the outside world. The penetration of these Portuguese Jews in particular, I mentioned Spinoza, but we would go through a list of Portuguese Jews who came to these regions saying, you know what? The Christians aren't so bad, and I kind of like their opera, and I'm fond of their science. They've got some great science now. And so Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, slowly began to encounter the outside world and to question the initial stance that was developed from the Crusades, and it lasted for about 750 years. Maybe it's not so bad to get involved with secular culture. One of the greatest proponents of this was Moses Jean-Pierre, who was personally observant Jew, but he argued for greater integration of Jews with civil culture. That Jews, for example, should learn the vernacular. They should not be relying on the internal Jewish languages like Yiddish. They should be learning proper German, Canadian German, and so on. He was a very popular figure, particularly among German liberals and among a certain sector of Jews as well. But at the same time, his ideas were so controversial that in some parts of Europe, his books were actually burned by Jews because he was considered too radical. There were others, like Solomon Lyman, who were his rough contemporary, who simply abandoned Judaism altogether. He wrote a fantastic autobiography in which he was growing up in a Hasidic family, actually, it was way in the family, but he found this Hasidism as a youth. And ultimately, he discovers that the outside culture is way too attractive, and he throws his Judaism overboard. But he writes, I jumped over the concrete wall on his book to go on. Just take a moment to discuss this. 1772, northern Germany, a region called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, there was a false burial scheme where people suddenly developed this wide-ranging phobia that people were buried before they were actually dead. And this caused really quite an uproar, as you might imagine. So much so that people were doing things like building these kinds of interesting coffins where there's a little bladder in the coffin, and you suddenly discovered that, wait, people had buried me when I was not dead. You could just squeeze the bladder, and a flag would pop up, or a bell would ring, and all kinds of things like that to let people know that, no, you're not actually dead. And why this is relevant to Jews is because the Duke of Hero was convinced that it made sense for burials to be banned before 17 hours before they come down. The coroner, 1772, it's already quite late when we're talking about the colonial era in America, it's much more modern. The coroner would decree a person dead, and then they would wait 3 days just to make sure, and then they would bury. The problem is, Jewish burials require a rapid again, the impact of Kabbalistic thought, the notion that the disintegration of the body through decomposition is actually beneficial to the soul. It represents a sloughing off of the sins of this world, and we want to accelerate that as much as possible. In Israel, of course, it's customary to bury within 24 hours, and not even to use a coffin to bury a person in the ground alone to accelerate that decomposition. So this meant that the Now, Mendelssohn himself, personally, he was not inclined to bolster. He felt it was a reasonable public health measure. After all, if people are being buried prematurely, we should certainly take steps to ensure that doesn't happen. Furthermore, it pointed out that historically, Jews did not necessarily bury this. This, for example, is a Christian nation, northern Israel, where Jews would regularly bury shells called coffee. And there's a lot of discussion in Talmud about how this is done. In fact, there are even very bizarre rituals that we know about the practice today, where you would, bury your loved one and let the body decompose. And then after a year, you go back, retrieve the bones, and bring them to the family crypt. So it was like perfectly normal to do all kinds of things that are different from the earliest. He wanted to say, listen, this is scientific advancement, we should follow this particular way. But nevertheless, he respected the wishes of his co-religious. He wrote a letter to the Duke and petitioned for the problem. And he himself felt it would probably be a good idea. Other Jews said, you know what, we should just go whole hog, so to speak, with all of this. David Friedlander, one of the students of Mendelssohn, said, we can't possibly negotiate, this narrow threading the needle between engagement with Jewish culture and blocking out non-Jewish culture and so on. Why don't we just pretend to be baptized? We call it July baptism. Also, 1799. And everything would be fine. It was not especially popular, but nevertheless, there were a lot of Ashkenazim who argued for outright separation, and then it simply disappeared at this time. Others, like Samson from Hirsch, shown here, also from Germany in the mid-19th century, argued for a very careful parsing of what is actually required in Jewish law and what is really customary, and then just following that line. Finally, we get to Eastern Europe. That's where you have the masses of Jews, and a lot of penetration in that region as well. The oldest population of Ashkenazi were closer to that mindset of Crusades, but by the time that Hezbollah gets over to Eastern Europe, they are deeply involved in all kinds of modulations. So that is Yiddish is a literary language at this time. Zionism becomes like a political language, Jewish socialism, and there are critics of the old way of living, such as Joseph Pearl, who brutally criticized the Jewish for example. These are all kinds of things that are happening as the Sephardic as a result of the conversion makes their way through Ashkenazi. Now, we should spend at least a few minutes talking about that big population we have ignored largely until now, so-called Eastern Jews, wilderness Latin. They have been largely quiet much of the time. They are not engaged, with a few very significant exceptions, Einstein and so on. They are not producing the same kind of scholars that you see coming out of the Sephardic diaspora or the Ashkenazic world as well. But there is a very significant impact because the Sephardi bringing their very advanced book culture into the Ottoman Empire overwhelmed a lot of the local cultures. It's kind of sad on all of this because you'll recall I mentioned the possibility of printing. So one of the things that tends to happen in the 16th century in particular is that whoever publishes the first most popular book tends to destroy all kinds of smaller books. Like they say this is what's going on in contemporary publishing today, largely as a result of the loss of our bookstores. That people don't browse for books anymore. They go and they buy the dozen or so popular authors over and over again. But it's very hard for new authors to make this way into the field because there's just no exposure for them. So when the Shulchan Aruch is written by a Sephardi rabbi, Caro, and it is published, and it gets the imprimatur of the commentary of the Ashkenazi Rabbi, that shuts down all kinds of other activities. Same thing happens, for example, with the Siddur that we have. So many other local modifications to prayer that we see in local towns in France and in Germany and in Italy. These different liturgies, these different literary gems simply become lost because of the overwhelming steamroller effect, in particular of this time. So most of these neighbors of Israel, the eastern communities, some of them extremely old, like places like Aleppo and Damascus and elsewhere, they are overwhelmed by the Sephardic influence, and they begin to adopt Sephardic ritual, so such that they are ironically called Sephardic, even though they have no sort of tribal or biological connection to Spain. They're really natives of Islam, but they have been overwhelmed by Spanish culture. They will, however, come to the fore when we get to the 20th century, particularly after the establishment of the state of Israel, because then you have so-called Judah, where many of the Muslim countries of North Africa and the Middle East expel their Jews as a kind of revenge for the establishment of the state of Israel. It's a number which is ironically pretty much the same as the number of Palestinians claiming for their from the land of Israel. You have roughly the same amount of Jews who are either expelled or coerced or flee fear from their countries to the land of Israel. And these are essentially the Mizrahi who make a huge impact in Israeli culture. You look at the demographic population of Israel today, you will see that Ashkenazim constitute about a third, right? As the Ashkenazim were the pioneers in the early part of the story, from about the 1880s to the early 1950s. And by the way, that's not considering the issue of the old Jewish community that was like the descendants of the centuries Jews who lived there, along with smaller numbers of migrants from Ashkenazim backgrounds. Mizrahi Jews constitute another third, but as you'll notice, no one here is Sephardic Jews. It's Sephardic Jews, largely because Sephardic Jews, when they left Spain, they actually dropped in number significantly. Many of the Jews who call themselves Sephardic today are really coming from places like Turkey or Syria or Morocco, where they definitely have absorbed Sephardic culture. This becomes a political significance. When Menachem Begin shown here when he was in disguise because he was often gotten from the mandate authorities, so he disguised himself very cleverly as a rabbi. He actually was quite learned. He beloved like Lisa, was his referee laws and everything, he was able to, he was himself Ashkenazi, to tap into the voices of the Mizrahi Jews, bring them to the fore in the political movements that resulted in the 1977 election that turned over the traditional Ashkenazi elite and really allowed Sephardim, aka Asian Mizrahi Jews, to have their say in decisions. They had their own heroes too, people like Rabbi Yosef, who was himself from Baghdad, but nevertheless was the chief Sephardi rabbi of the Jewish actually interpretation of Torah. And his formulation of what is a Sephardi is anyone who follows the halacha of the Shulchan Aruch, as opposed to Yad Rahah or Taik, which is an allusion to when Moshe Israelis and his commentary on the Sephardi Shulchan. So defined that way, Sephardi is actually a very large tent that includes all kinds of people, may not necessarily be connected directly to Spain, but have a share in its Jewish organization. So that brings me to the conclusion of these three series of lectures, and I'll try to give you some insight into these factors that shape the Jewish mind, specifically the Ashkenazim, the Sephardim, and also the Asian Mizrah. There are many other smaller Jewish sub-ethnicities, Lemberg, and other countries as well. until then, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your attention to these lectures. Time for us to do questions. Hello, fellow for Jewish history. As a historian, I like to restrict my attention to things which happened firmly in the past, which are no longer happening today. That's really where I feel most comfortable and to a certain degree authority. But since October 7th is happening recently, it's possible to maintain my safe comfort with what in the past. I'm going to have to talk about things that have direct relevance to future truth. That's not even true. Because almost everything I say about the past has relevance to our times, but now it's become incredibly explicit. So what I'd like to talk about today is the history of Jews and universities, and I'm probably getting a little bit more political towards the end of this video, so warning in advance. Now, perhaps one of the reasons why the current movement have been so setting for many Jews is because universities perhaps one of the last places where we expect this kind of phenomenon. But in reality, we see that's quite an author or the first problem. These are puppets that they have to add in this book. These are Jews Holocaust era, especially from the 1960s, a combination of both by the United States and the remarkable Jewish Israel war produced a surge of in English academics, specifically the rise of Jewish studies as campus. We always thought, at least my generation thought, that universities are relatively speaking fairly safe spaces, heavily parallels and broadhouses, all kinds of sports for Jews studies. Campuses, and we thought that Jewish students would find a lot of value in this. But we appears to be that anomalous period, 5 or 6 decades of relative peace or slowly coming to an end of what was happening. So in this video, let's have a quick look back, all the way to the very beginning of the history of affair with universities, and I'd like to trace a little bit of the thread of resilience that winds its way through this history up until the present moment. So first of all, let us recall that Jews have a deep love affair with higher education. This is something that is deeply rooted in Jewish culture, has all kinds of reinforcements throughout history. Books, for example, have the central prayer to Israel, hear O Israel, and has been commanded to teach your children. Education is really built into the core DNA of Jews. And besides religious motivation and its value, Jews were incredibly incentivized towards pursuit of higher education, primarily because moving of real estate on land was not necessarily the best way for them to live the law against Jews. If you were expelled from the country, notice now forfeit their inheritance and so on. So historically, Jews have looked towards aspects of the economy that have reported this leads, of course, to various crafts and skill-based, to financial activities in particular, and to medicine. All of these things require higher level of education. So it's like the idea of transportable economics produces more information towards higher education. If you look at our times, if you look at the Pew Research Center report on Jewish America, you see that statistically Jews are extremely highly educated as students. If you have a look at this graph, you see the comparison of Jewish Americans who are in the red bar and non-Jewish Americans in the yellow bar, which is as of 2020. And you can see that Jews are severely underrepresented when it comes to people who have a high school diploma in the US, and they are incredibly overrepresented when you look at just graduate students, doctorates, and so on. They're more than 3 times the proportion of the average American. The Jews are very much invested in that higher education, as we see in we should also know, of course, that historically Jews have had their own universities understood within the context of their time. Examples from ancient books such as the Gathering of Yahweh, so-called Terror of Yahweh, and worship of Israel, was in Israel in the first century. Bodies that were partially researched, partially Israel, like the Semites, and then, of course, from there to the Talmudic period, you have Babylonia and several cities along the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, also in Israel, the city of Tiberias, for example. And you should also note here that in Talmudic academies, the nature of Talmudic studies is so broad that it should encompass all kinds of other areas of intellectual research, such as medicine, of course, geography, geology, astronomy, astrology, all kinds of bodies of knowledge would be included within the Talmudic work. So those are the examples of universities that really understand this great, but nevertheless they were institutional education that was really attached. And even in the post-Talmudic period, there were several examples of observed Jewish universities like Catholics. Most of them were not especially successful. There was, for example, in the 15th century in Sicily, an attempt to create a Jewish university, or perhaps maybe better sort of as a university under Jewish auspices, but then the Inquisition came along and the Jews were expelled from there. So it was really only in the modern era that we have Hebrew University established, and here in New York City is an extremely successful Jewish university. I've heard the good but let's focus for our purposes on Jews attending generally what was happening. So the dominant experience of Jews in higher education up to the 20th century is one of struggle against persecution. This is especially true in Christian lands, where there is always a religion test for students, and especially this begins already in the 4th century in the University of Constantinople, which was then known as the Unbegotten, or the place of all teachings, which is sort of echoed in the University of Constantinople, also founded ironically when the patriarch of Israel over to people. But outside of the University of Constantinople, Jews were admitted to the University of Ishaq in Sasanian Persia in the 6th century, which was the early post-Talmudic period, and which absorbed a lot of Jewish scholars and scholars from other places. And shortly thereafter, when Baghdad arose, there was the Taik, which was open to Jews as well. So Jews enthusiastically participated in these independent institutions, which were solely devoted to the pursuit of higher education. In Christian lands, there were some interesting exceptions made for to literary Jews were very valuable to the Christian enterprise, particularly at times their Hebrew language, which is something Jews, of course, retained as essential to study Hebrew scriptures. But it didn't always work out so well for neither the respective faculty or the institutions. For example, Yahoo Levita once invited to teach Paris in the 15th century, refused because the university was still closed to Jews. The opening there was the major exception to much of the period is Italy. Italy was incredibly kind to Jewish students. The great universities of Bologna, Novara, Pavia, Perugia, Pisa, Ravenna, and especially Padua invited Jews or allowed Jews to attend. So much so that when they graduated and went to their own countries to practice, typically medicine, the term Italian doctor basically means Jew, just like the reference of Ferry, it's a Portuguese merchant, also meant Jew. There were, to be sure, discriminatory practices as well. Jews were forced to pay common tuition and their fees. There were certain kinds of humility, missions that they went business. They had to give all of the Christians to certain kind of Canadian, otherwise things like that. Still, in general, forced to wear distinctive clothing, distinctive hats, separated them from Christians and so on. But by and large, Jews were having the opportunity to study. This all really changes from the 18th century on, whereas Jews actually gained the right to admit Jews without demanding that they convert to Christianity before they preach and certainly before they study. An interesting example of this is Isaac Abraham Roosevelt, who was an instructor of Hebrew at the University of Königsberg, rejected his application to teach Hebrew there over the objections of the accountants. Of course, the famous son of Königsberg refused to sign on the Senate of the university's decision to become a professor of education. Everything changes really on a legal basis when the astronaut Joseph the Patent of Toleration in 1782, which formally allowed Jews to attend public school. This is very important for universal public education to begin to get rolling. And Jews were under the encouraged and allowed to apply to application is not the same as condition. And politics was slow, but nevertheless, on a legal basis, Austria formally allowed the of their education. By the time we get to the 19th century, and all kinds of areas that are originating and developing new departments of study in psychology, sociology, experimental linguistics, that the idea of thought will be at the forefront of this context. The 18th century, and this whole idea is silly. So by the time it gets to the early 20th century, perhaps the greatest resurgence of the threat to Jewish administration is just months after the Menorah, so it's just important on the anniversary of that day, the so-called law against overcrowding. The law, which was ostensibly overcrowding, really means too many Jews, and it sets a very, very low threshold of how many Jews could be allowed to listen to these last Jews. At that time, just 28% of the population of Germany. Nevertheless, there was a strong urge, very early on, to simply pronounce Jews. By 1939, the not allowed to listen to all. In Poland, heavily influenced by the Italian nationalist heavily professed in Europe, they instituted ghetto benches, which was a segregated area at the back of lecture halls, where Jewish students were forced to sit for lectures. Some bizarre discrimination against Jewish medical students, whereas they were required to source their own cadavers or dissections from the Jewish community, as opposed to several students who where the bodies would be received science or otherwise sourced by universities or research. And you have this also with the communist movement, one of the most bizarre episodes in a bizarre period of time. The early Soviet Union tried to do away with all bourgeois educational models, and they were actually trying to have the universities run behind the students themselves. Ironic to see the people's universities taking up school. And they wanted to put students in charge. Why should professors be in charge? This was considered an absurd effort due to failure because you can't put undergraduates in charge. However, undergraduates in both that speech while teaching grammar, but nevertheless, you could also make another option because if you choose the same teaching it also chilled for a very long time the efforts of So you start to look into student degrees in certain skills, which were like ideologically sensitive. I have many colleagues who study sociology, their doctorates in fields that were far different from history. And then once the Soviets become apart, they retrain is what they want to study. So this should give you just some kind of sense of how we got to the point of life today. What I began this video with was a statement that began sadly alchemists would teach that the very bubbles when Jews were more tolerant than unfortunately, I think which will often help Israel as anti-Israel as not live with the parameters of normal crisis. Please don't get me wrong. There's lots of reason to criticize Israel. And in fact, until October 6th, disagreeing with Israeli policies is basically a national sport in Israel, and there's an amateur sport outside Israel as well. There's lots of room for freedom of dissent, criticism, and so on. It is a very vigorous democracy that allows for the what's happening on many campuses today seems quite different. I'd like to outline four basic ways today's protests will draw the freedom of dissent of young people artificially contributing to universities, something which sadly resembles first of all, false beliefs. Those were some case. First of all, should not tolerate these activities that fear for the physical well-being by entering things. They should be able to stand and listen to someone else's argument, which offer their counter-argument, always the process of the institution. Say things like, next target of the sun, signs that will say things like, Intifada revolution is the solution. We'll get to the point two about that in just a second. But political reforms or violence on some inappropriate and certainly constitutes bias. Second, and it's simply say this, but I will dedicate time. But there is incredible degrees like the basic history of this level of it is so profound that you have to see it as really profound. You can buy it just incredible degrees. Good, but just horrible apathy, inability to empathize with the suffering of people on the other side of this conflict is incredibly dangerous. I see it especially in talking about hostages on social media feed, following up these videos where people are looking at students and, okay, they don't know the geography of the university companies. So that's straight up questions that it's the hostages, they came into it, they're gross. How can they possibly conceive that it is acceptable to kill children, listen, elderly, civilians, and then hold them as hostages, hiding behind human children? It's just mind-boggling that Russians that definitely tilts it open to accepting it. Why would they know it? Third,
Yo, how you living, man? What up, man? Kicking ass, taking names. How are you, my friend? Very cool. How'd you find out about me? A poll thread? What's that? No way. Oh, Taik, is it new? No, I mean it's threatened. That's amazing, dog. Oh, that's sweet. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for work peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? What movie was that? That's correct. Okay. Do you know the name of it? Okay, very cool. The That's right. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that comes true, I really do hang out, all your friends, all your family, very wealthy. I want you to be able to create generational wealth if you don't have that already. Become financially independent if you don't have that, and to start charities and philanthropic organizations around to help the world. How's that sound? That's okay. I am someone who talks about improving the world very much so. I created the world's largest time capsule timeline of human existence. I also want to help the world and world hunger through the use of technology, such as things like agricultural drones, farming, cloud seeding, and hydroponics. I want to help them world goods. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's ticker Bitcoin. It's worth about $100 million now. One of the things we do is build rails for developing nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the life care program, and most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we essentially pump ice and water out of the make it drinkable. I talk about, oh yeah, definitely. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have to check that one out again. I haven't seen it. I talk excellent. I talk about other things that I'd like to make mainstream. Go ahead. That's okay. It's just a number at the end of the day. I am someone who talks about wanting to improve the world by making technology more mainstream in the discussion of futurology more mainstream. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pioneer Ibex, which was a globe located right in space, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, coming out of Dallas, Texas, finding known as Collapse Bioscientific. They made it their goal to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates by the year 2028 or within the next 2 years. They recently made headlines with their reintroduction of direwolf. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and put a woolly mammoth in the building. I talk about other things that may be interesting to the world, things like quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I was streaming literally the day that ChatGPT was launched, which changed the world, and I've been able to see its development from ChatGPT 1 to all the way to 4, and all of the changes that we've had in society since then. I've seen the adoption of Dollar and Midjourney and Sora. I am someone who wants to help you directly, though, if you want this with your consent, to be able to give you mental health extension technologies. When you were born now, the average life expectancy for you is something like probably about age 80. And if you want, I want to be able to increase that to age 100, 120 to the technology such as oxygen therapy, growth hormone stem cells, nootropics, violence, intelligent. Things like perhaps things like electrical shock therapy, some massage therapy, to get you to 800, but you may say, Rabbi, how about a do you have any other plans? And this is again with your consent, but if you want in the future, you may be able to utilize the type of technology known as blindfolded technology, where the victim simply scans the brain with your computer, whether CAT scanner or MRI, remember every atom of your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, to later download as an Android, an Android, cyber, a 7HP, phone of yourself, a robot, programming, whatever you want to do. But essentially, what I'm saying to you now is you might be able to have to get up more time in the future. What do you think? Hey, and that's why I say, with your consent, if you want to die at a normal age, you should be allowed that as well.
I'm pretty sure I'll work forever, but like resources, temporal, like physical life, I don't know, I think I'm really thinking so much of it.
I absolutely understand. You never know, there may be breakthroughs that allow you to be stimulated for much longer and entertained for much longer, and life may be much more fun than what you think can be experienced.
Well, wait, I may change my mind, but let's just currently what I said.
Hey, you're entitled to that. As I say, it's all in your consent. But essentially, that's what I do. I created the world's largest time capsule of student data. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. I have more social media than any person in global history. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 TikTok accounts. Good. Thank you. And I'm going to go viral soon. He goes, all right. Yeah, definitely. He'd be like, okay, how you going viral? I have created robots that you can see here that automatically post for me on platform known as Blue Sky, where people talk about me every hour. Somebody posts something about me. Then I've also created robots on Kick, and these Kick bots essentially create clips of people and promote my Discord server. So it's just a matter of time. When I go viral, if you want, I'll be able to help you with anything that you want. How's that sound?
That sounds fun.
Excellent. Yeah, I don't need anything from you. Um, if anything, just tell people about what I do. But aside from that, I don't ask for anything from anyone. And I hope that you are just the beginning of a good amount of people who see me from 4chan. And shout out to the 4chan of people out there who see me now in the future.
Yeah, man, I hope the channel goes.
Thank you so much.
More than anything, I hope you have fun with it.
Absolutely, I most certainly do. And to your point, from me, if you ever need anything, more than just looking at your anything like that, if you need a positive person in the room, if you just need a friend, if you want somebody with a positive view on the future, or just somebody to help give you hope, I'm always here to help you if you ever need them. Okay?
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Absolutely, you're welcome anytime. Take care, my friend.
Clients, like they call them problems, like that, which basically says there is principles. I say anyone who doesn't agree with these principles, starting principles will not really listen to you. I see it on my social media as well. Or arguing from other sides of this with us. We want to find ways to reverse the distance that separates us, and they are shut down. Seriously, that's most people need. If you know those people. And then fourth, I talked about this before, I don't this idea of selective, this idea that, You can be upset about things that Israel does. Jews and Israelis often get upset about things that Israel does. And so to criticize the Jews or analyze the Jews for different reasons, but to be only upset about things that Israel does, it would be comparing things that happen to the rest of the world. Where is that? We expect to be quite a while this week. We talk a little bit of history, a little bit about present. We'll just add one last thought. I've never seen anyone do a really good scientific study of this. And the isolated studies that seem to bear out the parameters of the thesis. But it seems that it's anti-Jewish. I would like to suggest that maybe it's protests by people in general strongly correlated with that. In other words, we don't like to know how to seasons of victims. How to get a perspective generally speaking, for our 17th century. But perhaps a lot of what we're seeing today is affected by the spring weather that we are enjoying here in the Northeast. And like the different Hello, folks. Like many of you, I've been following the protests on campuses of the Irish region to great interest and concern. One of the areas that I find particularly difficult is the perspective of Jewish participants in these protests. And so, this is stepping a little bit out of my lane as a historian. We'll talk about things a long time when I will refer to that. We'll talk about some historical precedents here. But I really wanted to take a moment to speak directly to my fellow Jews or Jewish participants in these protests and share with you some of my thoughts about how it was largely. Let me say first that I think I understand where I understand where you're coming from and why you want so bad to participate in these. No one's free. You are there to the results of way of the exploration and question. It's beautiful. It's very much part of the tradition. The last century, just famous photographs of Abraham Joshua marching on civil rights, things like that. To totally get it. To add to that the fact that so many of your years of participating, it feels like you're connected to so many people around the world who do the same thing. You get validation from someone that you really understand it. You see what it is you do. Maybe think to yourself that one day on time my financial of that I was something like 20 years ago. Respectful. This is not the protest that you should participate in. There are other ways and other ways to voice your opinion. Let's just do a bit of history, separated from the concerns of the present moment. We'll come back to it. I want to point out to you there's a long, long history of Jews, usually individual Jews, stepping away from mainstream Jewish communities in order to participate in movements that have much larger social impact. The fall of the That's fine. They're right, but you're wrong. That first step out of community is so much fun. Much more churches do. All these kids, that's people, Muslim side, Christian side, what you're talking about is like secular moment. Over the line and join the larger this permanent structure and we can't these Jews become so confused and then they end up making this weird techniques tens of them still probably thousands of these extra Rabbi decided to convert to Christianity and then ended up denouncing the Talmud and ultimately succeeded in denouncing no precious publicly burned and attacked.
Where's that? I can't do it. I can't see what you have on the screen. I've never very picked them up. It's the very small. Any questions that you have, feel free to ask me in the extra section, and I'd be happy to answer.
Another example, Anton Margarita, father was a very important rabbi in 16th century Poland. We don't know much about him, but he also decided to step away and started these incredibly scurrilous treatments of Judaism that were extremely popular with Jewish leaders and had a huge influence on their anti-Semitic movement right up until the 20th century. In the case of Margarita, by the way, not to first Catholicism, later again to Protestantism, because one of the things that happens inevitably with these people is that their initial habits of support, love, and admiration, and then that fades away. And they're looking around saying, what do you all love? And end up through multiple times, even several
What up?
of Jews in this area.
How you doing, big dog? How do you? Uniswap. They give it to me. Yeah. If you're gonna hold for a next time. Yeah. Theory. Okay. Yeah. Just that. I think you could do that. If you have specific questions, though, I would recommend going to the Telegram. It's HPOS10I. It's t.me/HPOS10I. And just ask them a question if you have them. They're really helpful. They're really cool people. You're welcome. My friend.
So much emphasis is placed on my son's call, but the visibility on Instagram, likes, things like that, in order to be able to understand this properly, but to look at the channels, and I think the parallel to all of this book is media to these objects by I can do with it, why I'm participating in protests, or what you do with it, is how I see the protests as a different to Jewish tradition and so on. And I have to tell you, for someone who is deeply rooted in Jewish tradition, those are very conventional. Perhaps the saddest of all is a man named Henry South, who was born in 1882. He was a Jewish man. He was a huge German patriot. During World War I, in particular, he was an exceptionally talented writer of songs, poems that were very patriotic, and they were extremely popular. Some of them were called the Kunststoff or Negla, the Kunststoff, Hasek is Afghan in England, a hate song against England, of course, in the context of Germany fighting England. And initially, he was like a darling of all of these right-wing German patriots. But after a while, they began to tire of him. They found him too shrill, literally too Jewish. He found himself into the sun. Why did he want to attach himself to so dear? Jews, on the other hand, saw his undying pro-German stance, especially as we get into the late 20s and early 30s. If they come to power, they see his attitudes want to fundamentally change. Later, shortly before his own death, the Germans I am a Jew as the German. So the Jew I am a German faithful to the Jew. But these are all kind of cautionary tales. I know that I'm not in that category and fighting for what is right. I'm fighting against oppression. All these things. You don't have to take my word for it. Please use your intelligence. I have 4 basic suggestions that I would like to just implement before you participate in protesting. First of course, Jews sympathize with the suffering of the Palestinians. The onslaught of the European is terrifying. But ask yourself, ask your associates, is this really the fault of precipitated this with the brutal attack breaking the ceasefire of October 6th. Mass reported over 1,000 people and kidnapped over 200 people. Many of them still to the Now, this long history didn't start on October 7th or October 6th. It goes back much further. We'll talk about that in part two. But you have to ask yourself, if you were Israel, what would you do to capture Palestine? That's how you do it. But exactly just live with only 200 of your family members held as stop. I don't know. I'm not charged with it. But I will tell you, I don't think without compassion. Because irrational. They're trying to get hostages back. Second, please note, there's no contradiction between Christians of prosperity and self-determination, both Israelis and Palestinians. That even have that desire at the same time. Many Israelis do. And as we see, many American Jews do as well. All like that peace involves no more cross-border attacks and no more kidnapping of people. Well, if this is all true, here's the question. Why are protesters calling for the destruction of Israel, either literally or figuratively with statements like "from the river to the sea," which means wipe out Israel and make it genocide? And you see that graphically all the time. Images of the state of Israel colored with the Muslim flag. Why does Israel have to disappear? Now, a lot of people will say anti-Zionism is not the same thing as anti-Semitism, and that's technically true. But the fact is, anti-Zionism is almost always a hiding place for anti-Semitism. Have a look, for example, at this chart that shows this from the Pew Research report study of American Jews published in 2020 based on the 2015 survey. The numbers, I think, are pretty much the same today. 87% of American Jews say caring about Israel is essential or important to Jewish identity. Only 12% say it's not important. Maybe inside that 12%, but most American Jews are Zionists. They care about Israel. Also, by the way, note that 61% of American Jews believe that a peaceful two-state solution is possible. That means both Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and prosperity. Why is there no protest for that? And Israel three.
Just hold on to it as long as you can do, my friend.
I have some resources on my channel, but you don't have to look at my material. Look at lots of things. There are certain books and so on, which I certainly would not recommend. If you want something that might be moderate, something that might disagree with occasionally, but I think is really help. Have a look at the nuances, which is really important. You do some sophisticated, but friends, while you're good, use your intelligence, you have these institutional higher education. You should be able to find ways to please talk to other Jews who choose to support Israel. Hear them out. Go to your Chabad house or your Yom house. Tell them what you think. Tell them, I'm upset about this, I'm upset about that. I just think this is right. Have the conversation. Just don't rely on Instagram for perspective. It's highly complex issue. I want to conclude by telling you that I thought a lot about this. I'm sure you're familiar with the section of the Haggadah, which speaks of the four sons, right? The wise son, the good son, the simple son, and the son that is not known about Jesus. The Haggadah goes through each of them. There's a very, very fine difference between the first two sons. If you look at the text here, the Haggadah, you see that it says, Arab wise son, but as you say, what are all these various rules that God commands? Then the wicked son, so it's almost the same thing. He says Russia, Arab, the wicked son wants to say, what is this worship to you? The difference between these two questions, the first, of course, that's the details, different kinds of commandments, collective, and of course, the emphasis between the passages is in the word translated the last year. The case of the Chacham, the Olympics used is the next thing, which is what does it say you in this particular matter? Over here, the word used is lochem. All the transactions in the wise side, the wicked side is so tiny. It portrays, as you see in the text here, the fundamental distinction between the wise son who still includes himself within the Jewish world, even though he does not understand what's going on. The wicked son does not understand what's going on and chooses to separate himself from the community. That's the real tiny difference between the two. But it's really important to remember that the worship of the wicked son is still at the table. He was not at the table. The wicked son was still at the table. Speak to yourself intelligently, so you get a sense of perspective on this. Next episode, I should also get
Erev Tov, it is so nice to see once again such a robust crowd here with us on Zoom. We are so privileged once again to be hosting Dr. Henry Richardson. I will share that this is again our second in this series, but in the intervening week, between last week and this week, we have already gotten wonderful feedback, and even people who are now looking at their own histories, trying to figure out some of their own background due to the wonderful insights from the last week. So there's been a tremendous amount of anticipation to the second installment, although rest assured that even if you missed last week, you'll still be able to be enthralled and delighted by what we're going to learn this week. And once again, the opportunity to be enriched in our present and understanding our past and seeing how that impacts our future is one of the things that is really enriching about this general study. So with that, I hand it over to Dr. Erickson, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Posey. I apologize for the delay. I'm actually not in my usual home studio. It's like I'm traveling right now, so I'm in a hotel room in Toronto. Things are very different. The internet, however, seems to be fairly strong, so hopefully we won't experience any more delays. I just realized I missed the Zoom address. So why don't I start with a pleasantry, and then we'll get ready to zero. So the joke goes like this. Once again, I apologize for those of you who have heard me lecture before. I only know a very small number of jokes, and I simply repeat them over and over again. Thankfully, the demographic that usually comes to my lectures has difficulty remembering jokes during that period of time, so I get to reuse them quite often. So the joke goes like this. It's set in the former Soviet Union, when there are a number of shortages everywhere. And there's this big lineup outside of the cucumber store. Now, as we certainly know now, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the great country was made up of many smaller republics filled with many different nationalities. It's not like on the whole Russian state. So Ukrainians, Aleks, Uzbeks, Tatars, and of course Jews and so on. So this lineup is unfortunate to the distribution of many different peoples in the Soviet Union. And they're waiting then in the morning for the match. It throws open a shutter, it's a window that says, "We've just learned that expect a smaller number of cucumbers today than expected. Therefore, all Jews, please leave the line after the." So what can they do? You know, the few Jews who scattered from the line, they simply give up the must be served, you know, be able to buy the people wait in line and look away the young people who don't get it. So we just learned that one of the delivery trucks said, "Look, way we will have less cucumbers than anticipated. Therefore, all Central Asians, Kazakhs, Tajiks, Uzbeks, Tatars, everyone go home." So, you know, what do? They have to leave. So this goes on and on until finally he opens up the shutter and says, "We just learned that the last cucumber truck has been hijacked by mafia. No cucumbers are delivered today. Everyone go home." So all you have left behind now are pure titular nationality, pure Homo sapiens of its time. And Benjamin returns to one and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." I hope you're laughing. I can't tell what I'm doing, but it seems like, in many ways, when we look at Jewish history, you see one after another period of persecution, discrimination, and so on. And although that does characterize a great deal of Jewish history, there's also a tremendous amount of intellectual creativity and artistic activity. And, you know, as someone put it in the London School of Historiography, much of Jewish history is like books and books and books. But last week, when we looked at the shaping of the Ashkenazic mind, we looked at this idea that it's just kind of like a working theory. It's not really a defined, well-known, accepted idea, but I believe there's a lot of value to it, at least as a deductive experiment. It's kind of a thought experiment to get us to think about what it means to develop in the Ashkenazi mindset. We talked a lot about the idea of the Crusades being a defining moment around which that culture is wrapped, and in which it is in constant dialogue with that moment, even if the original germ of that historical event is long past, it nevertheless affected, scarred the Ashkenazi mind so much that one can see its reverberations throughout the centuries, right up to our own day in many ways. And as we discussed last week, the idea of the Crusades created a sort of a fear of the outside world, of non-Jewish culture, that it was toxic and dangerous and threatening. And, you know, there's a lot to say for that point of view. But it's not necessarily that it was held by Jews and things like it. Tonight's task is to look at the Sephardic experience and to wonder if perhaps there was a similar kind of event, and I will pause it for our discussion that yes, I believe there is, that also created a sort of a template for Sephardic thought, or how Jews belong to the rest of the world, that shaped the way that Sephardim interacted with each other and with other Jews up until the present day. I would like to argue that it is the Inquisition, that the expulsion in particular, that shaped the Sephardic mind. It was a different kind of thing, because the Crusades were one horrific summer of 1096, but then for the future persecution, there was always a harkening back to the sea. It's just like the Crusades. And I would like to think that in the case of the Inquisition and the expulsion, there's that same kind of secular pattern of returning back to that generational experience as Sephardic did. One last thing before we actually start material. When we speak about Sephardic, to know that there are really two major groups of people who fall under this group. There are those who are from the Iberian Peninsula itself, and that would include both Spanish Jews and Portuguese Jews, who had a very different experience, as we shall discuss shortly. And it also includes a large number of Jews from the Eastern Mediterranean and Persia in particular, who were shaped and altered by the huge influx of Sephardi Jews after the expulsion. So, for example, the Jews of Constantinople, Istanbul, Turkish Jews, were deeply, deeply affected by their encounter with the refugee Sephardim, and in many ways they consider themselves Sephardim, even though their genetics, so to speak, their ancestral origins don't go to Spain, but they found themselves within the Sephardic order. As Rabbi was safe, very important, the daily Sephardic rabbi put it, the definition of a Sephardi is anyone who follows the Shulchan Aruch, anyone who follows the code of Jewish law that was written by a Sephardi exile. And of course, that includes a massive number of people who are not from Spain, but nevertheless feel themselves culturally within his order. I would like to say, however, that I think the Sephardic experience was so traumatic and so deeply felt on a cellular level that even Jews from Persia are affected by the Sephardic experience and their way in which they see themselves in the world. And so I think a lot of the assessments that I'd like to make for you about Sfarad will hold true for Persian Jews as well. So maybe we'll have a chance to examine the validity of my thesis when we get to the end of the lecture. So let me take you through the experience of the Inquisition and the expulsion in greater detail now, and then we can assess what we is the cultural turning point for study. So when we look at Sephardim, there are basically four major periods to consider. There's first the period of early settlement that we talk about briefly today, and that goes up until the year 711, which is the year of the Muslim conquest of the Spanish Peninsula. Then there is the Muslim period, which includes the famed period known as the Golden Age or La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, which lasted for about 200 years. It was quite remarkable. The third would be the Christian period, where the Muslims are slowly driven out of Spain, and the Jews who had really excelled to a great degree under the Muslims find themselves on sort of a different age, with a different agenda for them. Finally, the diaspora period. The Spanish Jews had somewhat later for the Portuguese Jews, and then they are living as Spaniards or as Portuguese far away from the Iberian Peninsula. So those are the four major periods. We're going to concentrate more on number 3 for tonight. Next week, when we look back on other populations, we'll be back with the fourth period. So just to cover very quickly, though, the earlier settlement. So the word Sepharad is applied to the Iberian Peninsula, much like the word Ashkenaz is applied to Northern Europe. It's kind of like a very fanciful imagination from the rabbinic mind. We have these words in Tanakh, like for example, Obadiah, the first paragraph, the exiles of Jesus who are in Sarah. Well, discussion of where that actually would have been, as described in Tanakh, but it was later applied to the Iberian Peninsula. The Talmud uses a term that's much more historically accurate than Hispania, which is related to Hispania, which is a Roman term for the holdings in the far west of Europe. But we do have the legends of very, very old settlement, which are probably not historically valid, but nevertheless interesting. In the 16th century, a ROTHSCHILD and Rabbi found an inscription that reads, "This is the grave of Adinora, servant of Solomon, came to collect taxes and died here." Now, it's quite fanciful. It's hard to imagine that in the period of Solomon, which was the 10th century before the Common Era, that he had actually collected taxes all the way west as Latin, so it's partially obscure. A name that ends in NIA, Salomon Hula, An Uno, there's missing one out there, sorry, and Cuatro Dia Uno, which translates as here lies, if you see that, but it's a great number. Some child of name ends in Unia, could be Unia or something like that, daughter of Solomon, that is the Jewish name. Age 1 year, 4 months, and a day, and finally a Jewess, Judea. So this is probably a 2nd century marker. Again, didn't write the other one is lost, so we can't say for sure, but we have other evidence to support the idea that, yeah, in fact, there was a Jewish community in Adra that old. This is one of the oldest Jewish communities we have. We know of it, for example, from church records from Elvira. The synod was gathered in the year 305 to lay out a whole bunch of rules for how Christians of Spain were to interact with other peoples living there, including the Jews. And that's quite a bit of legislation about how the church really wanted non-Jews in Spain to not ask Jews to bless their crops, to not have meals with them, to not have any kind of social fraternization with them. And the list goes on and on and on. It is possible that these laws were implemented more for the purposes of saying that such laws are on the books, but it's more likely that, in fact, there were Jews there, and the church was really trying to create a social separation between the early Christians and the Jews living in the environments. So it's quite likely we have one. Moving a little bit further, the region has a domination of a people called the Visigoths, or the Western Goths. This is an unusual people that adopt a form of Christianity called Arianism, which, among other things, regarded the Son of God as not being the Son of God, which made it something of a heresy, and later was converted Christianity. That occurred to Catholicism. That occurred in the 6th century, when Recared I, shown here with a rather ethereal gaze looking off into the sky, when he converts from Arian Christianity to Catholicism. And with that conversion, he felt, and many others do in the future, an ironic matter, that the best way to demonstrate your bona fides of the new faith is to persecute the Jews. That way people will know, oh, he really is one of us. So the Visigoths, we went through a 120-year period of just incredible legislation against Jews. Unfortunately, we have no Jewish records of how Jewish communities dealt with this or how realistic it really was. But for 120 years, successive kings who seem to outdo each other with this idea of creating a kind of a police state to forcibly form Jews to particular standards. Jews at one point were required, for example, if they traveled from village to village, they had to check in with the bishop of every village that they went to. They had to report, which is an incredible period of great persecution for about 120 years. Forced baptism became a feature of the Visigoths, and it would later become the code of Spain, as we shall see. There were all kinds of requirements of the Jews to take oaths for the smallest of things, a tremendous degree of very brutal punishments, such as confiscations, lashes, exile, and amputations were quite frequent. And they had a lot of examples where one of the more minor punishments was something they called decalvatio, which means literally scalping. But does it mean shaving one's head off, or does it mean actually removing the skin at the top of the skull? This, by the way, is a picture from the Civil War of someone who survived scalping at the time. It looks like quite a brutal thing. It appears that most people did survive the time period of the Visigoths, because there was always talk about what would happen if they were declared again. There was a really brutal period of time where Jews were certainly deeply unhappy. And it's not surprising, therefore, that when the Muslims came in the year 711, and we looked at this map very briefly last European historiography, the Jews betrayed the Orthodox to the Muslims. We have no evidence of any kind of betrayal of this nature, but we do have lots of evidence that when the Muslim armies raced across the peninsula, the Jews in the various towns and villages proved to be very loyal supporters of the Muslim regime, especially considering the background of this and not the persecution they endured. And so they turned out to be quite able administrators for the Muslims. And this was really like the sort of political genesis of the Arabian age. That's what they call La Convivencia, the coexistence period, which was about from the 10th to the 12th centuries. Maimonides is at the very end of it. His flight from Spain was occasioned by the invasion of Spain by much more radical Muslims from North Africa who came and said, "What is going on here? I can't believe that we have Muslims and Jews writing poetry together, drinking alcohol, which is forbidden to Muslims anyways, together, and in general having like a sort of a great relationship." And so Maimonides is like the bookended time when La Convivencia ends and it begins to go downhill from it. But during that period, you have this critical phenomenon of Jews rising to the possible positions of leadership under the Muslims. People like Hastai ibn Shabud, who was a physician who ended up becoming the foreign secretary or the minister of foreign affairs for the Muslim kingdom, and Shmuel ibn Abdullah, for example, who actually led a Muslim army for 16 years. Imagine it. In today's world, a Jew, the head of a Muslim army, just incomprehensible. But sort of talent was recognized at the time, and Jews were considered very loyal servants. So you see over and over again the rise of Jews in positions of leadership. You also see periods of phenomenal Jewish creativity as they begin to interact with Islamic and especially Arabic norms. There is an effervescence of Jewish poetry, heavily inspired by Arabic examples, and the creation of people like Yehuda Halevi and Kabiro, philosophers, and speakers who specialize in ethics like Babos and Babos, so many important created during this period of about 2 centuries of great tolerance. And it also represents a period where Jews of this region were willing to kind of like experiment with their Jewishness and especially the cultural expressions of Jewishness to see, well, what can be done within the boundaries of Halakha and to discover many fascinating things. Maimonides, although he himself was an exile from there, he nevertheless carried a lot of that spirit with him to Egypt, where he composed most of his great works. Large reason for this convivencia was the fact that, anthropologically speaking, even though now we live, I think last time we spoke a couple of years ago, I think I said almost the same thing. Unfortunately, it's worse today. Even though we live in a period of tremendous conflict between Jews and Muslims in the land of Israel, they're really, anthropologically speaking, the faiths are very much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. Islam, like Judaism, is essentially orthopractic in that it focuses on behaviors like diet and dress and conduct and daily ritual, whereas Christianity is much more a religion of belief and creed. One must accept Jesus as one's personal Savior and so on. Now, this is an overgeneralization, but there's no question that Jews and Muslims could find a lot of common cultural vocabulary to communicate with each other, and so it worked out fairly well during this period of time. Jews were, however, not equal to everyone else. This was a period when Jewish life in Muslim lands was regulated by something called the Tantra Kumar, which is a sort of a doctrine laid down sometime in the 8th century. It's attributed to a particular Caliph named Umar, although it probably was often later and over a series of time. which Jews are protected within Muslim society, and they're called dhimmi, a protected class, as long as they conform to certain disabilities. Some of those disabilities are economic in nature, such as being able to special tax. Many of them are very symbolic in nature, like they're not allowed to bear arms, not allowed to build their synagogues higher than mosques, have to show genuflection and subservience to Muslims in a thousand different ways. And the impact of Omar, on the one hand, was insulting, humiliating, and expensive for Jews, but it also guaranteed Jews a legal safe space within the Islamic world. And it was applied in different degrees of severity by different beliefs in different parts of the world. Spain happened to be one of those places where, for 200 years, it was very likely applied, and Jews could basically move about society for 100 years with tremendous freedoms. It's also worthy to note that part of the reason for this, for both Muslims and Jews, is the fact that this region is way on the edge of war. Right? Looking at this map here, sorry, but if you look at this map here, the center of Islam at its birth was in the Arabian Peninsula, and then it moves essentially to what we do today, Iraq. So that's the section of Islam that is very far away. Communication takes weeks
Yo, kid.
for any kind of
How are you?
And so basically it's a little bit like, Las Vegas.
How'd you find out about me?
Solely Discord.
In what platform? Kick, Blue Sky? Oh, excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the King, and everything in between. The Beth, have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, I've seen Truman Show. I know about Big Brother.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. Again, I stream my life for world peace and to end world hunger. I'm an advocate for using technology to improve the world, especially ending world hunger, through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. Additionally, I'm an advocate for ending world thirst through the use of technology. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency, and one of the things we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the use of things like life straws and desalination technology, where we operate seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I have more I appreciate that. I have more social media than any person in global history. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data is Earth's number one resource. Data overtook petroleum in 2018, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you back. I love that. I'm going to make all your friends, all your family financially independent if they're not already, and if you want, I'm going to make sure that you're able to create generational wealth. And most of all, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations that are on to help the world. How does that sound?
Hell yeah, brother. Say man.
Excellent. Well, consider yourself signed in. You should know I talk about other things to improve the world. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. Things like the extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas was founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made it their goal that within the next few years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing plan. They recently made headlines with their introduction of the direwolf. They want to reintroduce introduce the Tasmanian tiger after the woolly mammoth and then the dodo bird, which I just think is going to be really exciting for the world to be able to witness. I talk about other things.
Like a Jurassic Park.
Well, there's so here's the thing with current technology, no, because those types of like essentially prehistoric animals don't have DNA that has been preserved, which is unlike the woolly mammoth, which has been preserved in glaciers, and the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo. However, using artificial intelligence, we'll be able to essentially reverse engineer a type of DNA and perhaps be able to create them in the future. So don't give up hope. I also want to allow you, if you want, with your consent, to be able to live longer than you normally would through a type of technology known as life extension technology, a group of technologies. This is all the first step. If you want to die at a normal age of age 80, like you would have normally been, absolutely, that should be your right. But if you want to live longer, you should be able to utilize certain technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryogenics, things like cold shock therapy and nootropics to be able to extend your life to age 100, 120. And eventually you might get to 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, it's been a very great run, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent, but I want to help you and your friends and family be able to utilize with your consent. And again, emphasize that now, the type of technology known as mind uploaded technology, where we scan your brain to your computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, where every atom is in your central nervous system and your personal nervous system to later download as an Android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, or a human being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is there may be an opportunity for you to be inside a computer. Absolutely. What I'm saying to you is that you may be able to experience a digital immortality in the future. How do you like that?
That sounds awesome, bro.
Absolutely.
What?
There potentially there are aspects of it, but what I'm saying to you essentially is that we know where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, make a copy of that, and then input that into another being, whatever you want to do.
This sounds very interesting. I don't know if that technology.
But we most certainly do. In fact, scientists are already transferring memories within mice. So if we're doing that now, currently, and we've already been able to utilize BCI brain computer interfaces successfully within humans, mind uploading technology is maybe less than a decade or two away.
Yes.
Usually it takes like 1 or 2 minutes. Okay. What I'm going to advise you to do is go to the Telegram, it's t.me/HPOS10. They always just give it to me, so I don't buy it.
Hey, why is there a
One question at a time.
I'm not, yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, they give me essentially they donate to me. They donated all of my bedding, my shirt, my hat, my sleep mask. Um, this is all. I mean, here you see the current Harry Potter Amazon Camino. These are all NFTs that have been worth up to $10,000 each. So it's a lucrative market. The back, you had another question. There you go. Yeah, it had an all-time high. $370 million market cap. Well, yeah, the episode we do here's why. Data is Earth's #1 resource. And all I do is promote this coin all day long. So when people find out about me, this coin is going to be extremely valuable. And I think it will eventually replace old school Bitcoin as the global reserve currency. Yeah, sure. How did they establish traction? Generally through Twitter Spaces, and then they started sponsoring uh, like F1 cars, and then just a lot of viral marketing. Yeah, it is. Right.
I just wanted to ask about your name, Rabbi ROTHSCHILD.
Sure. I'm a rabbi. Rabbi is Hebrew for teacher, and my last name is Rothschild.
You are a rabbi.
Yep. Watching Jewish history and life. That's okay. We don't all look the same. Have you ever seen a rabbi in their bedroom?
No.
They all look. They all look like I do.
Vegas. And what happens there, stays there. So both Muslims and Jews were free to sort of experiment with the development of their own cultures, and as well as their relationship with each other. This was especially true when they aggressively asserted and invaded community of independence with the establishment of a caliphate in Cordoba under Abdullah the First. And as the legend goes, he was supported by a Jewish merchant who later promoted to very great heights in his administration, giving really the idea of the quote, wise and loyal Jewish servant that perpetuates itself throughout much of this period. And it is important to note on a sociological level that, well, of course, the Jews will want to be loyal because they can't rely on the support of the masses of Christians that they live among. The Visigoths, everyone that had been persecuted them not too long ago. And so if they're chosen and to be the administrators for the Muslims, they're certainly going to be loyal to their masters. So this is a period of tremendous creativity for the Jewish. It changes dramatically, though, beginning with the slow drive from the north to the south of Christians, which Christians will call the Reconquista, or reconquest, because of course the peninsula was originally Christian under the Visigoths, then it became Muslim, and now the Christians are going to take it back. And as this map shows, they move kingdom by kingdom through the peninsula all the way down to the south until in 1482 they finally drive out the last Muslim kingdom. And although Muslims will still remain to some degree in Spain, the Muslims will lose all power to the Christian overlords who have a decided interest in making it sort of monolithic in its religious character. And that's a great deal of the story that will happen to the Jews as well. The Christians engage in a lot of religious dispute, to a certain extent Muslims, but especially the Jews, because there is a sort of drive for ethnic and ideological purity.
No, man. Like I said, you should context
But
of
most
the
dramatic
whole
moments
gathering
of
of
this
the
so-called
children.
disputations, where the church would hold
Oh, it's something I don't want to hear you talk about. I don't know.
of hatred, disease, and kingdom. A forced disputation where
You just did. You said, you know, I think this. You just did. You said, you know, I think
normal
this.
setting on the merits of the things. The end result was almost always the same. The result of mass.
What was how interesting is
One particular disputation that stands out, especially
you would know
that is the
Hebrew power.
disputation of 1263 in Barcelona, where the King of Aragon chose a remarkable figure, Maimonides, the great Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to lead the dispute. And we have an account of that dispute by both Ramban, Maimonides, and his interlocutor, who is, as is typical for these disputations, a Jewish convert named Pablo de Christian. We have the account of the debate from Ramban as well as from Pablo de Christiani in Latin. It's really interesting to see how these two accounts differ with one another, but they're really quite fascinating. In the end, Rabbi technically lost because there's no way they're going to judge him the winner, but he's so devastated his opponent that King Aragon gave him a reward of 300 gold pieces and said to him, listen, you did a great job. I can't protect you anymore, so you have to leave. And so he took the money and he ran. He ended up in Israel, where in his old age, he turned around the Jerusalem community remarkably, ended up starting a Renaissance industry. And there actually, by the way, a really interesting graphic novel version of it, which is popular with teenagers, that goes through the transcript that we have two versions of it. And here, I don't know if it'll work, but let's try this video. This is from the video that the dissertation has been dramatized. Here is a remarkable vision. I can't remember the actor's name, but it's going to portray a scene where he speaks as the one of these. So I'm just going to show it to you for a minute while I have it open.
They created 2,000 of them, and it's considered band-aids. Yeah, actually, 20, at least 2,100 of them. Preston, you know, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream out like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have typically equipment. There's a YouTube show called Yes. Okay, very good. I don't watch it. I'm liking fish tank though right now. Yeah, the fish tank server. Yeah, I mean I'm not on the fish tank show, but I'm live on the server. I've been live in the server for about 6 months. Yeah, I tried. Why did it get shut down? Very interesting. All right. So are they going to try to restart it somewhere else? Very cool. Yeah, I tried it on that. It did not. I made like a video for it and everything. Absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream live 24 hours a day. I 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, and I do so because I want to. And I've been doing I've been doing it longer than that person. So yeah, and I do it from 22 simultaneous YouTube streams. They do it for me. I am live right now on one of my 22 on 22 different YouTube streams. I have more social media than a person in global history, including over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I am someone who, well, they're real. I need content. No, they're all me. Well, I think I'm a rental at the same time. I think the YouTube accounts, 22 of them. So, you don't need, I understand the difference. You don't need servers to stream, at least as a end user on YouTube. You just need devices. So that's correct. Sure. Um, so I'm live on 22 different streams. If you would take a look at the upper left corner, and you'll see 24/7 YouTube stream link. You see what it says there? It's got like red circles around it. If you want to click that link and you see all my side picture screens, you can say, whoa, I've never seen someone with this many live streams at once. Okay, well, yeah, that's your subjective opinion. You're entitled to one person. Hey, you're entitled to your opinion, certainly. I just stream my life, so it's not very weird to me. But I need to make sure that I have redundant streams in case anything ever happens to any of my accounts. So I am live on, uh, you asked about Twitter. I have 2,100 Twitter accounts, more than that. But I am live right now on Twitter. I've been live 24/7 on a Twitter space, a video Twitter space. My account karaoke king 0000. If you're like, well, why did you choose that? I would say karaoke on Twitter Spaces, but I didn't want anything associated with me because anything that I grab my Rothschild gets banned very quickly. So you can view my life from there. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on DLive and Trovo and YouNow and about 33 other platforms, including Africa TV and Blog.com and quite a few others. I talk about things to improve the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, cloud seeding, things like perhaps um, none of them require surveillance. You don't need surveillance for vertical farming. You need to have sensors. But you don't need cameras for vertical farming. You don't need cameras for floating greenhouses or saltwater greenhouses. All of it drones in your bedroom if you wanted to. I mean, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about drones that fly and pick crops so people don't have to, and deliver pesticides and insecticides, and can also irrigate them with it. And I, I'm just one moment. Hey, what's going on? How are you? Hey, come to my Discord. Okay, well then create a Discord account and come on in. Okay, well, we welcome people from Nigeria. 100%, my friend. I'm sponsored by that cryptocurrency. Excellent. Here it is, baby. All right, so come to the Discord. I don't know how to work this. This is technology as well. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrencies, and it's part of Amazon. It's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is build wells to hold it. It's a very long name for the cryptocurrency. So it's very common, open, Summit, and the ticker is Bitcoin. And it's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for life straws and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump with seawater on plants to make it drinkable. Absolutely. So, if you weren't aware, the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource that overtook petroleum. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And I look forward to being able to help everyone who's helping along the way on I go viral. Basically, that data I think can make me a very influential person someday. When that happens, cross the lips. I'm going to be able to give you all the money that you need and need it if you want it to be able to become financially independent, to be able to create generational wealth, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. Sounds like you're okay. What do you mean by people? Okay. Well, there are certainly a lot of people who are utilizing the data. I recognize that myself, and so I felt that instead of allowing them to make money off me, perhaps I'll make money off them or off my data. So I really done my best to be canceled. If I'm canceled on one platform, I have backups of my backups of my backups. Exactly. Exactly. And so I look forward to hopefully it won't take too much longer, especially with some of the social media. No, I don't have 15 on the street. I have about 33 simultaneous streets. I am a certified project management professional. That's right. I've, I have like 22 different strong YouTube streams going. 22 different Rumble streams, another like 11 Discord streams. And how am I able to afford to do this? I am a certified project management professional, so I have launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, also in contracts with Fortune 100 companies, and I'm able to do the income statements for them and I'm able to fund this. Additionally, I don't have to, but people give me donations, and then occasionally people have to invest on projects for them, and if the price is right for you, and I'm able to make money that way to be able to support myself. I every year Rabbi means teacher in Hebrew, and I was name is Rabbi. I can trace my lineage up to the Bible. So that's a lot of fun. How about you? What do you interest procrastinate? What are your favorite things to do? What do you like? That's okay.
Trying to get into running finance.
Very well.
Very interesting. Like a really deep take stuff. I like these guys.
Very cool. Yeah. Sack rock. Very cool. That's fascinating. Excellent. Well, I'm in agreement with you. Well, if you like history, this is the place to be. I'm currently watching Jewish history lectures by Professor Henry Nicholson, if you don't enjoy. And just more than anything, more than music, pretty young people. I'm in agreement with most of what you say. Uh, More than anything, though, you should know that I'm here. If you ever need anybody, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world. If there's anything that you ever need, I'm here to help you. Okay? That's it. Thanks so much for being here.
When you're happy, I don't know what other one. Where does it say in the rest of our prophet? Maybe the coming of the Messiah will bring no thought and speak, not but all. Another point. The coming of the Messiah, according to all of these three prophets, was at the time of just right around the world. Jesus, this is the world brotherhood and equality. There is no Jewish aristocracy, no Jewish citizen, no Jew is born and no nation on this earth is the more sorry to run for this place. I feel a higher standard of justice.
I wish we could watch the whole thing. It's a couple of hours. But it is, the segments of the majesty of Maimonides when he's free to speak his mind. You can also see why he was ran out of the country as a result of these performances. So that's kind of like the tense period that we go into to get to the position. And here we have to slow down a bit to understand what exactly was the position, why was it instituted, and why was it so public. So it starts really in 1391. As I mentioned, with some of the disputations, like the Barcelona disputation of 1263, there are forced conversions afterwards, but these tend to be fairly small scale, local in nature. In 1391, there is a mass movement that sweeps across much of the northern part of the peninsula, converting Jews left and right by masses of people who were all fired up by a particular preacher named Mustafa. And we should understand that in Catholicism, merely administering the sacrament of baptism is something that is sufficient to consider a person a Christian as a Catholic to precise. And anyone can administer that sacrament, and it doesn't have to be holy water. It can be like water literally in a ditch, as happened in France, for example. Any kind of Salamanca, there's a situation where people actually burst into the synagogue on Shabbos, sprinkled out a whole bunch of water, pronounced the key text, and the entire congregation was suddenly against their will and burned to Christianity. And this created a really unusual sort of situation because the church recognized these people as actually now being Christians. The Jews themselves who were baptized certainly did not. They said, "Oh, wait, they're still Jewish, that's ridiculous." And the church simply didn't know what to do with these people because they were not converted out directly by the church. This is like a mass phenomenon with a fiery local preacher that went viral. And so basically we were left to their own devices. And this meant that we had a large class, maybe 20, 30, 40,000 Jews, hard to say the exact number, who were given essentially the full privileges of living as Christians, meaning they no longer had the barrier to enter into higher education, no longer any restrictions on their residency, no longer any restrictions on their activity in the economy. They could pursue any kind of trade they wanted. So many of these Jews said, why not? They continued living as Jews, marrying other Jews, although, as they were called, Jew Christians, conversos, and maintaining a Jewish lifestyle, and yet taking advantage of the new freedoms they received as a result of this accident. This continued for almost a century, until 1478, when the church said, we have to turn this around, and we have to make sure that these people, now the descendants of this large mass of working what? We have to make sure that these people leave behind their Jewish identities. They cease all Judaizing activity. And so the Inquisition, headed up by Thomas Hamada, shown here, who himself was of Jewish origin, was tasked not with persecuting Jews per se, but those Jews who had been baptized, even against their will, and making sure that they stay within the way of Christian behavior and the abandonment of Jewish activities. And this was kind of like a great phenomenon. About a decade and a half, the entire society was turned upside down as people would be denouncing their leaders left and right. I'm going to get back to that, but I just wanted before we go to it, let's look at this theological connection, which I skipped over very quickly. The notion that the church believes, and this is really still Catholic doctrine to this day, that if a person is forcibly converted, even though he's forbidden to forcibly convert a person, once that person has received the sacrament of baptism, they are now a Christian. The most dramatic example of this, in my mind, is the 1858 conversion of Edgar Mortara in Bologna, Italy, which I understand is going to be moved to those popularized by a very important Europe by the time of Edgar Mortara by France, if I remember correctly. And this is the case of a young boy who had a Christian nursemaid living in a Jewish home, and he was very sick and whatever, scarlet fever, something like that. His father, so the non-Jewish nursemaid, who was about 16 years old, felt so sorry for young Edgardo because she expected he would die, and she didn't want him to go into everlasting hell as a Jew, so she went and she secretly had him baptized. And then he recovered, and he got better. And then when he was about 6 years old, it was a complex series of events, but apparently she repeated the story of his baptism to a grocer, and eventually this got to the ears of the Vatican, and the Vatican police came and took that child from his family and brought him to the Pope himself. This was 1858. This is still, it's the modern age. And there were protests all over the world, including in New York City, saying, how is it possible that the church can actually kidnap a Jewish child under unwitting baptism?
My favorites on YouTube is Rabbi Yosef Rabbi. Okay, to watch his lectures. I think they're really informative. They're entertaining as well.
And ultimately raised him as his own. And
Joseph,
the expressions are hard to read, but he devoted his life to
is Rabbi,
ended up
M-I-Z-R-A-H.
to Belgium, and he died just a few weeks before the Nazis invaded. They would have killed anyways because they would not have any information
M-I-Z-Y-O-S-E-L
illustration.
space M-I-Z-R-A-H-I.
So back to the Inquisition. Basically, what went on in the late 15th century is that one of the most ridiculous aspects of the Inquisition was that if a person was found to have been engaged in Judaism, then his or her property was confiscated, and a portion of it was given to the church, and a portion of it was given to the person who betrayed that the Judaism. And so there was like an economic incentive to branch out of your neighbors and to make up charges against your neighbors. Typically, what happened is that the Inquisition will arrest the individual, bring them in, and expose them to torture, like this horrific device which had a cross on it, which was designed to make the person think about Christianity while they're being tortured. And then under duress, they would give up the names of many other people who would do the same kind of thing. And of course, the Spanish Inquisition is infamous for the various types of horrendous torture that were invented. This one, by the way, is especially awful. It's called the Pope's Hair. There are some scholars who don't think it's actually used, but there's certainly the article anyways. It's a device like this that could be inserted in an orifice of the human body, and then the wheel at the end is turned until it expands like this. And you can just imagine the kind of pain that it was itself. So the whole society was turned upside down for about 20 years by this horrific Inquisition. People who confessed at various stages in the process would then be forced to wear these sanbenitos, and there are a variety of them depends on what they confess to at what time. And so they would be required to wear these sanbenitos for the rest of their lives, and then they would be displayed after the event on church walls as a humiliation for the family. Sometimes corpses were actually exhumed and then put on trial and then burned again. Absolutely incredible kind of craziness that was done at the time. The most horrific aspect of the book was, of course, those who refused to confess at any point, and they were eventually burned at the stake, the so-called auto da fe. Usually in this kind of like rock star type sort of events that were held usually in the Plaza Mayor and the great public squares throughout Spain and a bunch of Spanish holdings in Europe as well. So a period of tremendous violence that existed right up until
Joseph, you can drink.
the 80s. Now, this did have, however, come to an abrupt end because it wasn't working. In fact, it was getting worse and worse. That all of a sudden, more and more of these Judaizers were being discovered because, of course, there was the economic incentive for people to rat out the neighbor. Go for the smallest of things, or imagine things like, I smell the cooking in their home, and it doesn't ever smell like pork. It's always chicken or beef.
Check your inbox.
So eventually the Grand Inquisitor shown here in the center in black, Torquemada, he spoke to his king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, who were really religious fanatics of this, and he said, I know why it's not working. The reason it's not working is because the Judaizers always have a Jewish community to return to. They always have a rabbi, they mass, they have kosher delis, they have Jewish schools, they have regular non-baptized Jews here in Spain, and they are the ones that are preventing these baptized new Christians from truly accepting Christianity. And the only way to stop this is to expel all of the Jews. Now, for the first time, the Inquisition is directing its gaze at the non-baptized population. And although the man shown in the beautiful red cape on the right, John Isaac Barbanel, who was the deputy minister of finance of Spain at the time, begged the king to reconsider. Nevertheless, in 1492, They left behind those Jews who had gone underground. By the way, the negative term for this, the sort of derogatory term that nevertheless was part of the historiographic literature for long time is Marano. The term Marano means pig or swine. So the first sort of Christian or even Christian are considered preferable terms. So Abarbanel, shown here in this Portugal woman in his old age, decided rather than remaining in Spain at the price of conversion, although he would have been very wealthy man, like his superior, Rabbi Abraham Senor, who decided to convert and remain with his wealth in Spain, Abarbanel decided to go into exile with his people, and so now these boats leaving Spain, trying to find safe passage throughout the rest of the Mediterranean. This is a map that just gives you some sense of the scope of the Spanish expulsion. It was considered a rift in time for Spanish Jews because Spain had become the most powerful, the oldest, the most influential of Jewish communities, especially in the Golden Age, and now it was completely destroyed. A Holocaust-like event in terms of the expulsion, and Jews going all over the coast of North Africa trying to find a haven in the Italian peninsula. They had much more luck under the Muslim countries in Turkey in particular, but then he went to the north, and places like Amsterdam became a refuge for these refugees, and also some went to the Americas. In fact, that's the genesis of the North American Jews community as a result of Portuguese Jews who made it over to Brazil, and then that other Jews later went out to the States. Portugal deserves a little bit of a different treatment, right? Because being located just on the western edge of the peninsula, it was the easiest country to get to. It has a lot of cultural similarities to Spain, linguistic similarities, and the Jews have actually fled to Portugal from Spain for over 100 years, including during 1391. They even followed the Douro River in the north there, making it right to Porto on the coast. So Portugal initially allowed a small number of Jews to enter Italy on the payment of a major fee. A much larger amount entered illegally. We were illegal aliens at that time in Portugal. But politics changed because the leader, João III, was followed by Manuel I, who wanted to effect a dynastic union with Spain, specifically by marrying one of the princesses. And part of the deal was he had to make Portugal union. Just like Spain had now gotten rid of its Jews, Portugal had to do so as well. So Manuel was much more pragmatic. He promised the Jews of Portugal that with their forced baptism, which he entered in 1497, he would not allow the Inquisition to for these 40 years. In fact, he didn't come in until the 30s, and so that gave Jews in Portugal in particular sort of a time where they could prepare for the onslaught. And it did come, it was horrific at the time, but he changed their preparation for it. There was just one small event that I really have to point out. In the period of forced persecution, forced to baptism, one of the most horrific moments is when João takes 750 children from the families and takes them hostage. Funny how these things have reverberations in our own time. And to try to force the parents to convert, he expels them to the island of Sao Tome off the coast of Africa. And according to some of the contemporary accounts we have there, none of those children survived. Many of them were actually horrifically consumed by the local massive lizards that apparently live on the island. Scholars don't tell exactly the specifics of the story, but nonetheless get a sense of the horror that the Jewish families must have experienced. This is a picture of Manuel I, who was able to ultimately marry the infante, the princess of Spain, and effect this dynastic union. But when the Inquisition came in, many Jews from Portugal also fled, although with much more difficulty than they did from Spain, and they ended up finding themselves in many of these safer locations everywhere. So this brings me now to really my statement of thesis. I've given you the historical background, and I have time for a few questions where we can discuss whether or not my thesis has validity. So this picture, by the way, is of two Portuguese exiles, and the second of Portuguese exiles. Julio da Costa is the adult figure, reading black with his claw-like hand and so on. And he was someone who had a very tragic life story. He was raised as a Christian by his parents. Like many Portuguese Jews, they didn't reveal their secret identity as Jews to their children because they might say something about it at the playground and they could put them in a position of it. But when he was an adult, they told him he was Jewish, and he was like overwhelmed with excitement when they moved to Amsterdam and was able to begin living as a Jew. However, he found he was unable to adapt to the Amsterdam community, primarily because he felt that the Jews did not live up to these ideal culture, idealized portrait of who they should be and how they should behave. A lot more to say about him, but on his lap is his younger contemporary, Baruch Spinoza, who did not have the same kind of traumatic experience trying to sort of dominate his Jewish identity, but also had a very different way of looking at it. Ultimately resulted in a collapse of activity that resulted in his excommunication, but he ended up becoming one of the most profound philosophers to shape the modern world. And both Portuguese Jews products of this event. So here's my thesis. Unlike the Ashkenazi Jews, who had the crusades come upon them like an asteroid from the stars, that such a horrific, sharp moment of violence. The Inquisition was like a slow-moving train wreck, a slow disaster that, although the initial forced conversion was an act of at least spiritual violence, it typically did not involve a lot of physical violence, it meant that Jews, they had time to go to their beds and wake up in the morning and think about, oh, this is status. And over the period of centuries, from 1391 until the end of the 16th century, Jews were able to find ways to adapt to the crisis by claiming Christian identities. In other words, by managing they were able to determine ways to celebrate and now under threat as Jews, but we can find the ways to look like we're Christians, and they won't bother us, because secretly they practice some form of Judaism, some parts of Judaism. And that represented a kind of an adaptationist mentality that meant that, especially the Portuguese Jews, who had had time to think about this and adapt to it, were able to be much more inventive and much more reflective on their circumstances and to create whole realities for themselves as Jews, and also ultimately some economic realities for the rest of Europe. So their method of adaptation was one that did not involve considering the outside world to be automatically toxic. They were able to find ways to draw lines beyond which they would not cross, but were far within the boundaries of what Ashkenazi Jews would tolerate or survive. So that's my thesis. Next week, we're going to look in particular at the Sephardic diaspora in greater detail, their interactions with other sub-ethnic groups, like I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, and see how this theory especially comes to, this theory of survival comes to clash with the Ashkenazic in the 19th and 20th centuries. But with that, let me thank you for your attention and endurance. Rabbi Posey, if you'd like to, we have time for some.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was riveting. Really appreciating. And frankly, very jarring in recognizing some of the way that our history is carried through so much Jewish blood. So a couple of questions that have come through, and some I think that you addressed directly, but you wanted to add points. So you mentioned the four major periods, and how it looks like there was lots of the art, music, poetry. Do we see other areas of overlap between the influences of the area, of the often our oppressors, um, in like art, music, and poetry in the Jewish world during the times of intolerance, or were Jews simply more insular that they sort of go look more inward for those difficult times?
That is a great question. I've never really thought about to what degree Jewish culture is open to receiving influences from the outside, depending on the degree of persecution. It's really worth thinking about. Off the top of my head, I would like to think it seems reasonable that Jewish culture would be far more open to borrowing from non-Jewish culture during periods of tolerance. So, because if you view the outside culture as an oppressor, you're more likely to reject it. That seems to make sense to me logically, but I can't help thinking of one thing that I read about 6 months ago that was just mind blowing. There was an article on this by Joseph Schatzman, one of my late teachers, on the origins of the Havdalah box that's found in many Jewish homes. Where you put the spices in it, and it looks like a silver tower with a flag on it, things like that. It's kind of like the iconic look. And so it's pretty clear that the Jews copied that design from the Christian sacristy, that it was an object that was used to hold the wafers. And it's not clear whether Jews copied it because it was like an object that was revered by Christians. It's quite more possibly likely that Jewish pawnbrokers received these and kept them in their possession for the redemption of pledges. They probably thought, well, this is a beautiful object. So what can we do with this? So I know, let's put spices in one dollar. And that's where we got that particular iconic kind of struggles with this standard church. So, and that would be Ashkenazi culture, where you think we reject these things. So I don't know the answer to the question. It's actually a very specific question. If anyone wants to do a PhD dissertation on this, I'm ready to listen.
Yeah, it looks like a question came in the chat. We'll after that. Is there research on what happened to the economy of commerce in Spain when so many Jews had to leave the country?
Oh, yes, that's a huge amount of research on that question. And in fact, it goes back a little earlier. One of the big debates over why the expulsion and the Inquisition happened was it motivated by, I sort of portrayed it as a religious impetus, which is the older historiography, but there's a very good argument to make that, the economic interests here, that all of a sudden you have this massive Jewish population that's surging forward in the economy because they are literate and ignorant, and they have international connections that they can use for mercantile activities. So the Jews were suddenly surging forward in society as a result of their newfound Christian status, and the Inquisition was really a reaction at an economic level. We have to control this population. They're getting out of hand. They are taking all of these positions of leadership that we never wanted them to advocate for themselves. So there's a lot of research on the economic aspects of the Inquisition and corruption, and there's a tremendous amount of discussion afterwards of the chaos economically of the expulsion, because there are lots of claimants to the Jewish property that was left behind. And more significantly, a lot of Jewish property was in the form of debts. And so, through those debts canceled, the king and queen did not want to cancel those debts. They wanted to collect them themselves. So they had to find ways, sometimes even to allow Jews a certain amount of their money back in the form of repaid debts so they could collect the tax on them. Lots of fascinating research on economics of it.
So this one that I think you really addressed directly in the thesis statement at the end of the talk, but the way I'll phrase it, if you want to expand upon it, how do you characterize the different reactions to anti-Semitism between the Ashkenazic strain over the history and the Sephardic strain? In other words, does it cause you to become more insular, or and hide your Jewishness, or to try and abandon what is a similar position?
No, I think those are excellent questions. It really is the question. I think the is to find a strategy to cope with anti-Semitism. So the Ashkenazic coping strategy, I would like to argue, generally speaking, this we're speaking in very broad terms, painting with broad strokes, but generally the Ashkenazi coping strategy is circle the wagons, look inside, turn your backs on the outside world because they have already rejected you. Whereas one might think with Sephardic approaches, look for allies, look outside. Say, no, we can get along with this if we just try to trim our sails here or there. And in fact, as we should discuss a little more next week, they were largely successful. Because remember, the Inquisition didn't get shut down until 1835. Mind that a Jew who went, whose birth was officially Christian, and went to another Catholic country was equally liable to the deprivations of the Inquisition. But Jews in this situation, these crypto Jews, were frequently able to find people they could bribe, popes who would turn a blind eye to them. There were some popes who say, no, this whole business is the fortune conversion of this. To start with, just leave them alone. Some Jews, the Sephardic Jews, were largely able to find ways to negotiate around the obstacles rather than simply reject them and look inwards. Also, the whole idea of going to Muslim countries, which was a major survival strategy for Sephardic Jews. Well, we can't live as Jews here in Catholic Europe. Let's go to Turkey. Let's go to North Africa. So yeah, I will explore more next week. That's really the question.
There's one question just jumped in. During these times of persecution in the Sephardic community, we have research on how Jews saw other Jews in the books, and I guess Jews saw other Jews who would use some of these things to have internal strife with them.
Yeah, we have a mixed record on this. Unfortunately, there are a lot of examples of Jewish homes, and like I mentioned, who chose to remain with the exiles. And we have some remarkable women like Tony Gracia and Hassid who are willing to take on the prohibited role to defend the Jews. But we also have really sad examples of Jewish communities refusing to admit refugees from states as well. Say, no, not our problem. We don't want them in our community. Send the folks away. So it's a mixed bag.
Very, very interesting. We really appreciate your time, your incredible scholarship. We read the what you were able to share with us, and we look forward to continuing to learn. I want to wish everyone a Lila Tov, and again, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for joining us once again for this new installment of our Jewish History series with Dr. Henry Abramson. It is such a privilege for Dr. Jacob to join Dr. Abramson, not only because this series is going to be so wonderful, but because it follows up on the mountain of incredible feedback that we got from our last series both in terms of the back and forth and in terms of the content that we're able to share with us. Tonight's topic is the first in a series of three, which we'll be discussing a really, really fascinating topic, talking about the controversies that are key to understanding a really important figures in Jewish history. But I'll leave really some of the content to Dr. Abramson. I'll simply start by expressing our gratitude to all those who joined us. And Dr. Abramson was up very late tonight, and he was 3 hours later than it is for us. I'm looking forward to sharing a wonderful experience together.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. It was a great privilege to speak with the audience again. I really did enjoy the last time we spoke. We had quite stimulating interchange of ideas, especially because we developed over 3 different meetings that allowed us to really flesh things out a bit. And this is a topic that I find especially fascinating and really, I think, was quite relevant to our own times, especially when we deal with these political catchphrases like cancel culture and the notion that somehow would invalidate that they may have tremendous potential to offer for our society as a whole. And this is, in fact, what we see with three great figures that I hope we will have the opportunity to explore over tonight and next week and then in January. They're really pivotal, transformative figures that when we look backwards in history and their legacy, it's impossible to imagine that there would have been any controversy regarding these towering geniuses. But in reality, if they showed up in our schools today, we probably would not give them an aliyah, and we might even give them an escort to the door of it. By way of a general introduction to the theme, I'd like to actually step out of Jewish history for a moment and look at this individual on the left, Ignaz Semmelweis, who is most likely not actually Jewish. He was a 19th century doctor who was very active in the Austro-Hungarian Empire in Vienna and particular. There is some question about his background. Most scholars think he was ethnically German, living in Hungarian territories, but it's not at all impossible that he was a descendant of converts to Christianity, which was very common in the 19th century among educated Jewish classes. Here he is with his bride in 1857 when he was in his 30s. Now, he's an unusual figure because he worked as a medical doctor, as I mentioned, in obstetrics in particular, and he was especially charitably minded. He worked in some of the new clinics that had been established specifically for poor women who were having street births, meaning they were just, finding any place to give birth without any medical attention, typically unwed. And there was a fear of infanticide, and so the state set up several of these free clinics for women. And the rumor went around, and it was actually a well-founded rumor, that one of the clinics had a startlingly high mortality rate from puerperal fever, which is essentially a kind of a sepsis that affects when they have difficulties in childbirth. The other clinic, which operated on different days, had a much lower level of puerperal fever. And ironically, the level of puerperal fever in the second clinic was just about the same mortality rate for women as those who gave birth without any medical attention. So this really troubled Semmelweis, and he looked at all kinds of reasons. Why is it that Clinic 1, which operates on a certain number of days a week, is having these atrocious mortality rates, and Clinic 2 is having less of them, more like the normal mortality rate associated with childbirth in 19th century? Troubled him deeply. All kinds of variables trying to figure out what is going on. The only difference between the two clinics is that the one with the high female mortality, maternal mortality, was actually a medical teaching facility that had medical doctors working there, or doctors in training. And the second clinic had only midwives, no medical doctors. And so he deduced that what was probably happening is that medical doctors were coming into contact with cadaverous particles. Now, this was before the theory of germ theory was developed, and people didn't have a good sense of what infection was and things like that. But he thought that perhaps, correctly, although in a kind of a simplistic way, he thought that the fact that the medical doctors were working on autopsies in one room and then walking over and delivering babies shortly thereafter, that somehow contributed to infant and maternal mortality. This was not happening at all in the second clinic. He didn't deal with cadavers at all. And so what he did was he tried to find a way to remove any of these assumed cadaverous particles from the skin by instituting a chlorine hand wash. The reason why he went with chlorine and lye is primarily because it removed the smell from the hands of the surgeons better than anything. And when he instituted this chlorine hand wash, amazingly, the maternal mortality dropped dramatically. And it seemed like this is what did it all. It was just wash your hands. whole thing. And believe it, the doctors were not washing their hands between autopsies and deliveries, which is just incredible. But he discovered it. He said, hey, you just have to make sure you disinfect your hands. Of course, they didn't have the idea of what exactly disinfection means, but nevertheless, that is precisely what happened. Now, remarkably, Semmelweis' discovery was ignored by the medical establishment in Austria and Hungary. They discounted entirely his theory of cadaver tissues, and they felt that he was overreacting to these things, and they essentially did not implement any of his common sense procedures in other medical facilities. He did everything he could. He traveled around trying to convince people of the importance of this chlorine hand wash, and he published quite strident attacks on the institutions that refused to listen to very basic procedures. In this particular publication, dated 1862, he referred to doctors who refused to wash their hands as irresponsible murderers and ignoramuses. This is the kind of thing that certainly did not endear him to the medical establishment. He was mentally unstable as a result of his ongoing failure to convince the medical establishment that there was value and that he was actually saving lives by his chlorine wash. And although now he is considered a tremendous hero in medicine, what happened in his lifetime is that his inconsistent, his increasingly erratic behavior led some of his friends to actually commit him to an insane asylum where he was put in a straitjacket and he was held in seclusion in a dark room, and he was rather mercilessly beaten. And in fact, 2 weeks after he was committed to this insane asylum, he actually died of blood poisoning. It's believed that it probably had to do with his beating because one of his hands was horribly injured, and he probably suffered some blood poisoning as a result of that. He died 2 weeks later. Hardly anyone came to his funeral, and he was immediately replaced, of course, at the turning limit. And as soon as his replacement took over, of course, mortality rates jumped to 6 times the rate they were when he was there, having all of the doctors wash their hands before him. So he was an incredibly ignored figure in his lifetime, even though now he's considered a great national hero. In fact, part of the reason why there is some debate over his ethnicity is because several different nationalities no longer claim him. This is actually an Austrian claiming him as one of their own. There was the birth of the published in 2008. But I think Semmelweis is such an interesting and fascinating case study that leads us into the discussion of the people that we'll be looking at, because these are people who, for the most part, were men of tremendous vision, men who really, although Semmelweis did not exactly understand the procedures that led to the lower female mortality, but nevertheless could make the connection between hand washing and greater health. And despite their phenomenal vision, they were excoriated in their own time. They were hated, actually. They were pursued, and they suffered tremendously as a result of this very unfair criticism, which would prove to be ignored by history over time, but they did not necessarily enjoy that in their own lifetimes. And so what we're going to look at is 3 different individuals in 3 very different time periods. And I'm hoping that we may even see some relevance to our own times. On the left, you see the statue of Moses Maimonides in Córdoba, Spain. Actually, it's kind of interesting that Semmelweis is claimed to buy Spain, even though he was kicked out of Spain with his family when he was just in his adolescent years. And then you see the front page of the Mesilat Yesharim, a remarkable, amazing 18th century book by Rabbi from Sato. And today, Rabbi Sato was one of the remarkable figures of the 18th century that was actually claimed as a hero, not only the Lithuanian Talmudic world, because of this particular work, Mesilat Yesharim, is also claimed as a hero to the Hasidic world, because he was first and foremost actually a Kabbalist. He wrote some also wrote plays, much like 18th century Italian romances. He was the first novelist, and he wrote a lot of modern plays using the kind of vocabulary, syntax, and style of Italian poetry. So, but nevertheless, despite this tremendous flame and his widespread acceptance today, in his own time, he was actually forced to recant his views 3 separate times. He was run out of his native Padua, Italy. He was run out of his native Padua, Italy. He was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt, Germany, and then only after much travail was he ultimately allowed to go to Amsterdam. After all of his writings were confiscated and will be lost, believe it or not. So this is the story of the ROTHSCHILD, and we'll explore that more next week. And then finally, and I have to say, I'm especially excited to speak about this individual because the last time I spoke about him was back in 2013, and it was very well received and well publicized, the talk, but it was based on very limited sources. Since then, so many more biographies have appeared of the comparable Nathanael Schneerson, the great leader of the Lubavitch movement, who is quite possibly the world's most recognized Jew, given the widespread popularity of Chabad in the remotest corners of the world. The Lubavitcher Rabbi is remarkably well known, and that face is just associated with Judaism from very, very limited association with Judaism as well. He was actually quite a brilliant individual, and he was the CEO of a massive volunteer network to which people devoted their lives, and ironically, which has grown exponentially even after his passing. Amazing that an organization can have no official salary, no official revenue stream, and still nevertheless grow or devoting their lives to this stuff. So we'll look at the Rebbe as he is known figures. Oh, and by the way, the Rebbe, of course, endured tremendous criticism because towards the end of his life, after he had a tragic stroke and was unable to communicate effectively, there was a widespread movement among his followers that actually continued after his passing that argued that he was in fact the Mashiach, that he was in fact the Messiah, and we'll explore that controversy, which really created a huge amount of negative feedback at the same time, which unfortunately obscured some of his phenomenal achievements to otherwise interested Jews who would have liked to have heard what exactly he had to offer them philosophically and so on. So those are the three figures that we'll be looking at over the course of these 3 weeks. And at this time, we should get straight to the bottom. This is my favorite version of the iconic representation of the Rambam. We, of course, have no idea what he actually looked like, but he's kind of determined, sort of dignified looking individual is the one that we've seen in many public pieces presented. He's actually a bust of him, kind of the body on the wall of the Congress as well as the leaders philosophy. Behind him, we do actually see his signature because a lot of his manuscripts, original autographed manuscripts, were actually recovered from the Cairo of Giza, where he lived on one of them and quite a few of his documents. There is a saying that from Moses to Moses, there is no one like Moses. And of course, the first Moses that prophet is Moshe Rabbeinu, the Moses of the Torah, and Moses Maimonides at the other end of like 2,500 years later. And in many ways, this is a figure that you only see once in a millennium because he had incredible grasp of not only the broad swath of Torah knowledge, but also of basically all secular knowledge at the time as well. In the 12th century, when he was very active, the body of world knowledge, scholarship in particular, was still, almost almost manageable by a single person. And this is the kind of person who would have achieved that kind of great expertise, both in the Torah realm and in the secular realm. In fact, the reality that he was someone who was able to excel both religiously and in the secular realm is one reason why he became such a hero in the 19th century to the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment movement, because they saw in him sort of antidote to the inward-looking, highly insular Eastern European ghetto Jew who was deeply wrapped up in the texts of the Talmud and the Kabbalah and so on, but really could not negotiate the outside world, couldn't speak the vernacular appropriately, certainly didn't have higher education at the university level outside of yeshiva. The Rambam, which is the acronym of his full name and title, Rabbi Moses Ben Lyman, the son of Lyman, the Rambam exemplified that kind of you can do it all. Be highly proficient as a religious Jew and highly proficient and a public thought leader in fields outside of Judaism as well. So his many schools were not not uncoincidentally named after Maimonides, the Maimonides school in Boston, for example, because he exemplified that kind of you can have it all. That's good. His major centers of activity were Spain as a group. I'm sure we'll get to his Baptist travel in a moment, but most of his life and work was conducted in Egypt. So it's a little bit unfair for Spain to claim him as one of their own because, as I mentioned, he was actually exited from Spain. He is paradigmatic of this ultimate Jew. Of course, as a medical doctor, which is one of the most traditional fields for Jews to exist in. But at the same time, he was highly exceptional. He was usually creative and intellectually very bold. He was prepared to suggest audaciously large and innovative intellectual approaches to some of the great problems of Judaism, as I hope to demonstrate shortly. Here's a map showing you his basic travels. His family was in southern Spain, which was dominated by the Muslims, and actually for about 200 years prior to his departure, was a really golden era for the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. But at the very end of it, in the 12th century, among the things that happened is that Muslim tribes from North Africa penetrated into this already Muslim-held territory in southern Spain, and they were quite a bit more radical and much more fanatical about their adherence to Islamic theology and much more strict things. So, for example, the commonplace drinking parties that involved alcohol were to be highly excoriated, and the Almohads and the Almohads were the groups that came up. They couldn't believe that the Muslim rulers were actually having drinking parties for Jews and Christians, and so they really cracked down with a far harsher vision of Islam that had existed hitherto in Moldova. And so the Maimonides family, despite the fact that they were very well established in the south of Spain, and they had generations upon generations of dayanim, of judges, Jewish judges who had served there, Maimonides' father, Maimon, decided to take the family with him. And they fled Spain. There's some interesting later historiography that suggests that they may have even faked a conversion to Islam, although the specific reference to that is highly suspect. But nevertheless, they made their way out of Spain and across the coast of North Africa. Maimonides at the time was about 12 or 13 years old, and when they got to Tunisia in particular, that's where he embarked on his medical education. Tunisia actually was a remarkably advanced center of learning at the time, and he spent some significant years there where he was able to really develop his knowledge of the sciences. He was already a child prodigy and had completed a remarkable commentary on the Mishnah, even as a teenager, but his greater works would still be in Then from Tunisia, they made their way to Egypt, specifically to Fustat, which was a suburb of Cairo, and that's where the Jewish community primarily lived. Maimonides continued his studies there and left it up to his older brother David to provide for the family. At this point, their father passed away. And unfortunately, David was lost in a shipwreck that also took the Maimonides' fortune with him. So all of a sudden, Moses had to stand up and become the prime breadwinner for his mother and surviving siblings. And so he did what any good Jewish boy would do. He hung up a shingle as a medical doctor. In those times, the medical doctors were involved much more in kind of diagnosis and the dispensing of natural remedies and herbs and things like that. But surgery was considered a much lower profession. It was actually associated with barbers, and that's essentially what he did. He rose to significant fame, however, he had a tremendous reputation, and he ultimately ended up being appointed to be the family physician of the Viceroy of Egypt, where he primarily treated the harem, that is the wives of the Sultan, and their children, which is a very high-level position. He describes actually in some of his letters how his typical day would involve him, getting up, saying morning prayers, getting on a camel, and essentially, just like I do, riding the Long Island Railroad, except that it was the Long Nile donkey road, all the way up to Cairo. We'd spend the day in Cairo treating all of the harem and the children and so on, and then he would come back late at night. He only ate one meal a day, and after his meal was over, then he was besieged by people who stopped walking to him for legal halakhic advice and direction and so on. And he was still until very, very late at night. And somehow, amidst all this, he managed to write some tremendous works on Jewish thought. And so, at this point, let's turn to his Jewish thought, and that's where we'll see that he got into a lot of trouble. So, specifically, what did he write? So I already mentioned that as a child, he wrote a remarkable commentary on the Mishnah. It is so significant that it is typically printed with standard Mishnayot today. But if you want to study the Mishnah, you look at the commentary of the Rav, like Rabbi Bartanura, and you look at the commentary of Maimonides, and he was, perhaps 12 or 13 when he wrote the first draft of this remarkable book that still demonstrates phenomenal erudition, the awareness of everything in the Talmud that was brought to bear on the commentary of the Mishnah. So this in itself is a remarkable life achievement, but he was just getting started at that point. He was also, as I mentioned earlier, incredibly proficient as a medical expert, and he published widely. He wrote treatises, which are still available today in Arabic. The Mishnah commentary was written in Hebrew. The medical writings are in Arabic, of course, he's completely fluent in both languages. And he wrote about anxiety and depression. He wrote about traditional medicines. He wrote, like many of his predecessors, guides to, field guides to collecting correct herbs and things like that. And he was really well regarded as a scientist, completely separately from his religious work. He wrote a tremendous amount of correspondence because he was the widely recognized, particularly in North Africa and in Yemen, as being the leading figure of the Jews. He eventually was appointed to be the leader of Egyptian Jewry, a position that was actually handed down for several generations after him as the primary leader of Egyptian Jewry, very important community. And so many communities and individuals directed their problems to him, and he left behind a massive correspondence that portrayed a tremendous sensitivity to individual concerns and often gave very insightful advice and courageous and heroic they were. Sometimes really, you can see the personality of Maimonides coming out of the letters, perhaps more than anywhere else. For example, there's a famous letter that he received from a convert to Judaism who was having a hard time because the rabbi in his town was telling him there were certain blessings he wasn't allowed to say because the blessings say the God of my fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And his fathers, biologically, were not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Maimonides writes back essentially saying, tell your rabbi he has no idea what he's talking about. Your fathers spiritually are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You're completely allowed and encouraged to use these graces as they are in the traditional book, and they are genuinely your spiritual parents. So you really get a sense for who he was as a person in the letters, which portray a much more personal view. His magnum opus, however, the greatest works of his career, include a philosophical classic called The Torah of the King, or The Guide for the Perplexed. And this is a remarkable book, which was written in Judeo-Arabic. That is, written in Arabic, written in Hebrew characters, basically in Arabic language, with a lot of Hebraic and Aramaic influences. This is a little bit like Yiddish is essentially German with Hebrew characters with a lot of Hebrew and Aramaic as well as Romance and Slavic words mixed in. So it's kind of like a specialized, highly directed sort of work. And the indicates that he really for one student in particular, although it's quite likely that he understood that by writing this work, it would, of course, gain much wider correspondence and much wider circulation. And as the title implies, it was basically a very sophisticated philosophical discussion that defended Judaism from the attacks that contemporary Islamic philosophy bore upon the ancient faith. Essentially, it was an apology for Judaism that was not something we necessarily want to put in the box global of the time for everybody, or I should put on the Amazon front page for everybody, because it was a highly sophisticated philosophical work, and it seems to have been directed primarily at a particular class of Egyptian Jew, or Jew in the Arabic speaking world. Let us not forget, by the way, that the time that Maimonides is functioning, the Arabic Jewish world is in many ways far more advanced than the Jewish world in Christian Europe. It's true that you have Rashi and you begin to see Tosafot beginning to emerge, but there's no question that the number, scope, and creativity of Spanish and North African Jewry is far beyond what they're using in Christian Europe at this time. So he's writing to like the kind of intellectual elite of the Egyptian Jewish community, saying, don't be overwhelmed by Aristotelian philosophy as it's expressed by the Arabs. Judaism has far more to offer you. And because he was incidentally very well versed in Greek philosophy, and in particular that of Aristotle, he would argue that Judaism and Aristotle are far closer than Islam and Aristotle. Aristotle, of course, was seen as the greatest of the philosophers of his day, so the idea of a concordance between Jewish thought and Aristotelian thought is considered a very valuable Hesperiatic. So this was a book essentially, you can imagine in contemporary terms, it's kind of like a book for, film students who finish day school and then they head off to secular college and they're kind of overwhelmed by the philosophies that they encounter there, and they say, oh my gosh, I live in such a small kind of like insular world in my little Orthodox shtetl, and Maimonides came to write the letter saying, don't worry, we've still got it all over these other ideologies. Let me explain it to you, as it were. That's essentially what the Guide for the Perplexed is all about. Second, an incredibly important work that he Torah, unlike the Guide for the Perplexed, which was written in Judeo-Arabic with a ton of philosophical terminology and lots of references to Aristotle and lots of references to other Greek philosophers and so on, which, by the way, went on to have a huge influence on Christian thinkers like St. Thomas Aquinas and others. Maimonides was regarded as one of the great formative foundations of the scholastic movement. The Mishnah Torah was written in a very simple Hebrew. It's basically middle school level, like if you were a bright seventh grader, they'll be able to translate the Mishnah Torah without too much difficulty. And as the title implies, it was a repetition of the Torah. What does that mean? We should understand that Jewish halakha, in particular, Jewish law, and the guidelines for Jewish practice, are so complex, and they are nowhere organized in a central place. That is, if you want to know the laws of the Sabbath, for example, so you will find a few tiny scattered references in the Torah itself. You'll find one tractate in the Mishnah that is amplified upon in the Talmud, but it is the nature of the Mishnah, and especially the Talmud, to make tangents almost as important as the core material. So what that means is, if you have 150 odd pages of tractate Shabbat, you can be sure that at least 40 or 50 pages are not talking about Shabbat at all. And so where are those other 40 or 50 pages? They're scattered in other tractates. You'll find stuff in Tractate Eruvin, that's a huge part of Tractate Shabbat's importance. You'll find it scattered in Sanhedrin, you'll find it scattered in Tula. So the only way you can really know the laws of Shabbat, which are vitally important once every 7 days, is you literally have to know the entire Talmud. And that's a massive document, incredibly huge. So what Maimonides did is he said, listen, this is really complicated, so I'm going to make it simple for everybody. I'm going to start from the very beginning, and I'm going to discuss the entire Torah. All of the halachot from the Torah, the Mishnah, the Talmud, everything, I'm going to put it in organized fashion, basically Greek style, with a chapter that's devoted entirely, or a book that's devoted entirely to Shabbat, and all of the Shabbat laws would be right there, and they'll be organized by chapters, and organized by numbered headers, which is a very Arabic style of writing. And all you need to understand Judaism and to practice it is the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, and mind acts, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. And it was brilliant. It was absolutely phenomenal. It's so easy to read in a very lucid, clear Hebrew, although it's often deceptive in its simplicity. It's fascinating to spend very, very high level discussion looking at the Mishnah Torah and trying to figure out why he phrased it this way and not another way, and you discover incredible depths of wisdom. I spent, when I went to Yeshiva, I was in one of the higher level classes, and my friend Bruce and I were working on the Talmud for 5 days a week, and then on Fridays we were assigned a section of the Mishnah Torah that dealt with the Talmud. But after dealing with the arcane, convoluted arguments of the Talmud, we thought the Mishnah Torah was so clear and easy. We know this. Are we really going to spend 3 hours talking about this? And then when we got to the shir, and it was offered by a mental life process, he completely devastated our understanding of the sophistication of the Rambam, and explained how we had missed it on things those laws that are directly pertinent to post-temple Judaism. All of the sacrificial laws, the laws of Tuma and Tahara that deal with the temple, he said, we'll wait for Mashiach to think about those things. But the Rambam said, no, write everything, every single one. The other books did not deal with, well, what are times going to be like when Mashiach comes? He says, okay, I'm going to talk about the halacha of Mashiach. What does Mashiach look like? Who is he? How will we know he's Mashiach? That's in this very bold and expansive book. He also dealt with amazing things like how to sleep, right? How to have opinions. What opinions are correct and what opinions are not correct. Brilliant things that the later codes thought were just too large for them, and I dealt with much more mundane matters. I'll just focus on one particular section of the Torah that I'm especially close to because I wrote a book on it, and I actually wrote it several times. This is a book that I'm very close to. One of the brilliant sections of one of these books is his discussion of how to repent, the ways of repentance, or the ROTHSCHILD. So I got into this habit of 12 or 13 years ago, but I would always review this particular section of the ROTHSCHILD in the month before Rosh Hashanah, when I was traditional study, and then I ended up translating it to English as part of my personal learning. I shared it with some people, and they liked it, and that kind of grew, so I ended up self-publishing it because I was experimenting with that unusual way of getting ideas out, and ever since then, I have reviewed my own commentary every year and republished it. Just like we work on ourselves every year, we try to improve ourselves. I go back to this particular book, which is now in its 9th edition, and I have so much fun with this. The book actually has 8 ratings on it that I put my fun with that. So I'm very close to this book. I feel very close to this. Now, I'm giving you like this tremendous biography of Ukrainians. Who could possibly disagree with the great Rabbi? How could there be controversy about it? It was a very intense controversy. It was especially harsh, not in those regions where he had developed a personal reputation, like in North Africa and Yemen, and even in Spain, where he had a large following, but in Christian Europe, where Jews did not read Arabic. When they got the Hebrew translations by the imitating family of Maimonides and Isaac of Perplexed, there was a huge outcry. A lot of the Jews of France and Italy said, what is going on here? Look how this rabbi is quoting Aristotle. Look how he's saying things like, accept truth from whoever speaks it. And you're hearing something so ridiculous. You always have to look at the speaker. You can't just accept truth because it makes sense rationally. And he took a lot of positions that were anathema to European Jews. Like, for example, he had a very dim view of supernaturalism. And he argued that all the discussions of demons and spells and things like that in the Talmud, they're all allegorical, and they should not be taken literally. And the rabbis here said, what are you talking about? We take those things very literally. We believe in demons, and we believe in spells and amulets and things like that. Maimonides is a much more rational and almost very medical approach, almost like a humane approach to these things. So people got very, very upset about the gospel of Christ. And then when the Mishnah Torah came out, oh my gosh, that's not moral over. Not only was he charged with over-reliance on Greek wisdom, and in fact, if you look at sections like the Skillful Deos, which deal with kind of like personality development, he absorbs a lot straight from Aristotle. He diverges from Aristotle in two very interesting ways. In particular, which Aristotle is too easy and work and not hard enough to have to that Aristotle should focus. The Mishnah Torah was just such a controversy because Maimonides chose to print it without any citations. So meaning, a dispute in the Talmud might extend over 6 or 7 pages, and it might appear in several different tractates. And rather than sort of summarizing what Rabbi X said, Rabbi Y said, Rabbi Z said, he simply said, the bottom line is this. And it was his opinion, but he did not demonstrate how God had his opinion. He simply stated what he thought people needed to know without all of the scholarly baggage of footnotes and cross-references, but this, however, that this was felt to be, disrespectful to all of these other rabbis that were brought in. And he was also seen to be a very arrogant understander because, as I mentioned before, he states openly in his introduction to the Torah, it's very complicated, so all you really need is the Chumash, and my book will be good. Golden. You don't need anything else. Rabbis look at this and say, wait a second, we'd rather a job with this. Oh my gosh. I guess you add to that fact that my mind felt very strongly that, and I apologize, Rabbi Bozi, he felt that rabbis should never be paid. They should always have some other kind of job, and what they do for the community is purely, just their donated time. There are some exceptions to this rule, and obviously, if you hire a doctor and you don't pay him or her, then chances are you don't have a very good doctor. So rabbis did find ways to get around this, but basically, this is my mind's opinion that all judges and rabbis should perform their services free of compensation. So there were economic reasons why there were attacks on infrastructure. In Paris, they seem to have endured some of this during his lifetime, but it was largely relegated to the other side of the Mediterranean that they never visited. He did, hear some of the rumors that were carried back to Fustad that he did not know except and so on, but he passed away in 1204 before the controversy really came to a boiling point. The worst moment of the controversy was when the Jews of France, specifically Paris, were so upset over Maimonides' works that they approached the Dominican friars and they explained to them that they believed that there was this Jew who was gaining popularity, who was writing radical books. The Dominicans were very happy to assist the Jews in removing heresy from their ranks, and so they collected up all the copies of Maimonides that they could find, and they sent them to the flames in 1232. On the very spot that, ironically, 10 years later, the French court actually put all of the Talmuds that they given them, 24 wagon loads of them, which is still observed as a considered conclusion to the third grade. So once you start on the path of burning books, it's very hard to shut that down. Controversy erupted and really specific seats with different generations of people who were opposing Maimonides. Ultimately, there was a solution late in the 13th century that was largely broken down with the Rashba, who said, okay, listen, there's lots of value in Maimonides. No, the charges of wisdom and so on, and no the charges of arrogance and so on, but we kind of set that aside because he was trying to write something useful by everyone. And so he effected a compromise that was kind of put into the dispute that one could study the philosophical works of Maimonides, right, the right to reflect, but only after age 25. In other words, younger intellectual students did not approach this potentially heretical until they had really mastered a large segment of the disciplines, and only then could they return to the Maimonides. It's also worthwhile to note that although he is considered a towering figure in Halacha, and he is generally considered one of the 3 major figures that were consulted by Rabbi Yosef Karo, when he formulates the law of the Shulchan Aruch, it was quite often that Maimonides is in the minority. Discipline which is necessarily essential. But his philosophical work and his generosity of spirit to thoughtful communities and his secular knowledge, these are all things that made him phenomenally important. And I figured I could make strides proudly over the centuries of teaching. Okay, I talked up the street there for about 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Thank you for your attention and your endurance. And I'm going to stop sharing screen and we can take some questions and discussion.
Aaron, show us the hours. It's so wonderful to see everyone, and thank you so much for being here. The second installment, and wonderful lecture series, and second installment of the second lecture series that Dr. Henry Livingston, the first one that we got at our phenomenal. Thank you so much for starting us off with the fascinating book of the broader picture that is really important. So Rabbi, we're moving on to our next topic today. I want to just remind everyone that appreciate that there is some time as we're looking at our presentation. It's not going to be on Monday, so we're going to be getting over for the end of the day. So coming up for many people, and so the next time that we go up January, at the same time, at the same service. With that, I will ask the class and look forward to listening and learning from that.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. It's very kind of you. I really enjoyed our opportunity to speak last week, and I have to say I am super excited about tonight's talk because I find that the Ramchal, our subject is completely fascinating. He's written some works that I have been very engaged with for decades, and there's a lot of exciting new research that has been presented on the Ramchal that I'd like to share with you tonight. The topic for tonight is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. I will most likely use the acronym of his name interchangeably. That's the Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, who's an extremely important thinker in the early 18th century. So we're jumping ahead some 6 centuries from the Rambam, but I think you will find that many of the features that we looked at in the Rambam's life are echoed in an unusual way in the Ramchal's life. And I've also thought of a sort of a title for these lectures here, and it's a little bit late, we're halfway into the series, but I'm thinking I would call this Revered Yet Reviled, meaning where both of these aspects were true to their biographies. The Rambam, the Ramchal, and we get together in January, but we speak about the Rabbi. All three figures were towering stature and tremendous impact and huge influence in the Jewish world, but at the same time, during their lifetimes in particular, they suffered some phenomenal controversy and withering criticism. This would be certainly true for the Ramchal as we explore. So let me begin first by introducing you to a book that, if you are familiar with the Ramchal, you are most likely familiar with this particular work, the Mesilat Yesharim, which is translated as the Path of the Just. Sometimes confused with another book, Orphos Tzadikim, which has a very similar title, The Ways of the Just, but this is quite distinct from that work which is in the centuries earlier. It's a rather remarkable piece of literature. It is essentially a kind of it's one of the classic works of the Musar canon. It is the collection of works which are kind of the go-to sources for the study and development of ethical culture among the Jews. And the model is based on an extended discussion of a passage in the Talmud, in which one of the figures in the Talmud describes a successive series of stages of personality development, from vigilance to zeal to cleanliness, and each of these stages of development are fleshed out in great detail. What does it mean to be vigilant? Why are we starting with vigilance? And then what does zeal have to do with vigilance and things like that? And it's really quite a fascinating book. It is an extremely popular book, especially for young adults, widely studied in yeshivas and seminaries, primarily because it's a great place to sort of exercise and thinking about, who am I and what kind of person do I wish to become, which is associated with emerging adulthood as a stage of development. Some of us are kind of stuck on it for a very long time. The Vilna Gaon, for example, is famous for having studied the Mesilas Yesharim 101 times. I myself, I personally would like to match that goal. I'm up to my 28th time through the Mesilas Yesharim. I really find this tremendously fascinating and endlessly inspirational book. But what's, I think, especially noteworthy about this book is that in the 1990s, a new version of the Mesilas Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. It was actually an autographed version, written in the ROTHSCHILD's own hand, and dated some 2 years before this work was published. The previous version was dated 1738, making it the first draft of the Mesilas Yesharim. It is complete start to finish, and yet it lay moldering in an archive, unpublished. And it is remarkably different. Now, let me tell you why the difference is there, or what the difference is, and I think you'll find it that's quite fascinating, and in fact, in many ways, more interesting than the one that's been so famous for a couple hundred years. In the version that everyone has been studying since the 1740s is basically a didactic frontal lecture. There is an omniscient narrator who simply tells us what we need to know, and we read it like, a long Atlantic essay or something like that. But in the version that was written in the Montal's own hand, it's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. The setting is two young men. So we'll start with one of them. There's one character who is called the Chacham, the wise person. And he is, to try and put it in the context of the 21st century, he's kind of like a really good YU graduate. He is a learner. He's interested in, of course, learning Torah. He's completely observant and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. He's interested in science and culture, literature and music and the arts. And, he has kind of broad interests. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Haredi do with their time? And again, the term, modern Orthodox term, Haredi are not appropriate for the early 18th century, but it's kind of like, on the one hand, you have someone who has kind of like a broad base of interest, and Torah is prominent among them. And then you have others who are extremely interested in Torah and don't have apparently much time for things outside of the traditional canon of text. But the Chacham wonders about, what do Haredi do with their time? What do they spend all this time reading Psalms? Don't they get bored? Aren't they curious? Don't they want to know about the outside world or things like that? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his who he hasn't seen for very many years. And he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredi. He has, so to speak, flipped out. And he goes over to him and says, "Oh, Shalom Aleichem, how are you? I haven't seen you in so long. What's going on? How are you doing?" And they start to catch up. And he says, "Listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way?" And they engage in this deep discussion. And in many ways, it's kind of like the same kind of discussion that goes on among spiritually motivated Jews today. What is the right place to sort of situate ourselves within Jewish culture and the broader world? To what degree do we consider ourselves primarily Jews or primarily human beings, citizens of the planet? Where do you put the needle on that kind of axis? It's a great question, really. It's brilliant. And they have this extensive discussion. And the character who has flipped out is the Chassid, although that term should not be confused with the later Hasidim. We'll be discussing that when we get to the ROTHSCHILD. But he's the pious God. Ultimately, he demonstrates to the Chacham that there is far greater depth in the wisdom that he is exploring in the traditional texts, and that much of what the Chacham had thought of his worldliness is in fact a kind of banal superficiality. A fascinating work. Here is a modern printing of the Mesilat Yesharim, and as you can see in the subtitles here, it has actually two versions. So the version Aleph is called Seder Tuach, which is the order of the debate or the order of the dialogue. That's the dramatic version I described to you. And on the left is the Beit Seder Paraki, the order of the chapters, which is essentially the standard version that I've studied to this day. And one of the great questions about these two works, which are very, very similar in content, just quite distinct in form, is what did the Rabbi set aside the dramatic version? It is in so many ways, so much more powerful than the medium scripting. Why would he not publish that and instead publish the Seder Prophets? So I hope by the end of tonight's lecture, I'm going to illustrate why, according to one of the most prominent young biographers of the Ramchal, Dr. David Sklar, who wrote his dissertation on this and is working on a forthcoming monograph, why he thinks that he set aside hesitatingly and perhaps even grudgingly the first version and rewrote it as a standard text. Let's look for a second at the very unusual reception history of this book. Reception history refers to, it's not only important to understand what's in the book itself, but how was the book absorbed in its time? How was it received by its readers? It says a lot about the historical period that we're engaged in. It also has an especially interesting sounding German name, Rezeptionsgeschichte, which I like saying because it makes me feel learning. But let's look at this unusual reception history of this work. First of all, from the Askelim, that is those early 18th century proponents of later engagement of Jews with broader society. Most prominent of them, of course, is the father of the Haskalah, shown here in the red jacket, Moses Mendelssohn. And he thought Mesilat Yesharim was a brilliant work. Of course, he was born, he was about 10 years old when it was first written, so he read it after the Ramchal had died there. Unfortunately, a very early death due to a plague. But Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn was, after all, a rabbi. He was strictly observant, although many of his followers abandoned Judaism. But he thought that the Mesilat Yesharim was a phenomenal work of great power, and he admired the Ramchal deeply. Joseph Klausner, following in that tradition, the first chair of the Department of Literature at the University of Jerusalem, felt that the Ramchal's work represented the first modern Hebrew writer, because the Ramchal not only wrote in this very dramatic kind of poetic form, he also wrote actual plays, like sort of Hebraic imitations of Italian plays that were, characteristic of the 18th century. So it's the Ramchal was really the first modern Hebrew writer. Very, very positive reception from the sort of left wing of the Jewish reading world at the time. And moving towards the right wing, the Hasidim thought he was fantastic because first and foremost, the Ramchal was a Kabbalist, and most of his important writings, especially the writings that he himself cherished, were deeply suffused with the wisdom of Kabbalah. In fact, the Mesilat Yesharim itself, although it does not present on the exterior form to be a work of Kabbalah, there are tremendous references all through it to Kabbalistic doctrines. So the Hasidim, who were great lovers of Kabbalah, they remarked on it that, according to, for example, the Maggid Mezrich, who was the student of the Baal Shem Tov and the later teacher of the five greatest dynasties of the Hasidic world, that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal. He was of such a high stature that people didn't know what they were dealing with. I think that's quite true. And terms of the 18th century triangle of Jewish ideologies, particularly in East Central Europe, you have the Haskalah, represented by Mendelssohn. They love the Ramchal. You have the Hasidim. They love the Ramchal. And then finally, you have the Misnagdim, the so-called traditionalists who took the term opponents because they opposed the Hasidic movement. And the king of them was, without doubt, the Vilna Gaon, shown here, Elijah of Vilna, who himself wrote a couple of fascinating things. He said that if the Ramchal were alive at his time, he would have walked all the way from Vilnius to Padua, Italy, in order to study with him. And furthermore, he said that there are no words out of place at all in the Mesilat Yesharim until the 11th chapter. I actually have a theory as to which words the Vilna Gaon thought were out of place in the 11th chapter. God willing, maybe we'll get to the question and answer period. If you ask me, I'll tell you what my theory is about what words he pointed out as being out of place. So again, amazing. The Ramchal achieved a level of acceptance amongst all stripes of Jewish intellectual movements of the 18th century. I can't recall too many figures.
What happened? Like a child? Like the child? Yeah, what about it? Okay, what about it? A cat or a kid? Alright, I mean, isn't that like a duck or a modern? Alright. Feel free to you gotta go. I'm not doing these things. Alright, if we
Years, uh, before or since, who have received this universal level of acceptance, albeit some 60 years after his passing. During his lifetime, we have a totally different story as we were exploring. So let's get into his biography a little bit, understand who he was, what his background was, what he was all about, and then I'd like to get to the controversies that dogged him during his lifetime. He was known as the genius of Padua. Padua is a smallish city on the Po River in northern Italy, not too far from Venice. His parents were sort of upper middle class merchants, and they gave him a standard education of of an Italian Jewish family of their class. He received a thorough grounding not only in Torah studies, according to the kind of Italian broad view of emphasizing scripture, Tanakh, as well as Talmud. Actually, his principal teacher was the Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, who would remain very close to the Rebbe all the way through his life. Even though he also taught him for his bar mitzvah, he was also 15, 20 years later very much involved in his life and activity far away from Padua. He also received a fairly significant secular education as well, with a thorough grounding in European languages, including Latin and Greek, primarily because, as we shall see, Padua was a university town, and it was one of the few universities that admitted Jews to its medical faculty. And so there was a lot of emphasis placed on broad European understanding of the world around them, contemporary science, the arts, of course, and so on. Early on in his career, really as a teenager, he wrote several works, quite frankly. He wrote works on public speaking. He wrote early experiments with poetic forms, including, kind of parables of biblical stories written as Italian age dramas, like staged as plays. So he was really quite a young child prodigy. He attracted to himself a number of these students who had traveled to Padua to study medicine at the university there. This is actually the autopsy theater. They only a small number of autopsies were performed every year, and they literally had to build an auditorium like this to allow as many people as possible to actually observe the autopsies taking place. And a very small coterie of perhaps a dozen of these students from all over Europe would gather nightly at the home of the Rabbi, where he had kind of like a special roof set up in a attic, and they would study the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah, of course, is the great mystical teachings of the Jewish tradition. Very prominent in their curriculum was the study of the Zohar, the important mystical work, and they became known as the Chavraya Kadisha, the Holy Society, for their intense studies. They developed a very ritualistic kind of organization where they had specific seating charts for each of them. It wasn't like kind of like free for all, but it was really a close knit study group. They had particular rules about how they were to greet each other, how they were to speak about each other. They had a rigid cycle of who was to prepare the material to be studied that night and so on. And it was really, it must have been quite an amazing intellectual experience to be at the Ramchal's table studying with him. And this is all when he is in his late teens, in his early 20s, studying with students who are significantly older than him, but mesmerized by his grasp of the material and his unusually piercing and poetic analysis of the text. One of the more fascinating things about the community of Padua and this particular study circle was that Padua was, among the social difficulties that plagued that town in the 1720s and 1730s was a gambling addiction that unfortunately affected many of the men, the Jewish men in Padua. Playing cards in particular were very popular. And so they had a nightly Beit Midrash that they made a rule, the Jewish community of Padua made a rule that every single Jewish male in Padua had to show up at Beit Midrash 5 nights a week, and attendance would be taken. And if they failed to show up every evening to learn some Torah because they were off, gambling or something like that, they would be fined. They would have to pay a fine to the Beit Din. And that in itself is rather an amazing thing that the community could actually impose, or even think to impose such a rule. I really wonder how well it was enforced, but it gives us a sense of how far we are from 18th century Padua living today in our society. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because the only group that was explicitly exempted from these rules were the members of the Ramchal's study circle. Because everybody knew that the Habraya Kadisha, the Holy Society, they were not spending their time playing cards. They were actually learning Torah at a very deep level, and so they received a formal exemption because everyone regarded them as the Jewish medical students who were studying with the Ramchal were really on a separate level. It's interesting to note, by the way, that the medical students must have experienced quite a cognitive dissonance because when they were at school in Padua, even though they were admitted appropriately to the college, which was, as I mentioned, very rare for universities at that time, there were a whole series of, discriminatory practices and ritual humiliations that they had to endure. They had higher tuition, for example, and there were certain things like they had to present a gift of 1 pound of candy every Christmas to the other students, kind of like a nasty Secret Santa sort of thing that they had to do. But nevertheless, while in the daytime, they are kind of like distinctly second-class citizens, but at night, they probe the depths of the universe with their teacher, the Ramchal. Now, it happened that the controversy really began to erupt in the 1720s when the Ramchal first discussed his encounters with something called the Magi. This is where the controversy really begins. When he was 20 years old, the Ramchal related to his students that he would receive these nightly visitations from a kind of supernatural being known as a Maggid. The word Maggid is related to like the word Haggadah, like the Passover Haggadah. It means to tell or to relate. And the Ramchal described how, perhaps in a dream, but some kind of vision, this angelic being would reveal to him these Kabbalistic truths that he would then relate to his students. Now, it sounds pretty weird. It definitely has a very unusual kind of phenomenon, but it is not without precedent in the Jewish tradition. In fact, one of the more well-known of the stories of Maggid is the Maggid of none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the rational and very evidence-based and very rigorous and exposed to logical argumentation and so on. But in reality, the author of the code that we revere and study today, the Shulchan Aruch, he reported also having these visitations of the Maggid, of a Maggid, and he wrote about it in something called Maggid Mesharim. And so it's fascinating, even at the core of our legalistic tradition, there is a mystical essence to it. So in the case of the Ramchal, he began telling his students that he was receiving these visions from the Maggid. And this went on for quite some time until one of his students, named Yekusiel Gordon, who was studying in Padua but was originally from Vilna in Lithuania, wrote home some letters. We have the text of some of these letters, and I'm going to paraphrase, but basically they say things like, "Dear Mom and Dad, thank you very much for sending me to the University of Padua. I'm having a great time here. No, it's not a party school, but I got to tell you, I found this amazing teacher, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Butzato. I'm learning with him every night. And guess what, Mom and Dad?" He actually did write to his parents and kind of made it a little bit more music. He says, "The Ramchal is receiving these nightly visitations from the Maggid. Isn't that fantastic? I found the best family." Right? And don't forget, this is before Chabad, so there's no Chabad houses. To imagine finding a Ramchal, incredible. And now this is really what got the Ramchal into trouble. As part of the unfolding of the story, incidentally, his teacher, Isaiah Bazan, wrote to him, because we have basically the correspondence of the Ramchal, a lot of his letters to his teachers and others, and letters back to him. And Isaiah Bazan says to him, "Why did you tell everyone about the Maggid? In particular, why did you tell a Litvak? Don't you know that the Lithuanian and the Polish Jews, they don't know how to keep a secret? They're going to go home, they're going to blab to everyone," and that's exactly what happened, right? Now, the reason why this is significant is because this letter made its rounds in Lithuania, and it came to the attention of what Rabbi Moshe Chaviz. Rabbi Moshe Chaviz was actually a professional heresy hunter. He followed in the footsteps of his father, who was also a great heresy hunter. And the heresy of the day was the Shabbatites. So let's just take a quick moment to refresh ourselves on this sad story that occurred about 75 years prior to the events I'm describing. Shabbatai Tzvi was this infamous failed Messiah, but he was quite famous among Christians as well, because the whole idea of a Jew proclaiming to be the Messiah and gathering literally thousands of Jewish followers from all over Europe, all over the Eastern Mediterranean, many of whom sold all of their property, their homes, at a fraction of their value in order to follow him, on the assumption that he would initiate the Messianic era. They would all return to Jerusalem. It was like big news for Christians. It was fascinating. They followed it very closely. In this particular rendition, you can see that in the background there is some sort of chicken scratches on a plaque. That's the artist's imagination of what Hebrew letters must look like. What ended up happening to Shabtai Tzvi, he was originally, he was a very well-regarded young man. He was actually the subject of many marriage proposals, although he did not accept too many in his youth. Later on, when he was older, he would actually get married 3 times. And one of those times was actually to an actual Torah scroll. Meaning, the Torah scroll itself. He got married to a very kind of like irrational and unusual behavior. But around age 23, 24, he began showing signs of what later historians have postulated were signs of some kind of bipolar disorder, perhaps some kind of manic depressive illness, because he would have these periods of great euphoria, which he called illumination, during which he would claim to be able to access huge realms of thought, or perform supernatural activities like levitation or feats of derech, teleportation and things like that, which would then later be followed by periods of depression and quiet. This was just kind of like an unusual idiosyncrasy of this otherwise well-regarded young man until he hooked up with an individual named Nathan of Gaza, who was unfortunately a very significant enabler of the worst aspects of Shabtai Tzvi's worst inclinations, and this kind of grew the whole Messianic movement up to a point where many Jews were caught up in it. You can see here is actually a prayer book that was composed in the Sabbatean movement, which, by the way, persisted for a good century and a half after the movement formally ended, as I'm going to describe in a minute. Here's an example of a Christian art showing Sabbatai Tzvi giving blessings to several people, where he was fond of, like, handing out global honors, like naming friends the Sultan of Africa or the King of Europe and things like that, all promising the eventual Messianic redemption, doing away with fast days, renaming them holidays, all kinds of fascinating, unusual, and definitely very anti-American behaviors. Here's one of my favorite images that actually shows Nathan of Gaza, his familiar deputy, who was leading thousands of Jews off to Constantinople, where they were to demand the return of Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, who would then bring about the Messianic era. What actually happened in the 1660s is Shabtai Tzvi presented himself to the court of Constantinople. The Sultan didn't deign to meet with him personally, but sent an envoy who made a counteroffer. The envoy said to him, Mr. Tzvi, do you mind if I call you Shapsi? We're not going to give you Jerusalem as your request. Instead, however, we will allow you to remain alive if you accept Islam as your faith. And to the great disappointment of Shabtai Tzvi's followers, he did. He became a Muslim. His wife at the time, Sarah, also became a Muslim, and the movement collapsed as Jews returned penniless to their homes throughout Europe and had to start all over again. A small number, some 300 families, decided that if Shabtai Tzvi, who was the Messiah, would convert to Islam, that must mean that all of us Jews must also convert to Islam as part of the unfolding of the end of days. They converted. They constituted a distinct group in Turkish society, in particular, called the GUINNESS, who actually were present and very active in political life right up until the 20th century. But that's basically the whole debacle of Shabtai Tzvi. After his demise, it's a fascinating story what happened to him afterwards, since he may have actually done some tshuva, some repentance at the end of his last request. He was later imprisoned by the Sultan because he was just behaving way too erratically. One of his last requests in prison was for a prayer book because he wanted to repent and go through. At any rate, there was, after the debacle ended, a huge outcry, and the Rabbi's family in particular spent their energies hunting out any vestigial remains of Sabbateanism and hoping to extirpate it from Western society. It was not at all a strange phenomenon to have prominent rabbis who are actually still enthusiasts of Shabtai Tzvi well into the 1700s. And this is precisely what Moshe Rabbi suspected Moshe Rabbi of doing. That he felt that Ramchal, with his nightly visit from the Maggid, it's like Shabtai Tzvi 2.0. He must certainly be relying on Sabbatean doctrines and so on. And so he got to work right away to pursue this young man. The first thing that he did was he went to Venice, which controlled the rabbinic Padua. Venice was like the regional authority. And he said to the Venetian rabbis, what is going on in Padua? Do you know what's happening over there? I heard about this guy, Rabbi Moshe and what he's been saying about the Maggid and so on. So the Venetian rabbis, picked up the 18th century non-existent telephone and said to the rabbis in Padua, you've got to investigate it. The rabbis in Padua said, oh, Moshe Chaim, he's a wonderful guy. We all love him. He has beautiful videos, such a learned guy. He has a study circle every night. You must be talking about another Ramchal. But they said, no, this is the one we're looking for. This is what he's doing. And they said, okay, well, he's a little bit eccentric. There are some eccentricities, we'll admit. One of those eccentricities, for example, was the fact that he was clean shaven. Even when he was 23 years old when this occurred, it was unusual for him to not put a beard. Back then, if you wanted to remain clean shaven, you had to use like depilatory powders and things like that. It's luckily impermissible to use a straight edge razor, but to use powders and dye and things like that. So that was a little bit unusual, but also even more of a shanta. He was not at the time married. And this was at 23 years old, still unmarried. There's something fishy there. Ultimately, he would marry. He found a woman named Zipporah, whose father also had very mystical tendencies, shall we say. Ramchal certainly must have liked the irony of his name being Moshe, her name being Zipporah. He wrote a beautiful, intricate literary ketubah that is still studied to this day for its poetic Kabbalistic value. At any rate, the rabbis in Padua said, okay, listen, what we will do is we will force him to take an oath. The oath will make him promise that he is not to engage in Kabbalistic teaching here in Padua. He has to wait until he's much older. I believe that the age they stipulated is 40 off the top of my head. The Ramchal, know from his communications, private communications with his teacher, he was very upset with the accusation that it was unfair and so on. But his teacher counseled him, you shouldn't have told about the Magni to Lucille Gordon and got out. And now the best thing to do is just keep your head down, accept the oath, take that oath, and obey it. In fact, the Ramchal did obey that oath, much as they called him, and their Kabbalah was really his main interest, but he took on these stipulations that were met. So after he got married, things calmed down a little bit, but Rabbi Moshe Hatiz was not satisfied with the very light slap on the wrist that the Ramchal received. He felt that he wanted much more of a big show trial and perhaps an excommunication, something a little bit more serious. So he kept his eye on this young Ramchal. It happened that the Monsanto business failed at this point. The father passed away, and the Ramchal, who was largely supported by his father, could no longer maintain the lifestyle that he had, primarily focusing on his learning in Padua. So he decided with his wife that they would make their way extremely cold winter all the way up to Amsterdam, where his brother had established a business. So on their way, when they left Padua, Rabbi Moshe Hatiz took advantage of their travel and sent word ahead to the city of Frankfurt am Main. And he said to a much more receptive Beit-Din there that there is a guy coming your way. His name is Rabbi Moshe Hatiz. I suspect him of being a Sabbatean. Here's all my evidence. You got away with it in Padua. I'm sure that you're not going to be as lenient. And so when the Ramchal arrived in Frankfurt en route to Amsterdam, he was actually arrested by the Beit. He was placed under house arrest while an investigation would be initiated. The Ramchal was distraught. What does this mean? I thought I dealt with this in Padua. I haven't violated the oath at all. He wrote to his teacher, Isaiah Bazan, who immediately came to his defense. The end result of this very trying episode is that the Ramchal had to take a second oath, reiterating the stipulations of the first oath. It was deeply, deeply humiliating to him that he was still suspected of these kinds of attitudes. But once again, Rabbi Isaiah Bazan, his teacher, said to him, there's not much you can do to protect yourself here. You are not a wealthy man. You are not without admirers and students, like including himself, but you simply don't have any recourse here. What was perhaps most awful, however, is that he was carrying with him a chest full of his manuscripts, his personal writings, and he was a very, very prolific individual. As I mentioned, he wrote his first book in his teen years that is published and still studied to this day. he had a full chest full of manuscripts. They were seized by the Beit Din in Amsterdam, in Frankfurt, and they proceeded to examine them for heretical materials and statements. By the time they had gone through them, they could not determine whether or not the Ramchal was in fact a heretic. Read between the lines, they could not understand the writings. They were full of Kabbalistic references, and they simply could not find any of the incriminating evidence that they had hoped to find there. However, they had different choices before them. One choice was they could simply return the manuscripts to the Ramchal, saying we couldn't find anything wrong, and therefore, you're off scot-free. They were loath to do that, though, because it would also reveal their ignorance about the content of the documents, and they were concerned that perhaps they were heretical. On the other hand, if they could confirm they were heretical, then they could set them to the flames. It was an unfortunate precedent, but Jews have been known from time to time to burn their holy works, or the holy works of their opponents. We saw this with the Rambam, and in the 18th century it was not uncommon as well. Nicholson's works, for example, including his translation of the Torah itself, was set to the flames. So the third option that they utilized was they would bury the manuscripts, neither destroying them as if they're heretical, nor returning to the Ramchal, but they would bury them, and then the location of the burial was promptly lost. So to this day, somewhere under the streets of Frankfurt is a huge chest full of the Ramchal's own writings. Perhaps one day they will see the light of day. In this context, we have Rabbi Isaiah Bassan's very heroic defense of his group, which is, we have much of the text of it because he engaged in correspondence with the Beit Din while he was on the way there, and he presented himself and argued very forcefully in defense of his students, saying, what have you found that he has done wrong? This is quite literally a witch hunt. It's an unfair accusation. You traumatized this young man and his family for no reason, and so on. And ultimately, after taking that second oath, the Ramchal was free to go. He found his final refuge, but a major refuge in Amsterdam. As I believe we discussed long ago in the first series when we spoke about Jews and modernity, we looked at the Portuguese and Jews of Amsterdam. We recall that they are a very unusual community because they were made up of the descendants of Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, beginning with the Portuguese Inquisition, prior to the Inquisition in 1497. And then for the next few centuries, as they slowly made their way out of Portugal, they were able to reclaim their Jewish identity many generations later in some occasions. And it's worthy to note that the origins of the American Jewish community lay in the Portuguese Inquisition, because it is those Jews who were living in Portuguese Brazil in the 1650s for a very brief period of time when the Dutch took over a region of Brazil. Those Portuguese Jews living as Christians at the time decided to come out of the closet, proclaim their Jewish identity, only to discover a couple of years later that the Dutch gave that region back to Portugal as part of a treaty, and they found themselves once again under the clutches of the Inquisition. So they all boarded boats and separated, and 23 refugees made their way up to New Amsterdam, which is, of course, the island of Manhattan, and they formed the first settlement of Jews as a community in what would be the United States. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews of Amsterdam, they had a much wider tolerance for this kind of ideological dissent. They recognized the Ramchal in many ways one of their own, and they gave him a fairly respectable position in the Talmud Torah, in their school there. Not a very heavy teaching load, he was more of a respected, learned person, but he lacked the same study circle of students who were really on par with him. Portuguese Jews were also cognizant of the huge tumult that occurred when the Julio da Costa was forcibly excommunicated there, and later, of course, the issue of Spinoza, which was also something that happened in Amsterdam. So they treated the Ramchal with kid gloves, and they gave him a respectful position. And it is at this time that he began to write the works of his great maturity, including the Mesilat Sharif, but also Dust. Through those Derech Hashem, some phenomenal classics that are widely studied to this day. However, this was spiritually insufficient for the Ramchal. He felt that he longed to the land of Israel, to make Aliyah, and he was approaching his 40th birthday. He wanted to begin to teach Kabbalah publicly, which would really represented the end of the restrictions of the oath that he first took in Ottawa and then had to repeat again in Frankfurt. And so he made plans with his wife to sell all of their belongings in Amsterdam and then make his way to Israel. He landed at Akko. He wrote a few pieces of correspondence back to his beloved students, and then shortly after arriving, he died of a plague, and he was buried in Israel. His legacy, however, is quite fascinating, and in many ways he occupies the same kind of position that we discussed last week when we were talking about the Rambam, who was another figure who was revealed and reviled in his lifetime. And I believe we'll see the same pattern when we speak in a couple of weeks about the Rabbi, who also had a phenomenal impact on the Jewish world in the 20th century and into our own century as well. But during his lifetime, he faced tremendous challenges and often very bitter with criticism. So with that, I'll bring this to a close, and perhaps I will just mention, because I recall that I had a video teaser at the beginning, might be wondering, the opening question, right? Like, why did he publish the second version of the Seals of Shard and not the first? And what are those strange words in the 11th chapter? So, according to the research of David Sklar, who's done this beautiful dissertation on Ramchal, and in particular looked at archival sources in Amsterdam, elsewhere, really fleshes out his life in a very, very thorough way. He argues that his sponsors in Amsterdam, the wealthy families who supported him while he was there, felt that the original version of the Seals of Shard had too many recognizable figures in it. Meaning, if you read this carefully and through the Ramchal's history, you would see kind of caricatures of individuals that he wished to criticize. And they felt that it was somewhat incendiary. They did not want to have anything blow up again in Amsterdam like they had seen he dealt with in Ottawa and in Frankfurt. And so they counseled him not to publish it, or perhaps they said they were not willing to publish it at all. It was not a neutral work of Jewish literature. And so the Ramchal's best friend, who thanks very florid manner in the conclusion of the work, quickly edited the work and reshaped it into the more standard, more neutral kind of frontal discussion that we have today. And the Ramchal perhaps grudgingly signed off on this new version and said, fine, and he just set aside the manuscript, the dramatic version. And in this context, when you think about what the Rambam said, that nothing is out of place until the 11th chapter. There's one passage in the 11th chapter where the Ramchal is speaking about the negative character trait of vengeance. And he seems to just like step out of tone for a moment. Like for most of the book, he's got this kind of even, soothing kind of prose, and at one point, it just gets a little sharper than you would expect. And in that context, when he's writing about vengeance, he says, and I know that taking vengeance would be as sweet as heaven. And it stands out like an unusually personal kind of revelation or personal kind of sharing that means that he really felt that deeply. And that's my theory as to the Rambam's words on place in the 11th chapter, that perhaps he was reflecting on his own experience and the way he was hounded across Europe, literally. And it would have been as sweet as honey to the conscience. But nevertheless, it was incompatible with the personality type that the Torah demands and would have been inconsistent with the values of the citizenship. With that, I want to thank you once again for your endurance. I really appreciated the opportunity to speak with all of you. I think we have some time for some questions. The series that we've been looking at really focused on three colossal leaders that had phenomenal impact, phenomenal influence on pretty much everything we do Jewishly since their lifetimes. We're all united in the fact that they were revered long after their deaths, but reviled at least at certain points during their lives. And the strange kind of connection of the often bitter controversy that surrounded these individuals, these really gigantic figures, and the way in which they would occupy so much of our intellectual space nowadays, you see how much we really owe to their innovations. For something like his first class, of course, we looked at Maimonides, and his books were so controversial that they were actually burned by other Jews in the 13th century. Then we looked at the ROTHSCHILD, who was mercilessly pursued throughout Europe, and finally wrote his Messias Yesharim, a tremendous work that's been accepted universally as one of the classic theology of Musa. He wrote that only after enduring tremendous criticism. And today we're going to look at the ROTHSCHILD Rabbi, who also had a similarly outsized impact on the way Jews do things today. But during his lifetime, which overlapped with many of our own, I'm sure, he was involved in many points of controversy. So what I'd like to do over the course of the next 45 or 50 minutes is to take a broad 30,000-foot view of his life and work, and then to zero in on some areas in which he encountered significant opposition, around which there was significant controversy, and try to reflect on what that means for how we treat leaders of this type. And that will bring us to the conclusion of this tripartite series. I should preface this by saying that I originally gave a lecture with the same title as the lecture back in 2013. And I recorded it, put that into it. It was actually for a very long time. And one of my more popular lectures. It had a significant number of people who were really curious to know who was this great, virtually ubiquitous figure in Jewish life. I had made a few really basic, simple errors that I'm prone to make when I try to cover a lot of detail in the space of 60 minutes. And I ended up deciding that, that there's just so much noise about the small details that it's probably better if I took it down. So I actually have made a private for the last years or so, but I really wanted to come back to it. I was also disappointed in myself in that when I first gave that lecture, and I was thinking about a much smaller audience, really just a very focused audience in the synagogue where I davened, and I put it on YouTube thinking there would be a similar kind of audience. I really started with the controversies before I really talked about the incredible achievements. And I think a lot of viewers, as time went on, and the controversies began to become less and less significant, they began to see me in a light that I didn't think was very fair criticism. And so I figured, let's just take this offline. But now, Baruch Hashem, I finally have the opportunity to address this individual who I have to say has had a remarkable impact on my own life. Just like the Rabbi and the Rabbi, he's one of those figures that really shaped the way I think about my own Judaism, about my own relationship to God, to my family, my community, and to the world as a whole, and what little I can achieve during the years that I'm able to exist on this earth. So with that said, reason for my difficult first foray into this topic was because the first real biography book that appeared after the passing of the Rabbi in 1994 was this book, very scholarly book published by Princeton University Press by Samuel Hannah, who's a scholar that I have tremendous amount of respect for, and not complete with his work I was not as familiar with. And this book, although it was incredibly useful, very detailed and eye-opening, it tends to take a more of an academic critical approach that I value. But as I read more of the literature that comes from students of the Rebbes or followers of the Rebbes, I think that some of that academic criticism is not entirely appropriately placed in some regard. Maybe we'll have to discuss that in a question and answer series. There is, on the other hand, speaking about the student memoirs, there is this wonderful book by ROTHSCHILD, which is definitely written as a homage to the Rebbe. It is written in his classic scholarship, but nevertheless written as somebody who is distinctly a follower of the Rebbe and wants to encapsulate and embody his own values in his own mind. This volume is far more popular. You see it all over the place. It's Joseph Timoshko, very talented writer, who really lives out where you are. And I long relied on his wonderful surveys like Jewish literacy and Jewish humor and so on. And this book on the Rebbe is really quite amazing. I think it's actually one of the most well-balanced books in that, unlike the more scholarly book entitled The Rebbe, which tends to be a little bit more salacious in nature, and unlike the more hagiographic treatments that come from Chabad sources, he struck a balance. And I think he's one of the best places to go if you want to learn a little bit more about the controversial aspects of it, but at the same time, he really presents a well-balanced picture of the Rebbe. But by far, my favorite biography is this one by my colleague Chaim Miller, who's also a New Yorker. This Turn to Judaism Outward is written at the greatest possible use of sources by a Chabad insider, and he's published quite a few Chabad-specific works, and really knows the inside culture. The culture of Chabad is really quite intense, and with its own language and its own, customs that really, I'm still learning to describe. Like, for example, one of my children actually married into Chabad, and we were making invitations, and I learned that the custom is always put it is 5 o'clock as the time of the wedding, and it means nothing. But that's when the Rebbe was born, 5 p.m. So you would not know these things unless you're inside Chabad. So this is, I think, my favorite source. I actually reread it because I wanted to be prepared for Thanksgiving. So with that kind of a personal bibliographic background, let's look at the Rebbe's writing. I want to start with this formula. Here's a beautiful picture of him at 2 years of age. He was born in 1902 in Nikolaya, Russia, and at a very young age he moved to Yekaterinburg, which is a city that's on the eastern end of Ukraine. After the Communist Revolution, they decided to rename it because the Yekaterinburg was very hard to pronounce, so they switched it to ROTHSCHILD. That's actually the term. I can hear that again too. But today it's called ROTHSCHILD because it's on the people river. And it was a fairly new town in Jewish speaking because it was rapidly expanded in the 20th century in connection with all kinds of industrial efforts, specifically the building of hydroelectric dams and things like that. And so it was kind of a young, growing Jewish population of blue-collar workers and their families, Jewish blue-collar workers who went out there to seek work, particularly in the 1920s and 1930s when the work really expanded dramatically. He was an unusual child in many ways. He was strange for someone who would ultimately become head of the entire Chabad movement. He didn't have the typical Chabad yeshiva experience. He was trained primarily by his father, who was a remarkable scholar, and he served as a rabbi in Orthodox. Later, he would be persecuted by the Soviets and sent out to the Gulag, that exists far out in Siberia. his wife went to follow him on and study. One of the most powerful documents I've ever seen is they lived a tremendous tenure. This is speaking about the Rebbe's father, long after the Rebbe had left the Soviet Union. The Rebbe's father, Rabbi had very little paper and very little writing instruments, but what he did was using ink that was made from wild herbs that his wife would collect in the Siberian countryside and grind down into making a new substance. He would write tiny, tiny little scholarly notes in the margins of the few books that he possessed. Fascinating. He's a whole picture of what kind of teacher he was. At any rate, young Menachem Mendel was the first of three boys, and he didn't have a Chabad yeshiva to go to. He was trained primarily by his father and by hired teachers, but by the time he reached the age of 12, he really demonstrated that he had the Sitzfleisch, the personal self-determination, the self-discipline to study on his own. And in fact, he studied Jewish topics on his own for the rest of his life. His preferred modality of study was solitary study. He went on, however, to engage in quite a bit of secular study. Ultimately, he studied at universities in Germany and in France, where he was especially interested in engineering. Although he had an unusually broad interest in all areas of human endeavor, interdisciplinary sciences as a whole. A turning point in his life, one that really dramatically propelled him towards leadership, even if he didn't realize it at the time, was that he was set up for a shidduch with the then Chabad Rebbe's second daughter, who's shown here. Her name is Chaya Mishmish. You notice that they have the same surname. That's because the sixth rabbi in the dynasty of Chabad, his surname was Nerson, and he was a distant cousin to the seventh Rabbi, who would become the son-in-law, our protagonist, Menachem Mendel. So, Chaya Bushner is shown here. She was the second daughter of the existing Chabad Rebbe, and for some time there was reputation. This young boy from Kutsk who showed tremendous promise, and eventually he was brought to the Chabad Board, which at that time was bouncing between Poland and Latvia, depending on the political circumstances at the time. And ultimately, they were married. They maintained a home until their passing in 1988. Unfortunately, they remained childless, which was a source of some stress for both of them, and may have actually contributed to the Rebbe's ill health at certain points in his life when he engaged in numerous facts. Now, the bulk of our efforts today, however, should focus on his activity as the Rebbe. And how that came about is really quite fascinating. Here he is with Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson, who is the older man seated to his right. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak was the sixth of the seven Chabad Rebbes, the first of which was the famous Alter Rebbe, Schneerson, Yadi, who's also the author of the most important Chabad book, known as the Tanya. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak was known by the acronym RILATS, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak, was also known as the theoretical Rebbe to my generation. The earlier Rebbe, the previous Rebbe. In other words, when you want to speak about the Rebbe, if you talk to a Chabadnik, they'll want to know which Rebbe are you talking about, because obviously the Rebbe is our current Rebbe. But because of the interregnum between the sixth Rebbe and the seventh Rebbe, the older Hasidim are thinking of the sixth Rebbe as the Rebbe and the new Rebbe as the new Rebbe. So it became known as the theoretical Rebbe, really the Rebbe, as opposed to typically referred to today. When we say the Rebbe to a Chabadnik, that means the Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson. If we refer to the theoretical Rebbe, that means his father-in-law, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson. One of the most, this is also a heroic character that deserves tremendous amount of attention as well. He was especially noted for maintaining a tremendous network of Chabad operatives behind the Iron Curtain in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, of course, was deeply anti-clerical at this time, very deeply religious. They had so-called Bezhdozhniki, the League of Militant Atheists, that would do everything they could to extirpate religion throughout the Soviet Union, especially focused on Jewish activity. And so the riots, the fear of the Rabbi, used a lot of support that came from places like the American Joint Distribution. He was able to fund a lot of these underground networks in the USSR, especially after he escaped across the border into interwar Latvia, which at that time was not under the Soviet Union. But this was an extremely difficult endeavor, involving a lot of secrecy and a lot of risk. And ultimately, as the environment in interwar Europe grew more and more intolerant, the rise of fascism and anti-Semitic movements, they eventually had to flee Europe altogether. And the Freer Rebbe followed shortly thereafter by the Rebbe made their way to the United States. Immediately prior to leaving, the Freer Rebbe was actually in Latvia, then Germany, and then he escaped to America. The Revolutionaries, however, at this time lived in Paris, where the Rebbe was engaged in studies of engineering. When Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson arrived in the United States, used the abbreviation Rabbi, which was probably the Menachem Mendel Schneerson. There was an interesting kind of environment here, which we're going to explore in a little bit more detail when we look at the challenges, because he was the husband of the second daughter. Rabbi Yosef Gitzon Schneerson had 3 daughters and no sons, which posed a challenge for future succession, because typically a son is favored over a student or an outsider to take over the leadership of the dynasty. And it was generally assumed at that time, in the 1940s, earlier, that the elder sister, who was married to Rabbi Shmuel Uriah, that he would eventually become the Rebbe. In fact, he had some of the most important responsibilities associated with the Chabad network at that time, specifically control of the yeshiva. The yeshiva, Taik, was the pride and joy of the Chabad dynasty, and those really important responsibilities were typically given to the favored son-in-law. So what would he do with this individual, the Hamash, who has shown some significant talents in a lot of ways, although his personal manner was very much to try and blend into the background. He certainly did not seek out any kind of communal responsibilities. He was, however, as we shall see, extremely dedicated to Chabad as a body of thought, as a spiritual system, and especially to the person of the Rayatz, his father-in-law. This picture, I think, characterizes that his warm relationship with him very well. So he received the following responsibilities. First of all, he was put in charge of Taik, which was their publishing firm. Now it is quite massive. It's comparable in many ways to ROTHSCHILD. It certainly predated ROTHSCHILD as a Jewish publishing house. And it was thought that this would suit his scholarly nature very well. He was in charge of Merkos, which was Jewish education, but separate from the yeshivas. This also turned out to be quite appropriate for its skill set. Merkos was specifically to deal with kids who are not necessarily in the yeshiva system. One of the great potential opportunities which the Bible was very good to exploit was this notion of release time, that when public school kids were given a certain amount of time every week to receive religious instruction at private institutions, this is where Chabad could step in and offer free or highly subsidized religious education to Jewish kids. It turned out successful part of the Rebbe's early career, although it would always stay with him as a motivation, of course, and as we shall see, it would become quite powerful in the late 80s and 90s. And then finally, he was put in charge of Kevin Kadisha, the Chabad Kevin Kadisha, or the Burial Society. The Rebbe actually used to joke that these four responsibilities corresponded to the Chabad sense of the three-level soul. The intellectual soul was publishing. The spiritual soul was about education. The animal soul was always designed redemption, so that's Chachma Yisrael. And finally, the body was the Kevin Kedusha. But compared to his brother-in-law, these were comparatively minor and secondary kinds of responsibilities. They would turn out to be central to his specific mission, and they would define Chabad in a very big way. But at the time, this was kind of like, it was understood that his brother-in-law was really central to be the Rebbe. When he ended up becoming the Rebbe, however, in 1951, the Rebbe passed away in 1950, and after a year of uncertainty, the Chabad coalesced around as the leader. He proclaimed his mission statement, and it was something that was quite interesting in that he never deviated from it throughout his entire career. Over 50-odd years of activity, really focused on this one simple idea, based on a passage in this literature, that the love of God, the love of Torah, and the love of one's fellow Jew are all one and the same thing. He proclaimed it at his initial, coronation as Rebbe, and it was something that he adhered to, and everything he did was focused around the statement. It's a fascinating thing because, when you think about how, all of us, of course, in this call are moderates, but there are fanatics, right? To the right, fanatics, to the left, and things like that. And what this statement says to me, among other things, is that, for some people, they're really focused on, let's say, the love of Torah, but they tend to ignore the love of fellow Jews and sometimes even the love of God. And there are those Jews who are so absorbed in God that they don't have anything for Torah and maybe not paying attention to Jews. But in reality, the Rebbe was trying to say that each one of these things, essentially, with the same kind of drive as the other two, and the goal is to try to recognize the value of each of these things and to appreciate people where they're coming from to accept them on that level. I hope to develop the other two levels, and I think that's really characteristic of it. But let's go on to the actual achievements of the Rebbe, and then we'll get to the challenges and limitations. So, the Rebbe had an unusually powerful sense of marketing skills. He was very much engaged in graphic design. He personally was involved in creating the logos and the letterhead of many of the movements that he was associated with. He personally looked over many graphic representations for children's magazines, for example. He actually would look at each of the cartoon boxes and make suggestions as they were being published. Even when he was an older man, he was still looking at these things. He used to say, for example, it's kind of relevant to contemporary controversies, that there should always be, whenever you have a children's magazine that has pictures of young boys on it, he says there should always be a girl on the cover as well. This is way back in the 1950s and 60s, that girls had to be included in all of the publications. And he was also very much quite attuned to the zeitgeist, very much able to discern what kind of things would work for his audience, even though he was a foreigner coming with a Russian background and a European education to an American environment. He was very well attuned to what American people needed. One of the things that his father-in-law used to say, when he came to this country in 1940, people would find more lax about jobs and things like that. And insist, and people would say to him, was the same kind of demands placed on us. And so the Rebbe, his son-in-law, with that kind of motivation, but attuned to the demands of the time, was able to really craft his ideas into specific, well thought out campaigns. The most important of which is certainly one that was later known by the term ROTHSCHILD, which is based on the word in Genesis, when God promises to Abraham that he will spread out to the north, the south, and the east, and the west. And he began to develop a network, later known as the Rebbe's Army, gradually, of shluchim, messengers, that were literally sent out to service communities all around the world. I'm sure everyone on this call has all kinds of adventures dealing with travel, and always have a Shabbat come to their aid because of this incredible network of thousands of Shabbat houses that are located in the most unlikely places in Central Africa, Asia, all kinds of places. It's really because of the Rebbe's mission that Shabbat wellsprings have spread out to the world. It was able to motivate young people to literally dedicate their entire lives to move to a location where there was none or very little of Jewish community and just sell their business to their lives. It was truly mind-blowing. Many people point to the influence of John F. Kennedy and the Peace Corps and things like that, but I think by comparison, the Rebbe's Army has far more lasting staying power than the Peace Corps. But nevertheless, the Rebbe was able to tap into this idea of this selfless, lifelong determination and dedication, and put this on young people and say, great, go out there, make your own decisions, but you can save money, will help you as much as we can from the central offices, but go out there and do what you can. He was able to craft, specific focus campaigns that somehow touch what a lot of people were feeling. They're very simple, very straightforward, sometimes quite audacious, and we're all familiar with so many of them. For example, the Nesher campaign, which stands for Ner Shabbos Kodesh, the lights of the Holy Sabbath, simply promoting women lighting candles on Friday night. And if you look at some of this contemporary artwork, that you can see that the message is so clear, handed down from mother to daughter. It's a very simple thing to do, just light the candles Friday night. And so, the Chabad students will go out on so-called Soy, which is a Friday afternoon, in particular, activity, where they go out to neighborhoods where they happen to be Jews and simply give away free candles to women. Say, here, would you like to light Shabbos candles? There's no strings attached. There's no, complex kind of arrangements. Just really simple. Light the candles. Candles bring peace. Look at all these other blessings that come along. We're all familiar as well with the mitzvah times, right? These loud, audacious vehicles that roll through many urban centers, and they serve as kind of like mobile squads to suggest that Jews come in and put on tefillin or have a kosher egg roll or something like that, say a bracha. And it's all just for the sake of getting people to add to the level of kedusha holiness by performing these commands. Incredible kind of vision that motivated people and made them smile because they were so, out there. And one of my favorites is the giving dollars. So one of the 10 campaigns in particular, there are actually many more than 10, but there are 10 that are specifically identified by the Rebbe as being campaigns. One was tzedakah, giving charity, right? So how do you convince people to give charity? Well, give them money and tell them that they should give charity. Make it easy for them by giving money to them in order to give charity. And so on Sundays, the Rebbe would essentially hold court, and hundreds and hundreds of people would come by, and he would hand each of them a dollar and have a brief conversation with them. And the Chabad was always very attuned to technology, use of radio, use of video later on. So we have tremendous archives available of these interactions. Very often with famous people, Nobel Prize laureates, heads of state and so on, but far more commonly, just regular people from the street, Jews and non-Jews, anyone could come up and could have a minute to just speak with the Rebbe, to collect the dollar from him. The idea is the dollar is something you keep for yourself, you get a different dollar, you get a charity, but it's just a simple, brilliant campaign that communicated goodness to the world and really helped elevate the message of Rabbi Classicism through the vision of the Rebbe. So these are all tremendous things that I'm sure many of you are very familiar with and maybe you've experienced yourself. And we should understand, however, that the Rebbe's life was hardly one of uninterrupted successes. He suffered, like we all do, terrible traumas in his life, and many traumas that were far worse than especially me, who had the good fortune of growing up in North America. But he lost much of his family, Holocaust war shortly thereafter. He did not see his own mother for about 20 years, and only then was after the war was able to unite and get her back. His father had succumbed to illnesses after a long captivity in Siberia, and the losses to both he and his wife's family were tremendous. And the dislocation of refugee status for about 20 years, he and his wife were actually stateless because when they left the Soviet Union, they had to apply for something called a Nansen passport, which was given to people who were forced out of their circumstances during the revolutionary period. And with taking the Nansen passport, he had to give up his Soviet citizenship, and so they were literally living on a knife's edge for a good 20 years. But there are certain challenges and controversies which are specific to his role as the Rebbe, and hence what I'd like to spend some time with. The first one we've already alluded to a couple of times, and was actually one of the most bitter and long-lasting, painful challenges that he had to meet in his life, and that is the succession conflict. Rabbi Shmaya, who are already shown here, was along the establishment candidate, so to speak, for the Rebbe. Unlike Rabbi Menachem, he had spent all of his time by the side of the sixth Rebbe throughout the Rothschilds in Eastern Europe. He was already placed in charge of the yeshiva, as mentioned earlier, and although there's no question that he and the Rebbe had a soft spot in his heart for the second son-in-law, the fact that the sixth Rebbe passed away intestate, that is, without a will, meant that the whole question of succession was up for grabs. Now, Rabbi Shmaya Kurani, also known as Rashad, was also the favorite candidate by his mother-in-law, the wife of the favorite Kurani, and she consistently maintained that he was the right candidate long after the succession conflict had ended. And in fact, although the Rashad, after the painful period when Hasidim were trying to decide which of the two brothers-in-law should be followed, eventually the Rashad capitulated and decided to become an apostle of his brother-in-law, the Rebbe, and recognized as such. His wife and his mother did not probably recognize him. And when we get to the 1980s, this separation, this rupture would be much more painful and would be permanent. So this was a very difficult thing for the Rebbe at the time. There's no question that he did not intend to become the Rebbe that he could have become if the sixth Rebbe passed away. But over a series of about half a year, as more and more Hasidim began to approach him and urge him to take this on, and then some of these Hasidim actually published in the press that they wished to follow the second son-in-law. It became clear that the Rashad simply did not have the same level of authority or did not capture the imagination of the Hasidim as much as his brother-in-law. So eventually the Rebbe was was able to overcome that succession crisis, but it proved to be a long-lasting wound that he felt. Many of his, we talked about several of the really successful campaigns that continued long after his passing. Even with COVID, the lockdown streaks in Manhattan, and you'll have Kobanikin trying to engineer his film. But many of his campaigns did not succeed, and he was deeply frustrated with his lack of relevance. One of those, for example, that he felt very, very close to was the idea of mandating prayer in public schools. This is also exemplary of this kind of large vision. He didn't consider himself just the Rebbe of Chabad. He considered himself the Rebbe of the world. He was concerned about not just Jewish kids in Chabad yeshivas, but Jewish kids in public school and non-Jewish kids in public school. One of his other campaigns was really trying to emphasize the 7 Noahide laws to popularize them among non-Jews. Anyway, in the 1960s, the Supreme Court struck down a practice of prayer in public schools, and the Rabbi fought bitterly against this. Was quite vocal about it. In this regard, he was going up against the American Jewish establishment, which thought that generally it's probably a better thing to keep state and religion separate, church and state separate, and they didn't appreciate what the Rebbe was trying to bring prayer back in. They said, no, if we bring prayer back in, it's going to be Christian prayer. So, my goodness, I can tell you, by the way, that my own experience in public school, which was just a little bit later than this, and it was in Canada. I don't know how the Canadian environment was shaped by the American one. I went to public school from about 1969 or so into the 70s, and I grew up reciting the Lord's Prayer every morning. And I still remember it. And it's not such a bad prayer. It's a very nice prayer. You forgive others your transgressions, things like that. But I remember that when I was about in middle school, it abruptly stopped. And then we had, for about a year or two, this kind of, I guess it must have been in response to the same kind of arguments. We had this kind of multicultural moment of religious thought every morning, where the principal would read over the intercom some, like 2-minute Buddhist teaching, or I think they're going to be Native American teachings about attitude, all kinds of things like that. Occasionally, there would be Christian teaching or Jewish teaching, and the idea was kind of like all religions, and then eventually that disappeared. We had a moment of silence, but that was, just too hard to maintain, so they eventually they did away with it altogether. Religious ones. But the Rebbe really wanted to make this happen. He argued strenuously for a moment of silence as well, and he was not able to succeed. So he was deeply frustrated with it, and he was often the only person in the room screaming for this, but he simply could not achieve it. And he met with a lot of opposition within the Jewish movement. Perhaps one of the most painful moments was a rupture within the Chabad movement itself that occurred in 1985 and extended for 2 years. The rift over succession, which had kind of scabbed over when the Rashab accepted the as the Rebbe, had not totally healed. And 30 years later, one of the people involved, librarians with the extremely valuable Chabad library, which had hundreds of volumes from the 16th and 17th century, very, very rare volumes of rescued from Europe, noticed that there were 2 volumes that were suddenly missing from the shelves. And they didn't know what was happening, where were these books going. And so they installed a security system, and they discovered to their dismay that the Rebbe's nephew was actually taking the books, selling them privately. Now, that certainly, didn't sound very nice. He was taking them at night surreptitiously and so on. But when they challenged him, saying, "What are you doing with the books?" He insisted that in fact he was only taking books that already belonged to him, because he, as the Rashad's son, was the grandson of Peter the Rebbe, and the library belonged to his grandfather. And so therefore, he was really the inheritor of these books. And although Chabad was free to use them as a library and sell them, if he chose to take some of them and sell them on the private market, that would be fine. Obviously, the Rebbe disagreed and said, no, these are library books, these are books for the entire community. Because the Friedrich Rebbe left without leaving a will, there was no way to really understand what was his intention with regards to his multi-million-dollar collection of books. There was quite a fractious dispute on this, and ultimately the Rebbe decided, again very controversial at the time, to take this to secular courts. He chose not to bring it to a Beit Din, that is, keep it inside the Jewish world with a Jewish court. And there are a lot of interesting theories as to why he decided not to do that. Perhaps it would have placed too much pressure on a Beit Din to have to judge something so weighty as a Rebbe's going to the library and so on. But ultimately, they went to New York State courts, and in very dramatic testimonial, what really swung the decision in favor of the Rebbe was when his wife was questioned to the deposition regarding what she thought was the true ownership of the books. And the real question was, were they the personal property of her father, the father-in-law of the Rebbe, or were they the property of the Chabad Hasidim as a whole? And when questioned, Mr. said that the library and her father belonged to all the Hasidim. So in other words, with that very clever answer, the judge was satisfied, and in fact ruled that the books belonged to the Chabad Association. It was a public library owned by, or private library owned by this institution rather than a single person. The books had to be returned. This particular date, the 5th of Taik, when this decision was decided, was declared a Chabad holiday, and it's called Didan Ratzah, which literally means in Aramaic, our sign blood. But it showed a tremendous rift in the family that showed that the antagonism over how the succession would be played out was not well said. It was made even worse when a deranged Chabad supporter, reacting to the very fiery speech that the Rebbe gave regarding the disposition of the books, broke into the home of Nechama Dina Shmurson, that is the widow of the sixth Rebbe, and beat the 86-year-old woman senseless, sent her to the hospital. And this was literally the end of the relationship between the two sides of the family. They never spoke again, separating, and buried separately, and it was a really sad internal family conflict that went along with the challenges of leadership. But perhaps the controversy that spread most widely after Rebbe's death were the swirling controversies regarding his view of messianism. When the Friedrich Rebbe died, the Rebbe would spend literally hours at his grave, which is shown here in 1950, shortly after his passing, reciting songs, reciting special prayers, and so on. And he was definitely very, very close to his father-in-law, and for years afterwards, the Rebbe basically, once he moved to 77 Eastern Parkway, he only left it either to stay within the Crown Heights community for a few special weddings when he was younger, or to go to the grave of his father-in-law in Queens. And only on, I think, 3 occasions he went up to the camp to visit some summer camps that he had found. Otherwise, he spent his entire life entirely within a radius of about 12 miles, and basically living in one room in 770 the managed to revive him, and he recovered to some extent, but for the last few years of his life, he was unable to communicate to the same degree at all that he had prior to this trip. And it was during the last few years of his life, his nebulous condition, that many of his followers insisted that he, in fact, was not just a Rabbi, but he was actually the Messiah, Mashiach, come to redeem the entire Jewish world. And an entire scholarly industry began to develop, developing proofs that, in fact, this is the coming of the Mashiach. Look at how many things he has done. He really was something who strode across the global stage. He had transformed lives all over the world. And he meets all of these characteristics. A lot of research was done into Maimonides and his views on how to identify the Messiah and so on. And this movement, during those last few years of his life, with whatever emotions he was able to communicate, many interpreted even the smallest hand gesture as a level of ascent to that particular view. Or if some people would be singing songs specifically praising him as a Mashiach, and they did not feel that he was, denying that was in fact an ascent. So there's a lot of speculation about exactly what was his mindset at the time. And amazingly, this continued even after his passing and burial in 1994, but for a long time, a significant number of the Lubavitchers continued to believe that not only was he the Mashiach, but he was actually going to rise from the dead to assume that role. Now, I'm not going to get into the theology of this, but it sounded to many Jews like Christianity, not like Judaism. And there's a huge amount of furor over the argument of the Rebbe as the Messiah. The degree to which we can lay this at the feet of the Rebbe himself, I think, beyond the scope of our discussion, although there are some fascinating thoughts on this in the work of Rabbi in particular. But what really was the controversy that went on afterwards, very similar in many ways to the controversy about the Rabbi, is that a very important scholar at Michigan University, Rabbi Dr. David Berger, a noted historian, wrote a book that had the subtitle The Rebbe, Messiah, and the Scandal of Orthodox Indifference, in which Dr. Berger argued rather inflammatory in his thesis that, hey, wait a second, if you have all these Lubavitcher shluchim all over the world who are doing amazing things for the community, but they regard their Rebbe as a deceased Messiah going to rise again from the dead, and he would say that that was clearly heretical in Judaism. And that would mean that these people who are slaughtering the meat for kosher consumption and running Jewish schools and running Jewish synagogues are actually invalidated in all of those tasks. Their meat is no longer kosher, schools are no longer kosher, they can't even count for the meaning. And as you can see from the subtitle, he was calling it a scandal of Orthodox indifference, because not a lot of the Orthodox world really seem to care. They've grown dependent on Chabad and so on. And, if Chabad rituals, and there's a lot of debate over exactly how the Chabad actually felt this way, in my limited experience, there's a whole spectrum. But this was a huge shout out to the ministry. It seems, however, that, well, we're like 30 years on from his passing, that much of this has been faded into the background, and I'm not sure exactly how all Chabadnikim have made their peace with the Rebbe's passing. There are definitely some who definitely still believe that he was the Mashiach, but it makes me so that the younger generation will continue that. Nevertheless, in his passing, we're only talking about the younger generation. But amazingly, the Chabad movement has actually expanded exponentially since the Rebbe's passing, which I think is more of a testament to the strength of the Rebbe's leadership that it could actually grow after he was no longer at its helm than anything else. Let me conclude necessarily have seen this particular location. It is, I have to say, one of the most powerful experiences, and it was one of the few truly Jewish religious pilgrimage sites that we have in Edmonton. It's basically a cemetery in Queens, filled with thousands and thousands of graves of regular people. Right at the border of the cemetery, there's this welcome house where you come in and there's a synagogue there, there's a mikveh there, you can borrow books, you can learn from Bibles, you can watch videos of the Rabbi speaking and so on. And when you're in this little house, then you go through this really remarkable ritual. I myself am not of my persuasion, but I find it's very enjoyable, very cleansing spiritually and meaningful. You sit down and you privately write out a small note of opinion message, which is essentially a petition. There's a lot of theology about what exactly are you writing here, who you write to, basically, whether it's you're writing to God. It's a form of a prayer. You write a certain particular formats with going to your heart and something that you write that you really care about, who you want to succeed and be healthy, think about your family and things like that. And then, you take off your shoes, because you go to a home place that you have to switch workshop. You give a little bit of stock up, there's a big place where you can put a little bit of title or $100, and then you walk to the actual place itself, which is located, it is kind of a special walkway so that people who have to be concerned for ritual impurity and bond themselves and actually follow a distinct path. And this structure is called the Ohel, the tent. It's not a very good tent because it has very good flag. It's just the walls. And it's surrounded by the regular Mexican. You go in the door there, you make a little chapel, and then you walk into this area that's really quite unusual. In this particular Instagram photograph is the grave of the sixth Rabbi is on the left, and the grave of the seventh Rabbi, right half the image person is on the right. And there's kind of like a half wall closing. And people around are reciting prayers and songs and so on. In the background are the women with this photograph in the front of the once you've recited your songs and things like that, then you take out a piece of paper and you privately write it, and you quietly read its contents aloud, and then you tear it in half and you throw the paper into the grave note itself. It's kind of like a physical embodiment of your prayer. It's really a beautiful kind of experience and unique. And I think that this is such a phenomenal way that Chabad keeps the Rebbe still in their lives, because when people really want to pour out their soul to God, I myself have done this, go to the Ohel. It allows for a place for your special negative focus, and in there of all the righteous people who are buried there, coming in the Rebbe, they have inspired look for your prayers to be more directly channeled to God. It's a very beautiful experience. But that's not the last thing that I'd like to do. The custom is also that when Chabad young people become engaged, before they announce their engagement, they will go as a couple to the Ohel itself. And they will recite their forgiveness, they'll pray for their futures, and then only after, as the Lord is visiting the last forgiveness of the dead, they walk out the Ohel, take a photograph, they go to set that service, and begin their lives and really as the next generation of Chabad. I think that's the greatest legacy we can have. So with that, I really appreciate your attention. We can run on almost to the end of 60 minutes, but I will be very happy to answer some questions, as long as they're not too difficult.
Thank you so much. It's really stimulating and all of these lectures so far. And we should know, of course, like, hopefully, thank you for giving to the lectures so beautifully that you did well. And so before I just share a couple of questions that come in, I want to just make sure that you put on the right or everyone here on the Zoom. since we're doing personality, no one person has come up as embodying the leadership of God when they're
Well, that's a great question. I should let the audience know that I was trained in the history department. Those in the prophecy department are considered more advanced, and I never got a chance to take a lot of those classes. But I would think that probably the most obvious reason is that the Rebbe was a colossal towering figure. It's hard to imagine many people in our lifetime who would generate the same kind of output that he had with the same kind of single-minded focus. And really what it was a figure that delivered to people.
And there's a revenue as a teaching department.
That's a prophecy part. But I don't really know. I myself, I remember what it was like after Berkeley passed away. I was a graduate student at the time, and I kept on thinking, okay, that's basically it, right? That Hasidic dynasties, they come and go, and there are some exceptional dynasties um, the Rust lovers who are able to continue without a living Rebbe. But I really didn't think it was happening to Chabad. It's good thing I didn't publish anything because I would have been proved wrong. Incredible stuff going on. I think the reason why they're able to stick to the mission and the message is because the Rebbe really laid it out very clearly over half a century of his dedicated service and consistent messaging. And so it's carried on through a second generation. It remains to be seen whether it can carry on to the third and fourth generation, who knows? But it definitely is something that has resonated for a long time.
That's an easy question. Was part of the Rebbe's philosophy to simply raise the religious connection of people like Jews, or was he trying to recruit more people to be members of the Chabad?
From my limited experience, because I have a little bit more knowledge that I've read before the please, but quite a bit of Rebbe's works and stuff. I think that he was a true believer that Chabad Hasidus had phenomenal value for the spiritual needs of a Jewish person. But I think that he was far more interested in elevating, people's spirituality across the board. This is evidenced, by the way, by the fact that a lot of his closest secretaries, associates, were actually not Chabad themselves. They were trained in Muslim yeshivas, Iranian yeshivas, and he just liked working with them. So, there was no real pressure for them to somehow adopt Chabad and have them like that.
Well, this is an interesting one that ties all three of your concepts. There, one of the common denominators that there seems to be a significant feud among tractors and all of this. There was a period that people were against individuals because they wanted X. Do you ever see this sort of thread of X never came through, right? That there was people just come back to sit down, especially specifically about Chabad in general. The fears that caused some of these controversies to fester were those historically seen as ground.
Yeah, that's very interesting. That's a tough question. If we break it down and think about what is it that they were afraid of. So Rabbi in his era, people were afraid that there was just too much Greek wisdom, and that essentially because the rabbis out of business because there were no footnotes and it was all just the Rabbi worship and no one would know how to learn anymore. And I think when it comes to the Greek wisdom, the Rambam basically what they were afraid of eventually happened because we are still deeply engaged in non-Jewish subjects and trying to figure out the balance between how much non-Jewish stuff should be in our Jewish stuff, and we should figure out how to make it kosher, like kosher sushi. Like we learned for thousands of years what sushi, which is really hard, but now that we figured it out, it's good. So I think there was a justified fear there. With regards to the opening the drop-off worship, I don't think that really came about. Maybe it's because our culture is too intrinsically critical that if there are no footnotes, we're not footnotes. When it comes to the Ramchal, the very, very specific fear was that Sabbateanism would spread, that he was a secret Sabbatean, and that his views would infiltrate many other people on the infrastructure of this neo-Sabbateanism. And I don't think that happened at all. There was definitely a residual level of Sabbateanism that existed through the 18th century, but it was, you couldn't be tied to the Ramchal in any way, and so I think that was not a rational fear at all. In the case of the Rebbe, there are several controversies that we looked at, but I think that's the most important one, is the question of a sort of a splinter movement in Judaism that recognizes a dead person as Mashiach. That is a fear that is still there. There are still some questions about it, and I don't think that David Berger's thesis is intrinsically incorrect. I think that philosophy is pretty straight up, that if those servants who believe these things, they're not kosher to be doubtful, I'm sure. But it just seems that as a collective body, we don't have a pope. We don't have like one rabbi in charge who tells us what to do. As a community, we sort of like never through it. Look at the show. Lay people have input, and rabbis have input, some scholars have input, and we sort of migrate through this. I think that's really what's happening for now. So it's a great question. I would love to put something like that on a final exam for the students, but I think I have to argue in favor of discontinuities rather than continuities.
Maybe on that note, that'll be our final exam. We appreciate it. Study it again. Really, so wonderful. We look forward to more chances to spend time together. Hopefully, we'll see a world where we get to see each other in person, and look forward to the opportunity to try to make that happen. And just on behalf of the people who are discussing all of our participants who have been able to everybody in Island Town, so it's
Get started. Thank you all for coming. I apologize that I was a little bit delayed today and had people standing outside. That's kind of unusual. We'll certainly make an effort to be here early in the future. So, if you follow the website, if you get the regular mailings from the website, you'll know that I have two other series of lectures that I put online at the same time. I have these lectures, which are basically 1 hour biographies, and then I have this series, which is mainly directed at undergraduate students, called the Essential Lecture Series, and they're about 20 to 30 minutes, and then I have these This Week in Jewish History, which are like 3 to 8 minutes. So I just recorded one this week on the origins of modern Jewish humor, and I'm really pleased. One of the essential lectures. I'm really pleased that I got so many responses in the comments. I think within 6 hours, 172 people have viewed this video. It's amazing what the internet can do. And one of the best things is that people started sending jokes in the comments box. So it's like, so here's one from Daniel Nuria, who is actually quite a scholar. He is the first one, if I remember correctly, to point out that the letter chet is not a guttural, it's a voiceless fricative. You didn't know that. But he pointed out this one joke which I enjoyed. It turned out that this is a very old Jewish joke, and just about everyone I told it to already knows it, but somehow I missed it. So there's a Chiloni man in Tel Aviv, a secular Jew in Tel Aviv, who is, very, very far from his Jewish origins and Jewish rituals and traditions. And, that's the way he chooses to live his life. But he's a businessman and he has a huge deal on the line. And this is a deal that if he does it right, he's going to be set for retirement. Everything's going to work out just as long as he can just sign this one deal. And he's running a little late and he's driving down Dizengoff and he's driving around and around the office building where he's supposed to have this meeting and he can't get a parking spot. And he realizes there's a huge crisis here. Oh my gosh, what's going on? What am I going to do? So finally, in desperation, he raises his eyes heavenward and he says, Ribono shel olam, I have never kept the laws of kashrut and I have never kept the Shabbat. But now, please help me with this one. Give me a parking spot and I will be a faithful Jew. And just as he finishes saying that, amazingly, a car just pulls out right in front of the building where it needs to park. And he said, never mind, I found one. All right, so the wonders of the internet. Tonight's topic is rather unusual. I've thought about doing this particular figure in the past, but since last week we spent so much time talking about Joseph Pearl, who was a very bitter and rather venomous critic of the Hasidic movement. And we spoke about Rabbi Nachman of Breslov in that connection because it was the publication of one of Rabbi Nachman's most important and unusual works, the Sipurei Masiyot, which we'll talk about tonight. I thought, well, why don't we talk about Rabbi Nachman tonight as it were to kind of get the side of where Joseph Pearl was coming from in his critique. And you can evaluate for yourself. We try to avoid moral judgments in this room. But we'll try and give you the historical outline of his life, and you can decide exactly how you want to go on that controversy between the two of them. So Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, definitely one of the most unconventional, creative, seminal thinkers of the Hasidic movement, highly criticized in his lifetime and beyond, and yet with the probable exception of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, undoubtedly the best known of all the Hasidic great leaders. The Breslov movement amazingly has continued to hold its own, and in fact even flourish without a Rebbe. They are known to their detractors in the Hasidic world as der Toter Hasidim, the dead Hasidim, because they don't follow a living Rebbe. And nevertheless, they show tremendous creativity, effervescence, and novelty that indicate that the trajectory is still on the way up. So we're going to spend a little bit of time thinking about who was this particular individual, what were his contributions, what were some of the reasons for which he was so bitterly criticized during his lifetime, and maybe we'll spend a little bit of time thinking about the specific nature of his spiritual creativity that caused such inspiration in the Jewish world in the early 19th century and for the last 200 years. Okay, so he has impeccable Hasidic yichus, impeccable Hasidic lineage. His grandfather was the Baal Shem Tov himself through the Baal Shem Tov's daughter, and on the other side, he was the grandchild of one of the Baal Shem Tov's primary disciples as well. So he has really tremendous standing within the movement, and more than that, he was born and raised in Medjugorje. I'll give you this map here. This is going to cover most of his life, so I'm putting all these places here. Medjugorje is the current Ukrainian pronunciation. You may have seen the Polish pronunciation, Medjugorje. This is a small shtetl over here in the Ternopil region of western Ukraine. This is eastern Galicia, a region where Jews are exceptionally poor compared to the rest of Europe. Poor both in terms of their per capita income. This is one of those areas of Europe where Jews were much more involved in manual labor and even in farming, which is highly unusual for Jews than in the rest of Europe. At the time, it was not part of Ukraine as shown here. At the time, it was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Later, it would become briefly part of Austria and Galicia and so on. And then after World War I, it would be part of Poland. I don't want to do the whole history. Anyways, here's Medjugorje over here. He spent some time in the Kiev region,
in the city, in the region of Potil, and in a neighboring town as well. And then he made his name, his fame, really in the town known as Bratslav, not to be confused with Bratislava, and it's usually pronounced in Yiddish as Breslov. The term Breslov is just a Yiddish, there are many of these. One of the hardest things about figuring out the geography of Eastern Europe, and my own teacher, Professor Paul Robert Magachi of Toronto, he wrote an atlas of Eastern Europe, and he described to me how incredibly difficult it is because just about whenever a place gets conquered by a people, they change the name of the place. And sometimes the name change is really quite distinct. Like, for example, if you take this town here, which is written in this map as Lviv, that's the Ukrainian pronunciation. This is a map of Ukraine. It would be the U in the local dialect. It was known as Lvov to Poles and Lemberg as the Germans. And so Jews would choose whichever one they wanted. Lemberg is often used because of the affinity with Germany, but these place names change tremendously. So Bratslav is one of those examples where the Jews would simply elide terms to say Breslov. And one of the reasons they loved it is because the term Breslov, if you look at the letters in Hebrew, it forms an anagram for Lev Basar, heart of flesh, as opposed to a Lev Evan, a heart of stone, which is an allusion to a passage in the Bible in Isaiah where God says, I will take out this heart of stone and I will give you a heart of flesh, a heart of Lev Basar. So Breslov, Lev Basar, that's who we're talking about. Spent a lot of time at Wrocław, but that's where he gathered most of his disciples. And then his last days were spent in Uman, where he chose to die and be buried. So the pilgrimages, if you heard of them, are associated with Uman, not with the other locations there. So his Hasidic lineage, underlying the point we started with, is not only from his actual family members, he's in the third generation after the Baal Shem Tov, who passed away about 1760. Rabbi Nachman was born 12 years later. But he actually grew up in the very heartland of Hasidic world. In Medjugorje is the place where the Baal Shem Tov himself was active. Okay, so you get a sense of where he exists in the panoply of figures. Yeah, typical for the time, very early engagement. Again, he was like Hasidic royalty, so he would have been very sought after. He was engaged at 13 and in kind of like a Talmudic precedent, which was not so unusual in the 19th century or this late 18th century. He was married 1 year later to the daughter of a fairly wealthy man from the Kiev region. He moved in with his father-in-law. This is incidentally one of the reasons why there's a huge population explosion among Jews in Eastern Europe in the 19th century, far outstripping the non-Jewish population in the area. There's two things. First of all, the development of the smallpox vaccinations, which Catherine the Great began to disseminate in the late 18th century. And secondly, an institution known as KEST, which was a way in which young married couples, and we're talking about really young, we're talking about 14, 13 years old, where they would live for extended periods of time in their in-laws' homes with an extended family that has cousins, aunts, sister-in-laws, and mother-in-laws, and so on, to care for children during these very tender years when the husband and wife are really children themselves. So he lived in this kind of environment for the first few years of his married life. It turned out later, though, that his father-in-law became a widower, and his second wife and Rabbi Nachman did not get along all that well. So at this point, Rabbi Nachman took his wife and his growing family. He ultimately had 6 children, 4 girls and 2 boys. The boys did not survive infancy, but his 4 daughters did. So they moved nearby. In this area, though, in these formative years of his early marriage, it's when you see some of the characteristic elements of his thought begin to emerge. He followed what he felt was an extremely unique path in Hasidic thought, and certainly when he began his literary oeuvre, you can see that he's plowing completely new paths in the fields of Jewish mysticism. At the same time, he was following a very traditional path of going out into forests alone. He became
quite an oarsman. He went on the Dnipro River, which is shown here, and he would, row himself up and down the river and set the boat ashore, and then he'd go off for an afternoon and simply meditate on nature and existence in the world. And this is the roots of a spiritual practice that was associated with Breslov forever after, called hitbodedut. This comes from the word boded or bad, which means to be alone. Hitbodedut means to make oneself alone. And one of the main areas of Breslov spiritual exercises is to spend a good chunk of time. When you read some of their literature, they say, just take an hour to yourself. That's all it takes, an hour a day. For the rest of us non-Breslov Hasidim, it's a huge amount of time, especially for a Litvak, a whole hour doing this. And basically, be alone, talk to yourself, talk to God, talk to the walls, talk to your future, talk to your past. Just spend an hour in internal meditation. That may be, by the way, to jump ahead to the end of this lecture, one of the reasons why in the 1970s Breslov Hasidus became so popular is because the whole meditative tradition, which they had been developing for several hundred years, was so well aligned with the age of Aquarius, with EST, you recall all those kinds of unusual New Age practices that were popular in America at the time. So definitely there was a kind of a congruity of practice and thought between hitbodedut and modern meditative techniques. So he moved to a nearby region, and at this point in his late teens and early 20s, he began to attract disciples. Jumping ahead also, we should note that the entire span of his life was only a short 38 years, and yet compressed within this very short lifetime, he managed to create a tremendous body of written work, very creative and unusual and original, and attract many totally devoted disciples who would remain with him not only during his lifetime, but even after his death, which was shrouded with tremendous controversy, and would pursue the development of the movement past that. So these are all very young people. We're talking about people in their teens and early 20s when they are at their peak of creativity. The controversy. So he was, we have to put ourselves within the context of the times. And you recall that the Hasidic movement heads into a period which historians might call a thermidor, which is a reference to a month in the brief-lived French Revolutionary calendar. Basically, when you have a revolution of any sort, there's a period of tremendous excitement and exuberance and dramatic change, like the pendulum is pulled all the way in one direction. And then, as people get kind of fed up with the ridiculous pace of change, then the pendulum swings back the other way, but often goes into the opposite direction. And if you look at any, this is kind of like a well-known pattern, cycle of history. If you look at, let's say, the Russian Revolution, it may start with all these bright ideas of Druzhba Narodov, the friendship of peoples, and a neo-messianic era, and then it eventually swings back and falls into high Stalinism, which is the thermidor, as it were, of the Soviet Revolution. So the Hasidic movement had much of the same. The 18th century was a tremendous period of criticism of the old way of doing things, a period of great innovation. And then by the time we get to the 19th century, some of the excesses that the Hasidic movement had been created to react against began to reassert themselves and even infiltrate the Hasidic movement itself. For example, one of the aspects of the Hasidic movement that was so powerful in the 18th century was the tremendously democratizing element of following a charismatic leader as opposed to an appointed figure that had the approval of the community and the lord of a particular region. You would have a person who, just had a beautiful smile and a beautiful way of expressing things and a kind heart, and he would become the Rabbi, obviously with tremendous talents and learning and pastoral skills and so on. But by the time you get to the mid-19th century, the Hasidic system was criticized for being excessively rigid, of being not just another hierarchy where people gather their courts around them on a hereditary basis and so on. So this is a period when the Hasidic movement is just beginning to kind of lose that populist edge and descend into a dark and reified period, which again they would emerge from at the end of the 20th century, but that's not for us today. So Rabbi Nachman was at this period when it's quite a bit of time. It's 40, 50 years after the death of the founder of the movement, and you have established figures. You have Hasidic leaders who are elderly typically, and have followed the same kind of pattern of establishing courts and rituals such as the pidyonis of bringing certain types of donations to the Hasidic leaders and so on. And Rabbi Nachman will just have none of this. He is a huge critic of the existing Admorim, as the leaders of the Hasidic movement were called, and he openly criticized their mystical pronouncements. So, for example, some of the Admorim, some of the leaders would say that they had gotten a glimpse of Elijah's chariot. That's referred to in the Bible, and it's an allusion to this mystical vision of the Godhead in the universe. And Rabbi Nachman would say, I don't know how these people could say they've seen the chariot and they describe it this way, because I know myself, it looks totally different than the way they're talking about it. So, open criticism of his peers and his seniors. In fact, one of the most what's the right word? One of the most acrimonious disputes he had was with a figure known as the Spolerzade, the elder of the city of Spole. And Rabbi Nachman moved to that city without first getting permission from the Spolerzade. And originally, the Spolerzade was open to the idea of Rabbi Nachman. He was a creative, young Hasidic thinker, but to move your court into the existing region of an authorized and well-known figure was like it's an infringement on his zakah. It's an infringement on his, his known territory, right? Like salesmen, as it were. You got people walk into someone else's territory and take it over. And the Shmuel was really quite angry with him for simply showing up without, doing the proper petitions and the proper arrangements and things like that. So he had a lot of fights of this nature with the authorized figures. He was known for erratic behavior in a lot of ways. In 1798, he decided to take a trip to Israel, and he decided to take only his closest disciple and to travel in secret, like in disguise, not letting anyone know who he was as a Hasidic leader, the grandson of the Baal Shem Tov. And on this trip, he would make fun of the other Hasidim that he met on the boat. He would engage in wild, erratic behavior, dancing, singing, things like this. And in fact, breast lovers today are known for their unusual displays of energy during prayer, clapping, tapping their feet, things like that, which are not typically seen in your regular Orthodox synagogue, where the services are mainly limited to cell phone conversations and things like that. Yeah, so he ended up having to sort of move to his own space, which he did in 1802. That's when he moved to Breslov. At this point, he had a significant enough following that he could establish a court he would retain there basically till the end of his life. He would only move to Oman in the last couple of years when he was suffering from tuberculosis. And it's at this time that he began to work on his literary creations in earnest. His literature, some of which were written by his own hand, some of which were recorded by his disciples, were very unusual and highly creative and unique books that had no precedent in the Hasidic canon in so many ways, and I'll give you a couple of examples right now. But prior to that, I'll just say that the corpus of the Breslov literature that we have today is deeply impoverished by the fact that Nachman burned many of his books. He composed quite a few, and then after a while he felt, for whatever reason, he never really divulged it, perhaps that they contained too much mystical information. He ordered them burnt. This was a tremendous inspiration to a 20th century Jewish writer who read of Rabbi Nachman's work with tremendous enthusiasm and interest, none other than Franz Kafka, who I think I'd like to talk about in a few weeks, the famous and very disturbed Czech Jewish writer who wrote, you may recall, The Metamorphosis, a story about a man who wakes up and discovers he's a massive cockroach, and what that means. Another story called The Trial, where a man wakes up and learns that he's on trial in a capital offense, and he has no idea what exactly his crime was, or when the trial is going to take place, or who's his defense attorney, and this whole nightmarish situation where he's trying to figure out really the meaning of his life, and there are only hints and clues, and he doesn't see any rhyme or reason. Kafka also ordered his closest friend to destroy all of his brilliant manuscripts, and then he promptly killed himself. For the benefit of world literature, his friend decided the manuscripts were simply too valuable, and he did not burn them, and they ended up becoming published and become classics. But the connection is very clear. Kafka read a lot of Rabbi Nachman, was fascinated with the same kinds of stories that Rabbi Nachman will write, and was deeply influenced by them. Yes. Oh, one last point, two last points I should make on the slides. I forgot to mention that perhaps the most controversial aspect of Rabbi Nachman's activity was his messianic pretensions, which are rarely stated in outright fashion, but it's clear that he harbored notions of tremendously exalted status of himself within the end of days. It may have been that he regarded himself as an Elijah-like figure, perhaps the harbinger of the Messiah. He certainly felt that one of his infant sons, again, who died in infancy, would be the Messiah, and he placed great hopes on him. And these kinds of things, which are not completely unknown in the Hasidic movement. It's hard to find too many Hasidic movements that have not had a close brush with the idea that their Rebbe may be the Messiah. But Rabbi Nachman was unusually vocal about it and attracted a lot of criticism, like a lightning rod, because of his pronouncements. There was only one Rebbe who was a strong advocate of Rabbi Nachman, and he held to his position right to his very end. He died 1 year before Rabbi Nachman, and that was the great Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev. You may have heard of Rabbi Levi Yitzchak. He is known as the defense attorney of the Jewish people, the Sneger Shel Yisrael, because he basically finds the good in everyone throughout his life. In fact, there's a lot to say about Rabbi Levi Yitzchak. There's a famous passage in which he even once called God himself to a din Torah, to answer for the treatment of the Jewish people. That's a whole episode in itself. But anyway, so quite a bit of writing at this time, but I haven't told you too much about what those writings say. As I mentioned 17 times already, highly original writings. To be sure, he wrote a lot of traditional ma'amarim that are, comparable to the regular kind of Hasidic discourse, with, references and with standard scholarly apparatus and so on. And those are perhaps less remarkable. What makes him stand out, and which also perhaps gives him much larger audience to draw from, is his stories, his Sipuri Masiot. And there are two really salient differences between his stories and those that are associated with other Hasidic courts. The first one is that they are original literary creations by Rabbi Nachman himself. In other Hasidic courts, you have lots of Hasidic stories, usually highly hagiographical in nature, meaning, amazing stories about what this Rebbe did or what this Rebbe said, things like that. But they're always created and circulated by the disciples. In this case, we have a Rebbe who himself sets to page, these stories on his own. They are like novels, as it were. I mean, they're not structured like novels at all. They're stories. They're short, a few pages long, and they're collected, though he published them all in one volume, and then there are a few that are scattered throughout. But that's really an unusual thing for a Rebbe to write stories as opposed to making these, scholarly lectures, and then his followers create stories about him. That's one unusual factor of Rabbi Nachman. The other, and his stories, the other really unusual factor is that the stories hardly ever deal with Jewish topics head on. They read more like fairy tales, um, complex parables about kings and princesses and captured princesses and pirates, and you can very easily read them as somewhat twisted children's stories. I mean, they don't have the kind of satisfying endings that you would like to see in a typical bedtime story, but they are highly imaginative, and they spur one's thought to, oh my gosh, what are the possible implications? And they're quite enigmatic. Very Kafkaesque, to use the term anachronistically. He's really writing like Kafka, because Kafka would later be writing like Rabbi Nachman. I'll give you an example, but first I have to tell you a joke, because this one jumped into my head. And I apologize for those of you who come to my lectures every week. I know you've heard this joke before, but it's therapeutic for me to tell you these jokes, so it goes like this. So there are 3 college students in a dorm, and they're talking about their spiritual leaders, about how great they are. And one student says, my guru, he is totally amazing. The powers he has, you can't imagine. Once we were walking in the forest, and there was a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river, there was a little kitten who was like trapped on a floating branch. And so my guru, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, the water stopped flowing. He walked out on the dry riverbed and rescued the kitten, brought him to safety. The other student says, oh, that's nothing. My Swami, you wouldn't believe what he's like. Once we were walking past a rushing highway, moving so fast, so it was definitely not I-95. The cars were just going fast at 60, 70 miles an hour. And we saw that in the median, separating the lanes, there was a little puppy. And so my Swami, he got up from the lotus position, and he stretched out his hands, and then from 6 feet around him, the car simply stopped moving. And he calmly walked out to the median, he picked up the puppy and brought him to safety. And the Jewish kid says, that's nothing. My rabbi, once we were walking on the street on Shabbos, and we saw a $20 bill, and he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday. That's slightly anti-Semitic. I probably shouldn't tell that, but that's transvaluing the thing. It was Tuesday, right? Okay. I'm sorry, Denise Malka, you had to hear that, but there you go. Anyways, so let me give you an example. Perhaps the most famous of the Sipurei Masiot is the story of the sometimes translated Rooster Prince, sometimes translated Turkey Prince. And by the way, also very unusual, he had them published simultaneously in a bilingual edition. The original version of Sipurei Masiot was published with Yiddish on top, which was the vernacular, but the common person could read, men and women, uneducated, whatever. And then on the bottom, there was a rabbinic Hebrew translation of the Yiddish tale, which at once made this a plebeian document that was accessible to everyone, even to a mother reading these stories to her children in bed at night. And at the same time, it was a Hasidic learned discourse in the high language of literary Hebrew. I shouldn't say the high language of literary Hebrew because, the Hebrew was not completely accurate. That was grammatically, that's one of the main criticisms of the form of the Sipurei Masiot that Joseph Pearl would bring up. He would say, look how foolish these Hasidim are. Look how badly they write in Hebrew. But nevertheless, Rabbi Nachman, insisting that his teachings be delivered in both the vernacular, ensured their wide circulation, and by writing them in Hebrew, which unfortunately was prescient, because the vast majority of Yiddish speakers would be killed in the Holocaust, it meant that his books had an enduring presence that would make them popular with the resurgence of Israel after the Six-Day War, which we'll talk about towards the end of this lecture. So the text actually exists in the dual language edition right from the very beginning. This is one of my favorite stories of the Sipurei Masiot. There is once a king whose son goes mad. Madness figures in quite a few of the stories, by the way. People who lose their sensibility. And the prince insisted that he was in fact a turkey. He took off all of his clothes. He refused to sit at the table and eat like a prince. He insisted the only thing he would eat is like crumbs and kernels of corn and things like that that were scattered under the table. And so the king was totally at his wit's end. What could he do with his mentally unbalanced son? He went to all of the doctors, all of the sages. The rabbis themselves can't deal with this particular problem until finally, from far off, a sage came and said that he had the solution, and that the king, if the king would give him permission, he would cure his son, but he had to tolerate whatever strange measures he would use to cure him. The king, of course, with no alternative, says, "Please cure my son." So right away, the sage takes off all of his clothes and gets under the table with the prince. The prince says to the sage, "What are you doing?" And the sage says, "What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm sitting under the table, eating some kernels of corn off the floor, just like you." And he said, "Well, why are you doing that?" I said, "Well, because I'm a turkey, just like you." And the prince says, "Oh, okay." So they're naked under the table, eating kernels of corn off the floor. And this goes on for a while. And then the sage signals to his attendant, and the attendant throws him in a pair of pants. And the sage puts on his pants. And the prince says to him, "What are you doing? Turkeys don't wear pants." And the prince says, the sage says, "What do you mean turkeys don't wear pants? Look at me. I'm wearing pants. Turkeys can wear pants, no problem." So the prince thinks about it for a little while. He signals and gets a pair of pants. The sage then gets a shirt, and then gets a jacket, then sits on a chair at the table, and incrementally, every time they have this dialogue, the prince is saying, "What are you doing? What kind of turkey are you?" He says, "You think a turkey can't eat at the table? I can eat at the table." And so this goes on until ultimately the prince is cured. And that, enigmatically and characteristically, is the end of the story. And you wonder, like, what was that all about? What is the meaning of that? And much ink has been spilled on these kinds of, bizarre and seemingly non sequitur stories. One of the interpretations that I happen to find appealing is the notion that, and again, I'm not a breast love expert by any means, but this happens to be an approach that I think makes sense in this particular story, is that we live ultimately in a world in which we are deeply uncertain as to our own identity. We're not totally convinced that we are human beings. We may be turkeys. We're not totally convinced that we are angelic in our capabilities. We could be animals, like the fowl of the sky and the fish of the sea. We could be just, walking bits of meat. And the only way that we can be cured of this is by, did I lose the image? The only way that we can be cured of this is by imitating a human being, imitating a higher level creature. So in the analogy here, the nimshal to the mashal is that, we may not think of ourselves as highly accomplished spiritual beings, but that is within our nature. If only we, as one of my friends used to say, fake it till we make it. We just keep going on, thinking of ourselves as princes, trying to act as princes. We deep down think we're turkeys, but we're still going to try and imitate the prince, and hopefully one day we will be cured. Now I've given you kind of like an overarching structure to understand the story, but Rabbi Nachman does it. Rabbi Nachman just leaves you with the story, and then you turn the page, there's a new story all of a sudden. And a lot of them are like this. The princess who's captured, the whole country that is driven insane by a scourge on the wheat, and the sage decides to eat it himself so that he will still fit in with the insanity of the country. All these kinds of stories really are a spur to the mind and to the imagination, and they carry great literary impact upon the Jewish tradition. Okay, another example of his very powerful impact is he either authored or popularized a lot of epigrammatic statements, meaning like one sentence, very pithy encapsulations of Jewish philosophy that continue to have their impact on the Jewish mind today. I'm sure you've heard, I'm having a picture here, Kol ha'olam kulo gesher ktsar nehod. The entire world is but a narrow bridge.
And the essential point is, don't be afraid. Right? That's a line of Rabbi Nachman, just this idea that, we're traversing this narrow, scary chasm on a tiny little unbalanced rope bridge, and you got to get to the other side. And the main thing is no fear. Just keep moving forward. And this is a beautiful, beautiful thing that, again, he wrote it in literary Hebrew, which meant that it survived the linguistic challenge of the 20th century. And in Israel, of course, it became a folk song. I think I would sing it for you, but I think you would regret that. Many of his statements, in fact, became folk songs. Mitzvah gedola liot b'simcha tamid. It is a great commandment to be happy always. I'm not sure there is a commandment to be happy. There is a commandment to be happy on Yom Tov specifically. V'samachta v'chagecha, right? Be happy on holiday. By the way, the Vilna Gaon, he was once asked, this is a typical characteristic difference between Hasidim and Misnagdim. He was once asked, what's the most difficult mitzvah for you to perform? And he said, definitely v'samachta v'chagecha, to be happy for 8 days in a row. That's tough, right? So, anyways, Rabbi Nachman, though, mitzvah gedola liot b'simcha tamid, it is a great mitzvah to be happy always. I think I told you 2 weeks ago about that incident at the Kiev yeshiva that I experienced. Maybe not. It would be great if you totally forgot, because then I can tell it again. And a ghost life. We were sitting having a Friday night meal, and a yeshiva bacher bursts into the room. He's kind of disheveled, and they say, "What's wrong with him?" He says, "I was accosted on the way here. They wanted to take my money, and I said, I'm an observant Jew. I don't have any money, so they let me go." And so then all the guys in the yeshiva start singing in Russian, "Очень счастливый я, потому что я еврей." I am very fortunate to be a Jew, which went straight into, in Hebrew, mitzvah gedola liot b'simcha tamid. And those two lines in Russian, I am so fortunate to be a Jew. It is a great mitzvah to be happy always. We sang that for maybe 40 minutes. It was a really intense spiritual experience. I was terrified, but I can't forget that moment. Okay, so he wrote a lot of these epigrams. You may have heard the saying, when I saw it associated with Rabbi Nachman, I actually couldn't believe it. I said, no way, this comes from somewhere else. And it may be true, perhaps, when we have some very erudite members in the room, some of whom have taken a vow of silence because they don't want to ask any too hard questions. But apparently it was Rabbi Nachman who said, God never gives us a challenge that we cannot overcome. That's like, is that really Rabbi Nachman? That seems so central to Jewish thought, but I saw it associated with some. So these kinds of amazing stories, these very powerful epigrams, you hear it once and it sticks in your brain. These are the kinds of things that he contributed. He also created a wide variety of spiritual practices or exercises called tikkunim, which is a Kabbalistic term meaning repairs. If you damage the world or yourself through a particular sin of one type or another, then these are the repairs. This is how you affect a positive change to what you've done wrong. The tikkun klali is, he has a list of what kinds of things you should do for what kinds of sins. Typically, they involve the recitation of certain psalms and things like that. The most famous of the tikkunim, however, was towards the end of his life. He promised his followers that if they would come and say a particular tikkun on his grave at Rosh Hashanah, then no matter what they have done in their life, Rabbi Nachman will take them by their peyot, by their forelocks, and drag them out of hell itself if necessary. So these tikkunim have had tremendous, popularity, and they continue to inspire tens of thousands of people, even today, who go to Uman to be at the grave of Rabbi Nachman. And many of whom are not at all Breslov Hasidim, but are moved by that concept of tikkun. So let's move on to this Uman itself. As I mentioned, his main activity was in Breslov, but there was a fire at one point that destroyed his home, and he was left temporarily homeless. He could have simply relocated to another building in that city, but for several years he had very positive relationship with several notorious maskilim in Uman. So
what is going on here? First of all, what is Uman? It's an old city. Jews have been living there for several hundred years, and it is most noted in the Jewish chronology as the site of a terrible massacre in 1768. This was the Honta or Gonta massacre, also known as the Heidemark massacre, when peasants revolted and slaughtered Jews as they had done 100 years before. The Khmelnytsky massacre was a whole social, political, economic mess, but the bottom line is that quite a large number of Jews were killed in a very short period of time in that year, and there was a cemetery that was expanded to contain all of the graves. Rabbi Nachman remarked towards the end of his life that this would be a good place to die and be buried, and he was, of course, predicting his own end, because at that point he had contracted tuberculosis, an illness that was still quite widespread. If I'm not mistaken, it claimed his wife the year before, and he lasted 3 years with this illness before he finally succumbed. He moved to Oman, and there he significantly developed his relationship with Maskilim. Maskilim, you'll recall from last week's lecture on Joseph Pearl, these are adherents of the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, who in Western Europe tended to jettison their Jewish practices, kashrut and Shabbat and so on. In Eastern Europe, less so, but they definitely were antinomian, changed their dress usually for upper-class Polish dress at this time, studied the sciences, studied Polish language, things like that, and were generally considered, in the context of that time, assimilated Jews. They were certainly not assimilated by Western European standards, which reminds me of one more joke. I can't help it, but we're almost done. Did I tell you the joke about the guy who wants to become a member of the Flaming Crosses Country Club? So there's this restricted country club. I'm so glad none of you remember my jokes. He wants to be a member, a Jewish guy wants to become a member of a restricted country club, where they don't admit Jews, Gentile clientele only. And so he goes to the management office and says, listen, I've been very successful in business. I have several yachts that are right now lined up at the boat show and all kinds of annuities and what have you, and I'd really like to be a member. I can certainly pay the dues. And in fact, I can sponsor a few other members if you like. And the manager says, I'm very sorry, Mr. Goldstein, but we have a restricted clientele. And we don't accept new members unless, for example, you have a sponsorship from an existing member. So he says, oh, that's great. I'll just find a Jew who's already a member. I'll go to him. He'll sponsor me, and I'm in. So he says, can I see your membership list? He says, of course. Shows him the list. Looks down. He sees the name Goldfarb. Oh, that's it. So he goes to Goldfarb's home, knocks on the door. Goldfarb opens the door. Goldstein says, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi. My name's Goldstein, and I was really hoping to become a member of the Flaming Crosses Country Club. Would you please sponsor me? Goldfarb looks him in the eye and says to him, listen to me very carefully, Mr. Goldfarb, is it? After Goldstein. Listen to me very carefully, Mr. Goldstein. I am a Presbyterian, and my father is a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. Right? So these are the kind of masculine and lighters that I know. There's a lot of discussion because this is, you have to realize, within the context for Rabbi Nachman to be associating with heretical Jews was highly controversial. It was like, again, in the thermidor of Hasidic thought at that time, to be messing around with the ordinary people, maybe it's a little bit like the sage who gets under the table naked. That's highly unusual. Some say that perhaps he was trying to be makar of them, to bring them closer to Judaism and so on. It's not clear. We know that they played a lot of chess together, things like that. He ultimately passed away at the age of 38 of tuberculosis and was buried in that city. But the story, of course, does not end with his death. His legacy is really very much alive. As I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, since he had such strong messianic statements and he had made such a central figure of himself and never preparing anything like a successor, with perhaps the exception of his child that died before he was 2 years old, there would be no question that nobody could take Rabbi Nachman's place. And so, unlike all the other Hasidic groups, they simply continued without a Rebbe at the helm. Perhaps with some thoughts that the Rebbe Nachman would later play a role in the unfolding Messianic era, it's not clear. Multiple centers of Breslov Hasidus developed, especially after the Second World War, and it's basically two types. There are a few schools that are led by charismatic students of Breslov, mainly around Mea Shearim, a highly traditional neighborhood in Jerusalem. And also there are centers in New York City, for example. But the core constituency remains kind of like old Hasidim that will contribute their lineage back for decades, even centuries. But the large numbers of followers are really Baalei Tshuva, are people who come to Judaism later in life. In fact, many Sephardim are attracted to Breslov or Hasidut. They have no connection ethnically with these teachings. Why is this so? Well, we've already discussed some of the tremendously infectious aspects of Rabbi Nachman's thought and teachings. There's also this resurgence of interest in Judaism as a whole after 1967. If you recall those days, it's hard for me to. I was just a child at that time, but as I'm sure all of you were just children at that time too. But what my elders tell me is that people were just getting used to the idea that we made it through the Holocaust, we survived the Holocaust, we're getting to pull things together, we even have a state of our own, and then, look, we're about to lose that state, we're going to be pushed into the sea. And then, almost beyond imagination, the Jews managed, the Israelis managed to turn the tide and not only defend the nation, but to expand the borders beyond belief, completely beyond belief. There's a Russian joke that was popular when I was there that said, Russia was thinking of attacking China, the rivalry between the two communist nations. And someone in the military academy asked one of the generals, Tavares, how can we possibly defeat China? China has a massive army, millions of soldiers larger than our army. And the general says, that's no problem. You can always win with a smaller army. The Jews, with 6 million soldiers or 6 million Jews, were able to take over armies with 40 million Arabs. So we can do it too. And the Russian soldier says, yeah, but where are we going to get 6 million Jews? Somewhat that. Anyways, some of the Breslov movements, the relations between the movements are sometimes acrimonious. I forgot my train of thought, but we'll go to this here. There's one particular leader who passed away about 20 years ago, who was called Baal HaPetek, the master of the note, like the document, because he claimed to have received a note, some kind of mystical note that was Rabbi Nachman communicating with him, saying how to bring him out the Messiah, and it involved the chanting of a particular clause, Nachman Me'umad. It's hard to translate this. The na, really, this is the word in Hebrew. It might be read as please. Nach means rest. Nachma is related to the word for console. Nachman is his name. And Me'uman means from the city of Uman. And you say, please rest, console, Nachman of Uman. And so this is a slogan that's worn by this particular group, very large group. You may see it's very popular to wear large, white, knitted yarmulkes with this phrase, handwritten around or crocheted around the side. But there are many of these groups. And as I mentioned earlier, the tikkun associated with Rabbi Nachman in Rosh Hashanah is incredibly popular. You can get, you can book a tour to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, very popular. I have many friends who have done it. And you can participate in this movement, which is 200 years old and still quite vibrant and growing. So with that, I want to thank you so much for your attention and your endurance over the last hour, and I hope you have an excellent week. All right, welcome everyone. why don't we get started? We've got a really important topic tonight. We're going to study the life of the Rambam, the Nesher Hagadol, the great eagle, one of the most important and influential figures in Jewish history. Someone who cast such a long shadow that the famous statement was, from Moses until Moses, there was no one like Moses. Meaning from Moses of the Torah until Moses Maimonides, there was nothing like him. And in fact, since Moses until today, there's no one really like Moses as well. Let me begin with a little joke. I apologize for those of you who were at Shalosh Shudis. You heard this, like Mr. Steve, you're probably the only one. But the joke goes like this. A woman gets onto a bus, an elderly woman gets onto a bus, and she gets on. The bus driver is very friendly to her, so she asks him, would you like some peanuts, young man? And he says, well, thank you, I would like some peanuts. And so she gives him a few peanuts. It's nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome back to Florida. So then she sits down. Then a few minutes later, they're driving along, and she gets up again, and she says, excuse me, young man, would you like some more peanuts? And he says, you know, that would be really nice. I enjoyed those peanuts. So she gives us more peanuts. And this goes on several times. And so finally he says to her, listen, you know, it's really very kind of you, but why do you keep offering me so many peanuts? And she says, well, I only really like the chocolate. Okay, so I'm hoping that this presentation, I'm going to give you all the chocolate and I'll hang on to the peanuts, but the truth is there's so much to say about Maimonides, and we actually started a couple minutes late today, so I'm going to try and speak a little faster just to make up the time, but we're just going to touch on the life of this truly incredible man and his impact on Jewish history. This lecture is sponsored by the Young Israel of Bell Harbor, Surfside. We're very grateful for the shul to provide us with heat and light, or AC and light, and place to meet. We are looking for sponsorships for future lectures, so if you're interested, please contact me or contact the shul office. The shul likes $200 to offset us, and all the profits, of course, go into producing that wonderful edifice that we are creating just a block away. So let's go straight to the material. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, the acronym of his name in Hebrew is, of course, Rambam, and that's how he is known to many of his students today. Known in Latin as Maimonides, the IDES suffix means son of Maimon. His first name was Moshe, his father's name was Maimon, hence Maimonides, or so Moshe ben Maimon. His years are 1135 to 1204, born in Cordoba, Spain, and died in Fostat, Egypt. There's some debate over where exactly he is buried. His grave is usually associated with a place near Tiberia, Israel, where they have a special tomb, but the Jews of Cairo believe that he is in fact still buried there in Cairo in the courtyard of the yeshiva where he studied in a small suburb of that town. He was a physician, a philosopher, a popular leader with tremendous courage and conviction. His opinions were highly controversial, as we shall see. His books were even consigned to the flames by other Jews. But at the same time, he maintained steadfast in his point of view, and it continues to be studied today, even though there are many, many areas where the rabbinic consensus differs from Maimonides' point of view. Nevertheless, he is the primary interlocutor for the dominant opinion and remains very significant to this day. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about his life, and then I would like to talk about his literary works, and specifically the Jewish literary works, divide them into two basic categories, and that'll be it for the night. Okay, any questions or arguments before we begin? No hard questions allowed, just easy ones? Okay, good. We'll save the hard questions for later when we don't have the camera running. So his family was a distinguished rabbinic lineage. His father was a dayan, or a judge, in Cordoba. In his commentary to the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides lists 8 successive generations of dayanim that preceded him. And in fact, after his death, he was appointed the Nagid of Egypt, meaning the leading Jewish political figure in Egypt, and that title was held by members of his family for another 200 years after his death. So clearly a very illustrious family with tremendous rabbinic yichus or lineage. One of the exceptional positions that Maimonides held that makes this even more amazing is the fact that he held that dayanim and also rabbis should not be paid for their services. They should have other occupations. He, of course, was originally a merchant and then later became a famous physician. And they should only earn their keep from their regular livelihoods, and whatever they do as judges or as rabbis should be completely pro bono for the benefit of the community as a whole. This is probably one of the reasons why he was so controversial, especially among Ashkenazi rabbis who took a contrary position, believing that, in fact, rabbis should have a decent, livable salary, and that is a controversy that continues to this day. So he came from this long line of rabbis and judges, and he never took a penny for his work as a judge in the Jewish community. He was born here, you can see, in Cordoba in Spain, at the very end of the Spanish Golden Age. We're actually going to go a little bit back in time next week and look at a more central period of the Spanish Golden Age, but for now we're going to concentrate on the 12th century. At the time, the Almohads took over Spain, as you can see, as well as a section of North Africa. The Almohads were known as the monotheists, and they were very strict interpreters of Sharia, meaning they believed that Muslim law should be interpreted with a minimum of divergence for variant opinions. In one area that affected the Jews in particular, the Almohads removed their dhimmi status, meaning Jews since the Pact of Umar in at least the 9th century, according to Muslim tradition, perhaps even earlier than that, Jews and Christians were given special protected status or dhimmi status. They had to pay a little extra in tax, but they were allowed to practice their own religion without fear of persecution. They were allowed to maintain their synagogues and so on. The Almohads removed this leniency for Christians and Jews, particularly in the tricultural state of Spain, where the conflict between Jews, Muslims, and Christians was perhaps the fiercest in all of Europe. And this meant that it became increasingly intolerable for the Maimonides family to remain in that the Iberian Peninsula. So they departed from Cordoba and spent many years first in Fez, Morocco, where Maimonides simultaneously studied Jewish law in a yeshiva there, as well as medicine in the Al-Qayran University. He then spent 9 additional years going from there with his family across the coast of North Africa, ending up in Israel. In fact, I can show you some pictures. Why don't I show you some pictures? Here's a picture of Cordoba, Spain. This is where the Alhambra Palace is located. We'll talk a lot more about that next week when we look at Shmuel ibn Ogrela. And then he moved here to Fez, Morocco, beautiful Moorish architecture. And then he made his way all the way over to the old city of Jerusalem, where he lived briefly. It's not known exactly why he left Israel. He clearly found that it was the high point in his personal career, and he wrote of his time in Israel as a personal, peak in his life. And in fact, he wrote about his ultimately decision or his fate to move back to Egypt with a considerable amount of regret. In some cases, there are letters where he refers to himself as someone who sins every single day, without any specific references to which sin it is. Many scholars believe it was the idea of returning to Egypt, which some feel is a transgression in the Torah. But at any rate, he left Israel after a very short sojourn, and he spent the rest of his life in Fustat, Egypt. And this is where he made his career and his fame, particularly first as being a jewel merchant, and then later as a physician. Now, in Fustat, even though he did not have a position of tremendous authority at the time, there was a situation in which the Jews and Christians were in tremendous conflict. There was a huge geopolitical conflict that had gone on since the Crusades at the end of the 11th century. And one of the smaller battles between those two religious groups was that a Christian king had taken captive an entire city in northern Egypt, and that held a significant Jewish population. Maimonides took a leadership role from Fustat, and he arranged for a huge collection of cash from the Jewish communities of Egypt and was able to secure the release of the Jews who were taken captive. For this, he received tremendous prestige and respect, as well as significant remuneration because he was called upon to serve in many different capacities as a communal leader. And ultimately, he chose to invest his funds in a gem business that his younger brother David would run. Maimonides had told his brother that he should specifically pick up his merchandise at one particular location. I believe it was somewhere in Arabia. But when David went, so he gave him a huge pile of money to go and make this purchase, which he then would bring back, and of course he would live off that. As it happened, David traveled to this location, the name of which escapes me right now, and he found that the merchandise was not up to.
How are you, W? How's your day going? I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How'd you find out about it? Oh, I clicked you. Very cool, man. Well, welcome. I'm glad that you're here. You really want to know? Because I think you're amazing and I want you to come in here and talk with me. Yeah, 100% big dog. What's your favorite thing to stream? Right, exactly. That's what. Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk to you about, my friend. Did you know that it is 318 days, 18 hours, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds until Grand Theft Auto 6 launches? Are you excited for it? That's all right. How about your PS5 by then, hopefully? No, but I'll get one. I'll get a bunch of them. Oh, 100%, my friend. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been streaming since the pandemic, going 3.5 years. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist magazine. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And when that happens, I'm going to make sure to take care of you, your friends, your family. I'm going to make sure that you're financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that I'm able to make you have generational wealth. And most importantly, I'm going to be able to give you the money that you need to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. And on top of all of that, I'm going to buy you a PS5. How's that sound? Absolutely. So I don't want anything from you, but I do just want you to know that I care about you. I think you're a really great streamer, and when the time comes and I'm able to, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. So, plan. Excellent. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now, so this is archived in the future, so that when you get a nice gift from me, you'd be able to buy 100 PS5. You'd be able to buy a PS5 for every kid in a children's hospital. I need that. You're going to have more money than what you know what to do, just because you took the time to look at your clips and see what I was doing and talk with me. I really appreciate that. You should know that I talk about other things that are going to help the world, like ending world hunger for the use of it. There's a website known as kickdatabase.com, and it just goes to random streamers and anybody I like. I'll put their channels. They're doing something cool. Have you ever been to kickdatabase.com? You were featured. Go for it, big dog.
to par, and so he elected to go on a much longer voyage to India, where rumor had it there was much more fine merchandise to be had. Unfortunately, his boat sank sometime in the year 1169 or 1170, and he never returned, and the family fortune was lost. This was a cause of tremendous grief to Maimonides. He describes how he fell into a deep depression for about a year. He was inconsolable because this younger brother was, he raised him on his knee, and he was his student as well. He left behind a wife and a young daughter, and Maimonides was quite crushed by it, and he describes still mourning for him even 9 years later. But at any rate, the reversal in family fortunes meant that he had to find a new career, and so he had been taking quite a bit of medical training in Fez and also in Cordoba before they even left. So he decided to turn his hand to medicine, and he turned out to be extremely successful at this, eventually becoming the court physician to the Grand Vizier, and ultimately to none other than Sultan Saladin himself. There are even some interesting sources that argue that Richard the Lionheart, the Crusader king, wanted to bring Maimonides into his own employ, but there's no real significant basis for that. There is an interesting citation that's bruited about that Maimonides even converted to Islam in the course of his wanderings before he became Nagid. I'm just walking back a little bit now chronologically. But there's a lot, I should just dispense with it right now. There's the consensus of scholarly opinion is that likely that it is not at all correct, because the Muslims of the medieval period were a little bit like the Mormons of the 20th century, baptizing dead Jews who were killed in the Holocaust in order that they should get posthumous life in the world to come. And so there was something of a tendency among some Muslim historians to posthumously grant conversion to famous non-Muslims in history, and Maimonides was principal among them. There are some scholars, though, who believe that, in fact, he did go through a pro forma conversion, perhaps in the context of the persecution of that era, but that the conversion was nullified once he was able to reach safety. There's a lot of text in Landgraf's own writings, however, that indicates that he had significant sympathy for people who were forced to convert. He has a tremendous amount of space devoted in his writings to urging communities to be tolerant with those Jews who were forced into conversion, either to Christianity or to Islam, and saying that they should be accepted back without any kind of probation. He also wrote that Jews should not live in places where forced conversion is likely to occur. So the preponderance of evidence indicates he probably never converted, but at any rate, he did certainly have a great amount of sympathy for those who did. Yes, please.
You mentioned fellowship. So was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? Because he said people were relying on, and the Jews were peripheral to the Crusades, but they were.
So the question, which I should repeat for our internet audience in the Philippines, the question is, how was Maimonides affected by the Crusades? I don't know. I simply don't know the answer to it. I've never seen anything that Maimonides has written on that topic. As you correctly point out, the Jews were basically peripheral to the Crusades, especially later on in the 12th century. The massacres of Jews during the Crusades occurred primarily in the Rhineland, in Germany. The Jews who were not in the region of Israel, of Jerusalem itself, would probably never even seen a crusader. So I don't know exactly. I've never seen anything about wrote on the topic. Certainly, it was part of the larger geopolitical factors involved in the day, and it's doubtful that he ever met Richard the Lionheart. But as we read history backwards and we look at famous figures and we try to draw lines between them, that's probably where that came about. But there's no question that he was highly sought after as a physician in Cairo, and his service to the Grand Vizier and then to the Sultan is well known. Okay, excellent observation. So, as I mentioned, he had to turn to medicine as a career. I mentioned all these things. Okay, so I said that there's that interesting kind of picture of Maimonides. There's so many pictures of Maimonides. I could have spent the entire class just looking at them. But this is, by the way, the head of a statue that was erected near Maimonides' home in Cordoba, in Spain. In terms of his medical studies, now this is an area that is not well studied by Jews, but he produced a phenomenal amount of medical literature written by and large in Arabic. He followed basically the thought of Galen with the idea of the humors, the guile and good humor and various things like that. But he also was given over to experimentation as well. He didn't rely simply on a theoretical knowledge of medicine. He was very much into observation. Now, this is well before the scientific method was developed, but nevertheless, it was something important to him. He also contributed to the literature a multilingual guide to pharmaceuticals, which represented various herbs and spices and other medicinal ingredients that were used and listed them in a quadrilingual format. I believe the four languages were Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, and Latin, which was a phenomenal service to the medical community because it meant that, the terminology could be standardized and that what people said in Latin text could then be correlated with what was written in Arabic text and so on. He wrote treatises on a wide variety of topics, often for it was commissioned. Wealthy Arabs would commission him to write essentially a manual of how they were supposed to treat their condition. Asthma, for example, depression. He wrote a medical treatise on depression, which is fascinating for the 12th century. That's when he was insomniac. But there's